97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back live on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and also globally at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, also at YouTube. This is the final day of racing for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's a lot of powerboat racing and a lot to unpack as we get on the air. We are expecting, as you can see, the boats starting to come out of the crane area, and we've got to change the start of these boats. Mod V's will be running first today. We'll tell you all about the lineup. So let me introduce our guest for our broadcast here this morning. We've got Billy on number 3. We've got Eric Colby. Almost forgot your name, Eric. Eric, how are you?
Good
Eric
morning.
Colby from
Looking
Speed on the Water joins us, who has been covering the races from Key West, also on Speed on the Water for the nightly reports, and you'll get it again tonight with the World Championship final recap. Billy Shipley from Team Woody here with us to watch the Mod V's and the Class 1 boats run early this morning. How you doing, Billy?
Doing good this morning. How's it going, Todd?
Let's see what this weather does today.
It looks real good right now. This water is beautiful. I wish we were in the first race today.
Yeah, it's going to change, though, as the tide is going out. We'll tell you that story in a moment. And Joey Cook with the Keys Citizen. What's up, my friend?
Ready for another one. Ready to finish this off. It's going to be exciting. There's some fun action going to come here today with all these point totals right now.
Yeah, you got your work cut out for you today. It's going to be interesting. 70-plus boats here in Key West for the World Championship in 5 national classes. You have the UIM Class 1 boats running here as well. 4 bracketed classes running. The bracketed boats are going to move to the end of the day. They will be the very final race. Mod V, we have 1 scratch in Mod V. The Challenger Japan unable to make the race today. So 7 boats will come out and make the start today at 10 o'clock. They'll be followed by the Class 1 boats, which will race with the V Extremes and the Lone Extreme Hull, the JPS. And we'll have our intermission between 11:30 and 12:30, and then back out to start with the first race in the second half of the day are the factory stock 450R boats. That's the big catamarans, 39, 38 feet, with the Mercury Racing 450R 4-stroke engines. And then next, refresh my memory, is Super Cat, correct? Yeah, Super Cat runs next.
We run 450 stock, then Super Cat,
right,
which is still 10 or 11 boats.
And they're going to be shotgun starts again. They'll try and get those back-to-back with the choppers in the air. Then we'll have a brief intermission. So there really isn't a hard time to say, okay, Super Cat's going to start here.
Then Super Stock.
Then Super Stock somewhere around 2:30, but my guess is we're going to start a little bit sooner than that if we can. Super Stock comes in at around 2:30, and then the last race of the day are all the bracketed boats getting out there.
And increased laps today. We have a higher lap count.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the teams are racing for double points.
Correct.
So the whole mathematical side of it, Joey's going to have his work cut out for him there. But, Billy, you can make a big showing here and move yourself right up in the points. In virtually any class.
In any class out there you can do that, because it's half points Wednesday, half points Friday, and of course, like you just said, double today. And so, you could be dead last and win a world championship if you're in certain classes. Depends on the boat counts and everything, and then any penalties that are maybe put in place on those guys. And so, this is the most exciting day. This is it. This is the day.
The Mod V's are coming out on the course now.
I think there was 1 scratch in this group all over.
Yep.
The HP Mafia scratched in the Super Cat. He's the only one I believe that scratched there. They blew their engine. They overheated, and the water pump line came off the other day. No, they lost the belt.
Yeah,
the belt came apart, and so he's already back in Missouri. They're pulling the engines out of that thing either day tomorrow. They left yesterday midday and took it back home. So he wants to get a head start on. Anthony Smith wants to start on it for marathon. They want to be ready, So
that would be great to have them out on the series. They sure ran great.
Boy, it looked good, didn't it?
The other day, it sure did.
Well, they're a 2-man shop, I'm pretty sure. It's just father and son. And they freshened the motors in X Insurance CR Racing and Super Cat.
Yeah, and then young Anthony he's in the LPC boat.
Yep.
With Lauren, so he's a busy guy over there.
So as you can see, our Mod V boats are heading out to begin the mill. I expect they caught us on the local broadcast the other day. It went 5 minutes early, but we're prepared for it, and I want to thank all of our crew here at the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and the entire crew on our production team for the live stream and our camera people with extreme angles. Our slots for today in our lineups: Eric Colby, Speed on the Water.
Lane 1, number 97, Fast Boys with Ken Bollinger on the wheel and Forrest Ritter on the throttles. Lane 2, Stephen Furman, Steve Miklos, 29 Extreme, El Bandito, Sunprint. Lane 3, the Killdolls from Sarasota, Florida, in their 29 Extreme Boat Floater. Lane 4, Laticrete Relentless, driver Chris Uzalina, throttles Rob Hartman. Lane 5, the Young Guns, Nick Impressia, Ian Morgan, 151 Express. And, lane 5 is LSB with Britt Lilly and Jay Waltman, so they're going to have to come from the outside. 151 Express is lane 6. And then North Myrtle Beach RV is lane 7 with it's Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda.
So LSB gets the bad draw on the slots.
Little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly a little closer to the inside.
I think the race to watch from the start is going to be Bandito and Boat Floater side by side because they're so close in points.
Yeah, and those are the three boats, Joey, that we're really watching closely. The El Bandito Sunprint team, Boat Floater, and LSB. They stand the best chance to win the 3-day championship.
Right now, it's Sunprints to lose. They can go, looking at points. If they go second right now, they'll be in a tie with Boat Floaters, and it's going to be real interesting to see how it plays out with, time at that point. Right now, there's a 7-second lead for Boat Floaters over Sunprint. So if they go 2-1 and switch it there and Boat Floaters wins, it's going to come down to time. Yeah. And that'll be really interesting and exciting. Although, I take that back. Well, Team Challenger still should come out to pretty close with that missing boat there, too, and everything. So it's going to be...
that'll move things around there for sure.
Right, but it's still going to be coming down to time and how fast. So Boat Floaters, even if they get a lead today, they're going to have to think about revving it out, keeping in front, and pushing as hard as they can because they got to make up 7 seconds or have somebody get in between them and Sunprint. If it's not, it's Sunprint's to win.
Yeah, and their setup selection is going to be a lot to play here this morning, too. I think because of Friday and the way the water was when we came out early, it was big, big water, and I hope everyone did not set their boats up for that at this point because right now it doesn't look anything like it did Friday until that tide gets to rolling out. And I think it was 9:30 or so. You said
no, it's already started going out, and it's a short tide. I mean, normally tides are around 7 hours. This is a 5-hour cycle, so that means that it's going to start running real hard here. Now the question is, what is the wind? The wind is forecast to be at about 15 or above. Right now, the land readings at Key West International Airport and at Fort Zachary Taylor, they're running at about 8, but those readings aren't exactly accurate. If you go offshore and catch the reading at Sand Key, it's blowing east at 15.
Yeah, straight east, which is a good wind to have here. We're better than that than a west wind, So
yeah, well, you'll be running more into it than you would when you turn it one
like
2. The other day, you had that southeast wind where it was hitting you on the bow coming across.
That's
at least if it's going to be big, you'd be running straight into it here.
Yeah.
So that's what's deceiving. We see it out there. The tide just hasn't ramped up yet, but I imagine it during the course of this race, it's going to change a little bit.
Yeah, and with that bow wave coming at you like between 1 and 2 on Friday, there's really nothing you can do in the boat. Sometimes you try to go out wider and you cut back in a different angle so you can hit them head on, or sometimes you just try to different adjustments every time you go around that turn. Thank God it was only 5 times we went around it, but with it coming in sideways, it's just hard to get that thing right.
It does, and we did obviously the other day the tide, the outgoing tide petered out when the cats started running.
Yeah.
But the V-bottom boats, they had to deal with it, all morning long. And I talked to a couple of the Mod V teams yesterday that were testing right around 1 o'clock, and they were like, "My goodness, it was rougher than it was on Friday. What's going to happen?" And well, it really kind of depends on what the winds are going to do. If they stay down, then maybe it won't be so bad. But if they start stiffening up as they're forecast while you're out there, and they're going to run right into that outgoing tide, which is going to be running very fast here today. So
as it'll be a good telltale, Billy, correct me if I'm wrong, but as they're coming into the harbor, if we see a bunch of water being dumped about midship,
that's right,
then it's not too bad out there.
That's right.
Because they're going to be looking to get rid of ballast so they can pick up the bow and
that's correct, and get over those waves. We're watching a center console boat run across out there right now, and he's not bumping around too much. He's behind the spectator fleets over here,
yep.
And I don't hardly see any movement out there. So at this moment, it looks like it could be a pretty smooth, fast race here. But
so these guys are going to have to hedge their bets a little bit here. You certainly, you go setting up for that rough water and it doesn't quite materialize, and you're out there with all that weight in the bow. It could be a bad day. So you got to choose your props right and put the right amount of weight. Maybe an in-between setup is a little bit better right now.
Yeah, you know, Friday we watched a bunch of boats win the race between 1 and 2 in the rough water, and they were set up for that. You know, they were getting outran coming into the harbor, and then going back out of turn 3 towards turn 1, they were getting passed.
Yeah,
and then they get back out to turn 1, and then
450.
That's right, and then their props kick in for that bigger water, and then they were jumping ahead of them. So, you know, that's the best part about Key West. Everyone knows this is a multi-race. The water's, it's flat water inside, it's rough water outside, and in between, it's just kind of everything, you know. So
how do you pick your poison, so to speak?
I don't know. I think it's rock, scissors, paper sometimes, you know.
Sure. 80 degrees here in Key West. We have partly cloudy skies. And the winds, again, as we mentioned, just out of the east at about 8 or 9 on land, but offshore they're at east at 15. See how it materializes in the course. The tide is running out and starting to pick up right now. It's going to run right into that east wind out by Fort Zachary Taylor, and certainly out at what we call the wall, where our turn boat number 1, Malia, is positioned offshore. 4.48-mile course. The Mod Vs are running 10 laps and just a shade under 45 miles here today. 7 boats running in Mod V. This will be the first race of our final day of racing for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. We'd also like to thank Monster Energy Drink, the official drink of the APBA National Series and the Race World Offshore World Championships. Monster Energy's fan zone is right here at the mall on the outer mole. And you can head inside for a refreshing Monster Energy drink and check out all the cool experiences of Monster Energy Motorsports.
I think we're about to be seeing a lot of positional battles going on here. You'll have a 1-2 battle. They'll be teamed up. You know, these guys will pair up out here, and there'll be some good racing in 3 and 4, and, you know, stuff like that. So it's gonna be fun stuff.
Fast Boys has the inside lane. El Bandito in second. Boat Floater at the 3rd spot, and LSB in the 5th spot. Those are your top 3 boats. It's going to be a battle here to the first pin.
LSB needs help here. He needs to take, you know, one of these other boys with him other than Sunprint or Boat Floaters, because even if he wins first, he needs Sunprint to fall to all the way to 4th place, or else Sunprint will still take him in the the World Championships here. So LSB needs a couple of boys to go with him, get Boat Floaters to come second, or somebody else to come second or third there. So he needs some help back of the pack there.
Well, I'm glad you can keep up with that.
I got you here today.
Got to meet some of the people who were listening out on the spectator fleet. Wanted to say hello to the guys on the Havana Moon charter boat who were down in the harbor today. We had orange smoke probably 2 minutes ago at this point, so we've got a minute to go, I would think, before they're going to form them up. What's the butterflies like out there, Billy?
You know, it's Sunday, and all the points are necessary here to win, and so that's what you're thinking about. It's the turn 1. Turn 1 is what's going on. That's what the butterflies are. What is it going to be like when we get there? And then once they pass turn 1 for the first time, then everything else is just going to kind of settle back down. You know, it's just the anticipation of getting to that first turn to see what the water is going to be, and who comes around turn 2 in first place.
Yeah, and the jitters of safety crew, Sean Steiner's safety crew, J.R. Anderson, all the preparations they've made. They're in the Angel helicopter. They're spread out on med boats all across the course. Anticipating, you know, what could happen, but hoping that they don't have to splash here today.
We'd also
like to thank Dr. Kelly Reed here locally and Dr. Mike Jansen, who is here to help support our safety crews. All right, the Cigarette Hawk Pace Boat, over 100 starts underneath them. They continue to add on. We see
North Myrtle Beach should be the closest to the Pace Boat. They're the outermost lane.
To the outside.
Unlike most courses that we go to, the Pace Boat is on the outside, so the boat with the biggest advantage is going to be the farthest away from the Pace Boat in terms of the shortest course, and that is Fast Boys.
Yeah, we see 151 Express. They are your reigning Mod V champions, Nick Impressia and Ian Morgan. They also race in the Factory 450R class. All right.
They've been a little off the pace so far, but
they're bringing them out early too out of that milling circle. That's a quick.
They could.
Inspector Leland Stanford will raise the flag. We're right on time, and we're green flag racing. LAV, let's go Fast Boys.
That's a good start. Looks like they're pretty lined up from where we're sitting.
Now they'll get to sort out before they get to the first turn, hopefully, as long as everyone holds their lane. They're instructed to hold their lane through the first turn.
LSB noses forward. but it looks like
El Bandito, Sunprint's right there.
Yep, no
Fast
doubt.
Boys is right there.
Looks like Britt's coming over a little bit early. You need to get back over.
Overhead, we watch
Yep.
the boats as they head out to turn 1. This is approaching the area where Ladder Creek caught a wave
Yep.
on Friday, went airborne, and were knocked out of the race.
And
There's
this
where
is
it kicks up.
This is the X Insurance Helicam shot, so this is really going to help us sort things out as they head into that turn 1.
LSB's got great speed here and will have a good advantage when they make that turn. They're going to have a little bit wider lane to go around
Yep.
as they started in number 5. You see the El Bandito Sunprint Hooters team in lane 2 by Fast Boys as they approach turn 1. Definitely the boats not coming out of the water
No.
at all, and they're able to keep their attitude straight. So that's good news for them at this point. There goes
there's
airborne
the
right there.
flyer, yep.
That's where you find it, folks. You're at the wall. LSB makes the turn. RevX Oil Speed Marine continuing to lead. Here in the Mod V class, we're underway, and he's pulling out in front. This is what Britt Lilly needs, and Jay Woltman.
Yep, this is kind of what we saw the other day, if you remember, in the Super Cat
A little bit
start.
of air there, but he's able to get it settled back down. Now we'll check and see what the water is like as they come into the 2-pin turn at number 2 and begin the northbound run back into the harbor.
Doesn't look too bad if they pass turn 1. It's a little bumpy, but it's not like Friday. That fishing boat going across out there will cause a little wave, too, as they're plowing along there. So
Yep.
that next lap, they may be catching some of that as well.
Yeah, back to
looks-
your leader.
Looks
Rev
like Fast
X Oil.
Boys is still in second.
Closest to the pin, almost got off his line there.
Yeah. Now Sunprint has, El
the buoy.
Bandito has moved in. They took the tight line around the turn.
There's the
Fast
hole.
Boys having
And-
trouble keeping
Yep.
that boat flat. LSB with the lead as we come back in, lap number 1.
And look at the tabs on that, Billy. That boat likes to run flat.
He's got him up.
The LSB, he's just got them level right now.
Sunprint is having a little trouble keeping it on the straight line flat, too. So here, LSB in at lap number 1 in first. Fast Boys in second. Sunprint Hooters in third.
The boat floater's right there in fourth.
As we follow the Sunprint Hooters team back into Key West Harbor.
I'm curious to see this average lap time on these guys today and see what they got going on this. They're going to be in the high 80s on their average lap.
Did Ladder Creek come by?
No, I did not see Ladder Creek come
that's
by.
what I'm looking out at. Oh, here they come. They're just off the pace a little bit.
Yeah, that stuff was pretty brutal the other day on that boat. So you take in that amount of water, it's a lot of work to get it going right.
All right, well, now we're back on the screen. We've got, this looks like a Fast Boys to the outside. Hooters, Stephen Furman is trying to drive a tighter line.
Fast wasn't allowed to.
And right out of the picture, you can just see the bow of boat floater. So let's see if El Bandito Hooters can start making up some ground on the lead.
He doesn't necessarily need to. He can win in the World Championship from right where he's at right now.
Yeah, just off the X Insurance Helicam shot is LSB continuing to lead and heading back out to turn number 1. There's your number 2 and 3 boat as the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team has gotten by Fast Boys and moves into number 2. We're a lap out on 10 laps here today, 44.8 miles. A good shot of the 29 Gen 2 Extreme of Britt Lilly.
LSB and El Bandito just seem to be staying more level. And then, the Fast Boys is bouncing a little more. And the Killdalls are just, right now they're running a smart race. They know it's a long race. Experience of more than 30 years being down here. Steve Killdall's not going to get too nervous yet.
Good shot of boatfloater.com. Had a great chat with Stephen Kildall. It's a family affair there. Dad's been racing over 3 decades. He's been with him 17 years in the cockpit of that boat.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen started as a navigator, I think, when he was 14 or 15. I think APBA says you have to be 16 to drive, correct? I can't remember because Cameron Turk's only 14.
Well, and Dominic Stancombe, too, they made an exception and changed the rule for that. For Class 7, I think you can actually get in the boat at 14.
There we saw
flyer
Fast
out there.
Boys
Fast
almost
Boys,
came up and
yep.
punched the bow into the water. We see maybe getting a little bit more effect of that outgoing tide now into our second lap. Fast Boys seemed like they were struggling with it a little bit when they came back into the harbor. We're looking at our number 2 boat here as we widen the screen, and now you have our leader, the LSB Revex Speed Marine team. That's Britt Lilly and Jay Woltman with the Tyler Crockett engine in the back.
Brand new engine they built for this race.
And so a little bit of bounce there, a little bit of a swell that they're popping into. Could be the wakes from the boats. A little air for the Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila team.
And they're running Scorpion power, built by Frank McComas.
So here comes your leader, continuing after lap number 2, Revex Oil Speed Marine LSB Power Boats. It's their day so far today.
Yeah, that's just stuck nice to the water. Great attitude.
And then Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila in second. Fast Boys holding third. Boat Floater now fourth. Back to the X Insurance Helicam following Sunprint El Bandito Tequila into the turn. 151 Express off screen comes in at 5th. North Myrtle Beach in 6th. Back to our action. Here's Latacrete. They're running in 7th here today. 2 laps into 10.
Now they got two laps in. They're setting up some strategy in those boats now, thinking about how to make the next move on the turns and
where they're going to make,
inside, outside.
And you're seeing it right now. The Killdolls are trying to get inside of Fast Boys to get up to 3rd place. And we'll see if they can pull them coming out of the harbor turn here.
Putting on a burst of speed there.
Yeah, because Fast Boys, earlier in the turn, it looked like they just dug way in deep and their rooster tail went way up. So, but back out to the front, LSB is doing what they need to do. Let's just see if everyone else cooperates.
There you go, drag race coming out of the harbor right there.
Yeah. But that's interesting that Boat Floater was inside in the turn and now they're back outside.
7-second lead for LSB over the Sunprint Hooters El Bandito team as they head out.
Looks like they got the same setup on those boats. They come out there together, same propulsion coming out of that turn in turn 3 in the harbor. They're staying at the same gap right now, so their props are probably pretty closely in size right there.
A little bit more chine walk with the Phantom and the Fast Boys. I don't know what generation Phantom is that. Do you, Billy?
I am not. He just built that boat 2 years ago, so it's one of the new ones.
So it's one of the newer ones.
Yeah, that's the one they built after they wrecked the other one in Sarasota.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Phantom to the left of the screen and the 2004 Generation 1 Extreme hull.
Boat Floater with innovation power out of, so that's a full Sarasota package there.
That's one of the original Mark Spates hulls. So we'll be interested to see how the leaders are doing between 1 and 2 here.
Now let's keep an eye on Fast Boys a little bit here because this is where they stood it up before.
They've had a lot of trouble here. Fast Boys rocking side to side a bit here, trying to keep that bow down.
But they've got it trimmed off better than they did in the last.
Yeah, it looks much better than the first lap.
Yeah, but the boats are bouncing more here. I think as the race goes on, you're going to see this chop increase.
And it can increase quickly too. That's the crazy part.
Exactly.
Halfway through the race, it could be a whole different race out there between 1 and 2.
As Fast Boys comes around at turn number 2 by Fort Zachary Taylor, we're going to now catch our leader. That's LSB there.
And there's
your leader. Let's get, if we can,
Bandito.
get back on the leaders, guys, there. Thank you very much. And LSB cruising back in on lap number 3.
And it doesn't, to the people listening or watching, it doesn't sound like much going from 7 to 10 laps, but what is the difference?
That's a big stretch. There's a lot of stress on the equipment this week. Here's
LSB continuing to lead, battle for second, averaging 77 miles an hour a lap right now.
And in this water today, they're running these things as hard as they can. Those throttles are all the way to the dash today.
Sunprint El Bandito holding second, Fast Boys third, Boat Floater fourth.
Fast Boys pulled out a little bit on him now.
People ask us often, what's worse on your boat, the rough water or the smooth water? And I said, well, it's pretty much the same. It's just two different deals.
I mean, at this point, Boat Floaters is on the podium. If you've got 10 laps to get, though, you got to complete it to get the podium at this point. If you get anything higher than third place, they've got to chase down right now the Hurricane LSB. So, you know, at this point, what is the purpose? You got to make sure you get through before you break down. And maybe at the last couple laps, you'll see the Boat Floaters make a big move, same with the Sunprint.
Laticrete chasing North Myrtle Beach, who just passed through. They were in 6th. Laticrete running in 7th. All 7 boats continue to run here.
Wow, is LSB starting to stretch it out? Because they know we talked about the time element before.
Well, they've got laps to make up. They're 3 laps down from that first day.
Yep.
So, yeah, if you ran into a tiebreaker situation, Joey, that's exactly right. Leads 13.5 seconds over the Sunprint Hooters team.
It's like the equivalent to the college football playoff. Why do they run up the score? Well, they might need those points later in the year.
They got that boat running. They set it up right for the beginning of this race, and let's see if that weather holds for them for the next 25 minutes. Fast Boys running back in 3rd place. We follow them back out from the X Insurance Helicam towards turn number 1 into the roughest part of the course. This is right where Laticrete started having some trouble last week, where LSB is cruising through.
Yep.
Now positioning for the turn. And I would say every lap we watch, let's see how much the wind is picking up out there. It's forecast to get up to gusting to 18 today. Looks like Lilly is propped right. He's got his weight set just perfect for the start of this race.
Now, is that a narrower hull than the Phantoms? Do you know, Billy?
I believe so, yes.
Because
those are pretty narrow boats.
Yeah, and the thing is you have that narrow hull, you'll cut through it just a little bit better than a wider boat.
It's like
that's more affected by the breeze.
Yeah. And those things run flat. I mean, you don't ever see Britt all over the course. His boat is traditionally pretty flat running. You know, he'll hit a hole every once in a while. He's about to hit this one right here in just a second when he comes back in right there. And he'll get a few times up bounce, but it flattens back out pretty good.
Yeah.
There it is right there.
Yeah, you start catching that swell too. The tide's pushing the water. You're getting the effects of the wakes hitting the seawall here, and starts pushing out the harbor with that tide running strong. Back into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of all of the happy fans here at the Outer Mole Truman Annex. Here is your leader, LSB Marine. This is RevX Speed Marine.
Yep.
Jay Waltman and Britt Lilly continuing to lead after lap number 4 of 10.
Yeah, they
shade up 78.5 miles an hour.
Nice.
And
you know, these guys are practicing. You go over to the wall over there by the ramp on practice days, and there's weight bags laying all over the place.
Sunprint Hooters.
And a simple 5-pound movement in these boats, forward or backwards or right to left, is a massive amount of change for the way the boat rides in the water.
El Bandito Tequila team running in 2nd. Now Fast Boys in 3rd. And BoatFloater.com holding on to 4th. Back on top to watch Steve Miklos and Stephen Furman past the Harbor Hotels into that very sharp turn in Key West Harbor.
I think at this point, to change positions in this race, the way they're spread out right now, it's a matter of attrition, really.
Yeah.
You know, these guys aren't going to make mistakes. None of these drivers or throttle man make mistakes very often in these boats, and so it's just, can the equipment hold up for 10 laps and maintain their position they're in?
We're approaching the halfway point of this race with LSB a commanding lead so far. Was right at 13.5 seconds when we last checked.
So now they're about midway, Eric, and so you asked me a couple times the other day, what are you thinking in the boat right now? Right now I'm thinking exactly the same thing I was the other day. Don't let anybody pass us.
Right.
You know, just stay where we are, because they're pretty spread out. They're 2 or 3, 4 seconds apart right now, and it's going to take a lot. Now, Boat Floater, that's 151 Express coming out of the harbor turn now.
Right.
And in front of them, that Boat Floater and that Fast Boys race is going to be a close one. And they're losing fuel. They're losing weight. Things can change.
Yep.
But that 1, 2, and 3 position, they're pretty spread out there. Boat Floater could absolutely catch up to Fast Boys if Fast Boys isn't careful.
Yeah, the El Bandito Sunprint team, they're 14 seconds, lost about 3/4 of a second on the last lap to your leader, the RevX Oil Speed Marine LSB Powerboats team.
But I don't think they could have a better attitude in that boat right now as far as the way it's flying.
All of them looked really good, too. The first lap was a little bit crazy, but like I said, no one knew what to expect. And then, they made adjustments coming back out for that second lap. And then you saw the boat start to calm down. And you just get better every time you turn the turn out there. And you start learning what the boat's going to do for today.
Again, the expected winds to be up to 17, 18 as the day progresses. The tide should run till about 2:30.
Good. It'll be gone when I race at 3:30.
That's your lucky draw.
It must be. I'll take the wind over the tide any day.
We're not feeling the wind in here much.
No, you're in we're on the other side of the island. All right, as we watch boatfloater.com, it definitely looks like it's getting a little more choppy out there right now.
Yeah, there was also another fishing boat passed by too. Might have thrown some stuff in there from the side when they went across.
We'll widen out and catch the leaders as they come around.
There's your
start heading northbound.
There's your interval between third and fourth that you can see on the screen. So
those waves are the ones that will get you most of the time, is because you're coming around it 3 or 4 times and you expect the same thing, and then all of a sudden a side wave comes in from another boat.
We saw LSB.
Yep, we're back with the leaders now.
Yep. And here they come. This will be the halfway point of the race.
And the combined name, the RevX Speed Marine, is because Jay Waltman is building his own extreme at Speed Marine.
Yep.
And here we go. Your leader, Britt Lilly, Jay Waltman. 5 laps in. Continuing to average 77.8 miles an hour.
I was talking to Jay the other morning in the meeting about that, and he said that his boat's out of the mold, it's ready to go, and they're working on it, but they all kind of threw all hands on deck in to help out LSB and get them here this year too.
Stephen Furman, Steve Miklos in the Sunprint El Bandito, second. 5 laps to go. Fast Boys holding third.
Yep, Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle having a good run.
Boatfloater.com.
Right on his tail.
Zooming in front of the fans at the X Insurance Hospitality VIP area.
What did you get on speed on that lap there, Todd?
77.8 miles an hour.
Pretty consistent.
Yep.
That's a good speed for a boat that tops out in the mid-90s.
Everybody holding position here on lap number 5. Again, at last count, every boat still out and running. We have 1 scratch, which was the Challenger Japan.
Yeah, they broke their motor in that boat on Friday. We're glad they're back. They haven't been back in the U.S. since 2019, so this is their first time to come back and race with us.
Yep. But now if you're boat floater, are you like, okay, if we're going to try to make up something, do we need to get going?
They're sitting in third. In order to come any higher and move up the podium, they need to make a move all the way in front of the Sunprint.
Oh, okay.
And then climb into second.
Because they're running fourth.
Right, but in the podium over for the World Championship.
Oh, they're third.
They're sitting third, and again, to get to second in the podium, they have to pass Sunprint right now.
Look at the extreme run.
Yes, this is
keeping it nice and level. They just extended their lead 2.5 seconds over the Sunprint El Bandito team.
So yeah, why boat floaters want to get a podium for the day? They're still in the podium for the World Championship right now.
Yeah, nice. And he's pulling out all the tricks in there. Steve, he's got more experience than anybody in the water right now, I think.
Right, be smart at this point. Is it worth chasing down fast boys right now who want the podium for the day and have something to go home with themselves, or get a World Championship podium? And that's what you've got to put that in your mind and race that through your mind. What's more important?
Immediately following this race, the UIM Class 1 teams will race in their big 45, 47, 48-foot catamarans with the Mercury QC4V 1100 horsepower turbocharged engines, the official engine of Class 1. 222 Offshore in a commanding lead. They'll also race with the VX V-bottoms and the single extreme boat. JBS. Here's your leader.
But if you're Britt Lilly, this is no better way to sell a boat.
Yeah, that's right. And he's selling plenty of them too.
He wants to start building his performance line,
his open cockpit pleasure boats.
Yes, exactly. Which he's going to start moving on to next after his next 3 boats are already out and will race next year.
I'd be curious to see if someone builds an open cockpit bracket 500 extreme.
Wow, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
You would think it would be very fast.
All right, into the Monster Energy fan zone is LSB, RevX Oil Speed Marine. 4 laps to go. ticked up just a shade, 78 miles an hour on that lap.
Yeah, he was running on the buoys out there, nice and tight on those things, and that's going to help him out and stay where they're at in the lead, too.
He had a great start. I mean, that's really where this lead materialized. The Sunprint El Bandito Tequila running in second. Fast Boys continues in third.
Yep.
From lane 5, he was able to get out far enough to where he could make that turn in his lane and then get out in front of everybody and extend his lead from that point.
Yeah, you know the race course is, what, 4.8 miles, you said?
4.48.
4.48 miles, and so that's from pin to pin all the way around. If you get wide of that, you can make it a 6-mile course real easy.
151 Express, your defending world champion. Looks like they're going to have to give that belt up this year.
Yep.
They can be on the podium still. They'll also race in factory 450R stock class later on today.
And they also have a new Extreme for next year.
That's right. It was ready to race here, but because of the rules, I guess they couldn't bring it, and they had to continue to race their Phantom. But they will be in an Extreme next year. North Myrtle Beach Resort also has an Extreme out from Britt Lidley's shop in Arnold, Maryland, that will be racing next year in Mod V. They're holding on to 6th place.
Whole bunch of new boats coming next year, and it'd be nice to see these other boats get picked up by someone else, and then all of a sudden the class goes from 6, 7, 8 to 10 or 12 boats real quick.
But do you think someone would take, like, say, the North Myrtle Beach boat and go race bracket?
No, why not? Why not just race this class here with it? Race Mod V. I don't think they have the new motor in this boat right now. They're saving it for their new boat.
Yeah.
And so they just got the same engine they've been running in there, and getting their laps and running races. And the next year they're going to come out with a whole new package. And someone could very easily pick up that boat and put the motor in there and just have a successful year with it. That one, LSB's boat, the 151 Express boat.
You have the Twisted V that no
That's
one
right.
bought.
It's still there. Yep.
The early Extreme.
Ladder Creek pulling up the rear, 7th overall. All 7 boats continue to run on the same lap, and here is your overall leader one more time. On top from the X Insurance Helicam, heading into turn number 2, down into the harbor.
That Ladder Creek boat, they took a hard spill the other day. I'm surprised he didn't go over in that boat when they took that. Did you see the pictures online from that thing?
Oh, dear,
It was straight up.
Straight up and then straight down. You could barely see the boat when it went under.
Keeping it nice and flat, nice and level. He's got the perfect attitude as he comes through. Catch some little swells here. Hole that always be there for you in front of Fort Zachary Taylor behind the protection of the jetty there.
And Britt's pulling double duty today, but, I mean, how much intelligence is he really bringing into a race that's going to be run, 2:30?
Yeah, 2:30, that's right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I don't even know that he's going to go in to be able to say, we need to do this for Supercat, because so much can change between now and then.
Yeah, it's going to change a lot. And he's doing a really good job in that Dirty Money Supercat boat, too.
Continuing.
Britt's turned into a utility player in these boat races.
I know,
he's
yes.
in Class 1, he's in Supercat, he's in these.
Well, Bill Pyburn told me that Britt is a calming influence in the boat and called him a straight-up wheelman.
Yeah.
And drivers are becoming more and more critical in offshore. Years ago, it was, just hold the wheel straight.
Right. Yeah, with all these turns, it really takes both of them. You have to have a good team in that boat, and if you've got guys in there that just don't job together, it just makes it really hard to race.
Sunprint Hooters, El Bandito Tequila in second. Here's Fast Boys in third. Sunprint Hooters falling off another 7 seconds behind LSB. Now 24 seconds back. From 14 to 17, now 7 seconds more, 24 seconds off the pace.
And here's Boat Floater. Now, Joey, where is Fast Boys in the big picture?
Sitting fourth, 30 points back of Boat Floaters right now.
Okay, so Boat Floaters
is well in where they need to be right now to be on the podium and remain there.
151 Express holding the 5th spot, 3 laps to go.
Yep.
Setup selection played a big part in what's going on out there right now today with these guys. Everyone was expecting some big water out there, and I think that they might have propped them too small instead of putting those big fast wheels on there.
Yep. And it only takes one or being off by a pitch or two.
Oh, big changes, absolutely. Fortunately for Chad and I in the fountain, we only have 2 prop selections. We just run 30s and 31s and 32. That's it, you know.
Yeah, you know.
Someone else did the research for us before we bought the boat. So
Now, how about the Levy?
Levy Craft, we run 1 prop on that boat too. It's the one that keeps it the calmest. It's a 4-blade prop actually. Keeps the back of the boat down in the water, you know.
Yep.
It bow lifts instead of bow steers. The 5 blades tend to lift the rear and bow steers real bad. So we run a 4-blade 25 pitch herring on that thing, and it seems to do real well with that.
And this is the Latticrete Relentless boat. Chris Uzzolina is working on a.
Whoa.
Getting a little squirrely there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's working on an Extreme V for a big skater.
He is. He bought that from the Lucas from Nigel Hook.
Yep.
And I think they're bringing it out next year, first of the year. They've been doing a ton of work on that boat.
Hey, folks, I want to remind you that the award ceremony tonight here at the races at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. And for everyone out there following, if you want to see your friends, family on stage, it will be live streamed at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, 6 p.m. this evening. So join us here locally in Key West for the World Championships presented by Race World Offshore, and as well globally at the Race World Offshore Facebook page brought to you by Maximum Inflation. LSB, you see it.
They're getting bigger.
Yeah, it's
picking up a little.
It's picking up a little. But if you were anticipating it to be what it was on Friday, you just might be off a bit. Unless we've only got 2 laps after this one left today.
I don't see him spilling any water, so it's not common. That's for sure.
Took any in, yeah.
Here comes LSB back into the Monster Energy fan zone.
And in Britt's boat, on that LSB that Britt's in, he doesn't have his ballast, doesn't shoot out the sides of his boat.
No.
If you look on his port side trim tab, there's a hose that comes off.
Yeah.
That's where his ballast water comes out.
Oh, but I
real
thought that's
sneaky.
I thought that's how they brought it in.
No, the underneath the boat brings it in and that pushes it out.
Oh, okay.
And now,
Yeah, see now
Sunprint Hooters.
Sunprint's is blowing out
Miklos
water
is
right now.
blowing out water. He's trying to get rid of ballast.
Yeah, he wants to make a really quick turn down here in the harbor where it's nice and smooth.
And
so
the same with Fast Boys. You can see them blowing off ballast now, too.
Unload that water in that flat turn so you don't ballast steer around with it.
Yep.
to all our fans here watching the races, race control wanting spectators to limit radio chatter on VHF 7868. It's critical to not have chatter on 7868 for the safety and the operation of our race here today. Boat floater through, so Revex Oil, Speed Marine, Sunprint Hooters, El Bandito second, Fast Boys in third, boat floater fourth, and we have 2 laps left to go.
151 Express still running in fifth, and a 32 Phantom, the biggest boat in the fleet.
Well, they got in position today and just stayed there, didn't they?
Yep. We do have to give a shout out to Nick for probably having the coolest dog in the pits.
Yeah.
A little black French bulldog named Biggie Smalls.
Biggie Smalls.
Dogs all the way around. Dogs on top of the Coco's Monkey boat.
Yep.
You've seen those shirts in the
Hanks
pits?
Marine.
Yep, no doubt.
Harpoon Harry's has a couple black labs over there with them.
Yep. And here's North Myrtle Beach RV. I think that's one of the older Phantoms, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Back on top, the X-Insurance Helocam, taking a quick shot of LSB, Revex Oil, Speed Marine, Britt Lilly, and Jay Woltman. Big day for them as we watch Latticrete now once again. Coming around by Fort Zachary Taylor, another great place to watch the race. They were lined up all the way into the entrance of this place trying to get into Fort Zach this morning.
And the great thing about the name of this boat, Relentless, is what you have to be in this sport.
Right.
Even if you're not running well, you keep running because you just never know. Attrition could still come, and we got 2 laps.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, like with Britt the other day. Would he break a drive down there? Turn 3, his drive went out on him.
And at this point, that's about all the hope that Sunprint Hooters has. They're
It's an attrition.
about 28 seconds behind in this race as we get ready to head in on the white flag for the last lap of the race when you see LSB come back into the Monster Energy fan zone here in Key West Harbor.
here's the leader starting the longest 9 miles of his life right now.
Yeah.
Coming out of right into the harbor, right in front of the sealine. And the number of people lining this seawall by the end of the day is going to be nuts.
Yeah, like Todd said, that line of cars, I actually went to get a drink this morning, and I was a Monster Energy drink, actually, from the store down there, and the cars were actually past the Green Parrot. They were 3 blocks deep trying to get into that park. It was wild.
Yeah, so maybe throw your bike in the back of your truck and park somewhere off on the island and ride on in.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get in here. Running second today.
And they are offering shuttle services, too, from
true.
remote parking lots. So that would probably be the best way to get in.
Yeah, and, you know, we got the Key West Police Department and the Sheriff's Department as a Monroe County Sheriff's. They're doing a great job helping the traffic over there. They've been fantastic all week. We appreciate those guys helping us out. And ladies.
Fast boys running hard all day.
Having a good run.
They sure are.
The
struggle with a flyer on the first lap, and Sunprint Hooters moved past them. This is where we stayed all day.
The Annapolis, New Jersey connection there.
A credit to all these teams. I mean, we've been running this position since the beginning of the race. Since they came through the first time, boatfloater.com in fourth. So LSB, Joey, in control of his own destiny to win the World Championship here in Key West.
No, he's not.
What does he need?
Sunprint is. Sunprint's the man that's in control right now.
He had to keep them.
He had to keep Sunprint actually
one boat away.
2 boats away. Sunprint needed to finish 4th in this one for him to pull it off. So, yeah, it's Sunprint that's in control.
Sunprint looking at the stern all day of LSB RevX Oil Speed Marine, knowing that that's where he needed to stay to win the World Championship. I guess that makes your strategy just a little different. World Championship, that's the way it is a lot of the time.
Joey, how long has it been since your score sheet across for these laps has looked the same numbers straight across on every single line?
It's been pretty steady right now. You know, I think a lot of it comes down to, again, boat floaters realized where they had to be and what they had to do to get up, any higher than third. So why push it? Make sure you get the attrition, get all the way through, finish the 10 laps, and make sure you're still on the podium. Again, LSB, despite getting 2 checkered flags in this week, that a 5th place finish there is going to really make things tough.
LSB going around and lapping Ladder Creek as he heads in for the final stretch here to win today. What a great race for Jay Woltman and Britt Lilly. But it won't be enough. The only thing he can hope for is the Gremlins to bite Steve Miklos and Stephen Furman. As they turn at Fort Zachary Taylor for the last time into the Monster Energy fan zone in front of all of the fans at the Truman Annex Outer Mole area, and then down by the Harbor Hotels. A little air as he catches a swell, a little hole, and gets her steady back down now, and will head in to take the checker flag here today. Led all the way in the 29 Extreme from Arnold, Maryland, with the Tyler Crockett engine in Mod V.
The Britt Lilly paint job.
Custom all the way. Can't beat it.
I love the way he just implemented the number right into that. It's not the number 66.
And he'll finish
number 1 today.
Again,
second in the world title hunt.
78-mile-an-hour lap. He kept it right at the 77, 78-mile-an-hour mark all day long.
Looked to be a good, clean start today, too. I wouldn't project any penalties for that. And then, just have to go back for tech inspection and pass all that to make it an official win.
And here comes your world champion in Mod V. This is all unofficial. A second-place finish is all they needed today. So more than they needed.
A wily veteran
Sunprint
pair
El
there.
Bandito Tequila. 29 Extreme with Scorpion engines. Furman and Miklos, your world champion in Mod V for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center.
Maybe he'll give Britt a little shot of El Bandito for.
El Bandito all around.
But look at Fast Boys coming in third.
Great race for them today.
But if Boat Floater comes across fourth, they will be the third team on the podium.
So it's a strategic race, Joey, by both the Sunprint and Boat Floaters.
I do believe that's what it was. They knew where they were at and how it had to count in.
And here comes boatfloater.com, Steve and Steven Kildall. They'll finish up third on the podium tonight for the World Championships. LSB RevX Speed Marine will take second. That's right where the national championship hunt finished for the APBA National Series. And 151 Express hands over the belt. Your reigning world champions.
Yep.
Will now pass the belt to Steve Miklos and Stephen Furman in Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila.
But great learning experience for a couple of 23-year-olds.
As we watch the remaining boats come through.
Here's North Myrtle Beach RV.
Let's talk about that X-Insurance helicopter for a minute. That Rick Lindsay's a heck of a pilot, man.
No doubt.
That guy's on top of the boats. You know, when we're in the boat and he flies so close, you can feel the blades inside the boat, just that noise of the helicopter. It's a pretty cool feeling.
Yeah, I mean, pretty amazing, their commitment to the sport. I mean, not only flying the chopper, and then his son Parker Lindsay shooting for the live stream, shooting pictures put out there to the world, but also sponsoring boats, not just the Class 1 X-Insurance team, but up and down the classes.
That's right.
Class 700, Class 500. They're also putting sponsorship into a Super Cat boat here in Key West. It's an impressive signature on what they do. And they provide customized insurance solutions nationwide. And they get involved not only at the grassroots level, but at the highest level in the Class 1 UIM World Series, sponsoring teams here in powerboat racing.
And speaking of guys up in the helicopters for 40 years, Mr. Girardi at Freeze Frame Video.
Yeah, 42 years he's been here in Key West. That guy.
And I remember when I was editor at Powerboat, there'd be 100 boats here, and Al Copeland, Tom Gentry, they'd have their own helicopters. We'd have a helicopter. There'd be 10 or 11 helicopters in the air. And we had the best photographer, I'm going to brag, of the late Tom Newby, who the photos he produced for Powerboat Magazine were just crazy. They were so good. And he just gets so imaginative with the angles.
Oh, Girardi's been shooting photos here, and I don't even know what a boat was. I was 5 years old. You know, that's a long time ago.
But I remember we'd be chasing the super boats. There's Britt with a checkered flag. The Lilly family's had a few of these down here through the decades.
He's got another race in front of him. He will jump alongside Billy Pyburn in Dirty Money, and boy, they're right in the chase in Super Cat class.
Looked real good this week.
They have an impressive boat that they started the season with, and were in the chase, but broke that boat in half in Michigan City. And a beautiful shot here. Now he joins Britt Lilly, who will be alongside him in that 388 skater for the Super Cat race later today.
Yep.
Britt Lilly, Jay Woltman, your winner today. But in the overall World Championship, over 3 days of points, they will finish second in RevX Oil Speed Marine LSB Powerboats. Coming up next, race number 2, our Class 1 teams will get out and run alongside the VX and...
Oh, in Class 1, they don't draw.
They don't?
So they are running on the finish from the previous race.
That's correct.
So it'll be 222 Offshore Australia in lane 1.
That's right.
This is going to be a quick start to this race.
I'm trying to recall the rest of the finishing order from the other day, we'll be able to see it.
We'll take a quick break from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Thanks for joining us at the Race World Offshore live stream. Brought to you by Maximum Inflation. We'll have that Class 1 and VX Extreme race coming up for you when we come back.
Performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial Industrial Commercial Series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The Unfair Advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
And
we're back.
World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Also, Maximum Inflation is bringing you our live stream at Race World Offshore's Facebook page. Maximum Inflation, brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Todd Swafford back along with Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. Joey Cook from the Key Citizen here with us. And also joined again by Billy Shipley of Team Woody. President accounted for. And we just got our good buddy to stop in for a short visit with us. Good to see him back. Of Super V racing fame, the instigator, and more. Mr. Peter Meyer, how are you?
Great. Good to see you all back here again this year. Key West is beautiful again. The people of Key West is helping everybody out. It's a beautiful day down here.
Hey, Eric, let's get going with our slots and starts for this Class 1 V Extreme, V Bottom, and Extreme team that's out there.
All right, we're going to be running inverted from Friday's lane. So lane 1, Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella, 222, Offshore, Australia. Lane 2, I believe, is going to be D.F. Young, the 50-foot Mystic, Rich Wyatt, and Hugh Fuller. Lane 3 should be DeFalco, the 48 Outer Limits, with Mike Falco and Billy Moore on the throttles. Lane 4 would be Monster Energy, the 438 Skater, Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller, and Pothole Heroes with Carlos De Quesada and John Tomlinson on the outside. We also have the boats in second start. The race-winning brands is actually the Team 25 with the British Throttleman Robert Brockier. 42-foot Fountain is going to be in lane 1 with driver Kirk Brito. Lane 2 is Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claims, the Arneson-equipped Fountain with driver Christian McCauley, throttles Jay Healy. Lane 3 is race-winning brands with 40 Skater, Ed Went on the wheel and Bill McComb throttling. And the Lone Extreme team with Jeff Stevenson, the owner of the boat, the 43 MTI, and Michael Stancombe from Indianapolis, Indiana, throttling the 16 power engines.
So there's your slots and lineups for Class 1 and VX, V-Bottom, and the Extreme boat out there. Joey, this is 222 Offshore's race to win. I mean, World Championship to win.
Not even close.
Two consecutive first-place finishes. No one has ever got around them. Only the Monster Energy 438 Skater got around them, but that lap was red flagged.
Right, yeah. Otherwise, it's been him all the way. So, yeah, no doubt. This is theirs all the way. At this point, they could finish third, and they're still first place on the podium. There's really not a lot that can be done here. I mean, the rest of the teams are going to have to push them all the way to the very back or have them break down in order to anybody else to jump to the top of the podium.
I got to love that the Race World Offshore officials are just getting these races going.
Yeah, they're just moving them right along. So these boats come up and will line up behind the pace boat.
Now 222 will be the closest to us. As we said before, the pace boat runs on the outside here. So Giovanni, I'm sure, is going to be just jumping to get going here. He does not mess around with the starts. It looks like a good lineup.
So we wait for the green flag.
DeFalco's trying to pull a little bit here. They're still not throwing the green.
He wants them lined back up again. Now they'll come forward. I throw that green flag, but the 222 is lagging behind. He's going to hold them again.
Everyone just passed the pace boat. They said this morning there's going to be a penalty for that. So let's see what happens
here. At this point,
here.
I wonder if he's going to make them restart. I mean, he's so far behind them. How do you start them at this point?
He
just threw the green flag.
He just threw it, and they're just starting their second boat. So,
yeah.
But that was ugly. There's no other way to put that. That was not a start that any of these guys wanted.
Looked like MCOM might have been the only boat in position there on that from our angle.
Yeah,
but
222 is they're taking off. So let's see how it shakes out.
So your Class 1 boats are heading off for 14 laps, or check them again, 14 laps.
Yep.
62.72 miles.
The V Extremes will run one less lap at 13, and the Alone Extreme boat is going to run the same 14 laps as the Class 1s.
All right, so we follow our Class 1 boats now as they turn at 1. A 3-pin turn now beginning to head to eastbound. These are 47-foot boats for the most part, 47, 48-foot Victory hulls. And the team that won the UIM Class 1 Points Championship and is your reigning world champion, 222 Offshore, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella, continue to just awe everyone here across the Key West spectator viewing area. And have the
Pothole
lead.
Heroes looks like.
Yep. Green flag, let's go.
So we're watching the start behind these boats. We're going to follow the Class 1 boats back into the harbor, and they've turned and now are heading northbound. So all of our boats have now started. We'll catch the VX and Extreme JBS when they come back, but here is your first place boat, 222 Offshore, doing what they've done all week long and leading here into Key West Harbor after lap number 1 of 14. Yep. In second, DF Young.
Yep.
And Monster Energy Imcon in third, DeFalco in fourth. Pothole Heroes charging up on the outside just behind DeFalco, but could have a race there into the corner.
Yeah, they did. Pothole was out doing a bunch of testing yesterday, so I would imagine whoa, this could get interesting.
Pothole Heroes on the outside there, that turn.
Yeah, they don't want to be
a lot of dirty water down there
up against those buoys or they near that seawall because of those rebound wakes. But Pothole Heroes is coming around, maintaining speed, going around the outside. They're the biggest boat in the fleet. So they got around DeFalco. Let's see if they got something for Monster Energy.
Yeah, we're behind your leader, 222 Offshore, Australian Navy.
Everyone's behind the leader.
Yeah, as they just check out, DF Young is in second behind them and already 8 seconds off the pace.
Now, Peter, you've been the dominant boat in a class. You've also chased the dominant.
Yeah.
What do you, when it's a season like that?
You know, you got to give it your best shot, and it's all about preparing, and you got to get the right propellers for the right day, and with a little luck, you'll end up on top. But nowadays, the competition is so close, it's hard to even judge what you're going to do.
Beautiful shot of the Monster Energy Imcon team. Just saw our lead boats come in the VX class. Team Farnsworth was right ahead of race-winning Brands. Running in second.
That JBS took a big rooster tail on Friday out there and shut both their motors down.
Yep.
Team 25.
Oh, just now?
Yeah.
They got everything cleaned out and it's running again.
As we look at DF Young, they're running in second overall.
Yep.
As they're right in front of the Monster Energy Imcon team.
And it was interesting when I talked to Darren Nicholson the other day, as we have the camera back on 222 Offshore, he said, I don't really drive the buoys. The buoys are there as my guide. I drive the waves, and we figure out the smoothest way around. So some guys just love the pin to pin to pin.
Yeah, they took a big wide turn out there and just got that speed going, too.
48-foot Victory hull with the twin 1100 turbocharged QC4V Mercury Racing engines. Average 103 miles an hour on that lap. DF Young trailing in second.
But look at Monster trying to come up on him.
12 seconds now off the pace. Monster Energy in third.
Pothole Heroes up to fourth.
And DeFalco now back to fifth. Monster Energy is the official energy drink of the APBA Offshore Series and the Race World Offshore Championships. Check out their interactive fan zone right here on the outer mole in the mall area. Go inside and enjoy some Monster Energy and check out the cool things that Monster Energy Motorsports do.
Here we're looking at JBS going from 1 to 2 in the bumpier water. It's probably not too bumpy for them. It's for a 43-foot MTI. They have a new skater that they're going to put those big 16 power engines in, but they'll probably still be chasing 222 offshore.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the reset of the Class 1 Series. It went dormant for some years, came back to life under the management of P1 Offshore. The U.S. Series has really come alive this year, and DF Young is one of the boats that really came on in the second half of the season, a 50-foot Mystic with Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller on board.
And Rich has had a lot of different engines in that boat, but now that he's in Class 1, and it's not just throw giant engines, it's every little nuance to try to get it faster.
Yeah, JBS here, they're running unopposed in the extreme class.
They did run Class 1 last year.
They did, but you had to switch to the official engines, the Mercury QC 4B 11 horsepower engines, and Jeff and Michael running his 16 power 1100 horsepower engine. Jeff Stevens, there's the team Farnsworth Hancock Claims continuing to lead in the VX class. Race winning brands coming through in second.
I think that team's Farnsworth is the old Taboo boat runs good, especially for being in the garage for the last 10 years. But
it's nice that they kept the Taboo name on there, kept the livery kind of in a tribute.
Yeah, changed the scheme a little bit on the paint job, but you know, with those surface drives, it's run really very well.
And here's 222 Offshore, continuing to average right about 102 miles an hour.
And DF Young is passing the Team 25 boat. Still holding second place in Class 1.
Rumor has it that Team 25 Fountain, they have a new boat in the mold for next year.
Monster Energy MCon team. DF Young 16 seconds off of the lead of 222 Offshore.
I'm curious to see what Pothole Heroes is going to have for Monster, because now they've moved over to the inside. They did a lot of running yesterday. I think
losing a little weight on the fuel.
Yep.
But they're all losing weight too, but some boats balance a little different.
As fans maybe new to Class 1, watch the boats. If you see them catch a little air, you'll notice, or you see them in the Rab Beach dry pits, you'll see that they run surface drives with a rudder. You can see the big rudder off the back of the boat.
Yep. And they don't get to have the biggest selection of propellers.
Correct.
But it's easier to change the gear ratios on those surface drives, so that's where they do their fine tuning.
Whereas the Super Cats later today can have unlimited propeller selections, but the gear ratios are set in the number 6 stern drives.
But some of those larger boats, you need one set of propellers, but the gear ratio, to change that gear ratio, they can do it in 5 minutes. It's pretty interesting how they do it. And it saves you a lot of money on different propellers.
Yeah, Mike Falco and Billy Moore have established themselves as a force to be reckoned with next year. That's their outer limits hole. They're moving to a victory hole next year that Billy actually raced here in Key West, the CT Marine.
Oh, they're bringing that boat back?
They are.
That's the one that went over the top of CMS that year.
That
right?
is,
Right in front of us.
absolutely, right in front of the fans right here. Here's JBS coming in after lap number 2. So DeFalco with podium finishes here in Key West and ready to rock in 2024 on the Class 1 Series. All right, we're watching 222 Offshore come back down into the Monster Energy fan zone, marked by the big Monster Energy buoys you see here that skirt the viewing areas here at the Truman Mole and Hotel that are right here on Key West Harbor, including Margaritaville, the Pier House, and Ocean Key House. There's 222 Offshore continuing to run strong here today. They backed it off just a smidge. DF Young running in second. We watch race-winning Brands come through, running in second in the Extreme. There's DF Young. They're in second after lap number 4.
And here's Monster Energy, and there's Pothole Heroes. I think something is developing there.
Yeah, they're definitely coming about.
And DeFalco will approach us and now pass the start-finish line in 5th. 4 laps completed of 14 for Class 1. You watch there. There's the boat. You were talking about Bill Mazzoni's boat.
Oh, that thing looks fast today, don't it?
It definitely does.
Man.
I think it's one of 3 fountains built with Arneson, something like that.
I think so.
Because they had the 2 over in Europe.
Yes, they did. But the one got sold and came back to the U.S. all taken apart, so we're going to see what happens with that next year.
Back on top, watching the 222 Offshore from the X Insurance Helicam. This is a tough run for Rick Lindsay. Eventually, he's going to get dusted by speed.
He's going to get outrun.
As that 222 Offshore can get up there, probably approach 130 miles an hour on that outbound leg before settling down to get into the turn. DF Young looking great today.
Yeah, they've really made progress in that boat in one season.
I was talking to Hugh Fuller the other day at dinner, and he said the first race they were down 400 RPMs in one of the motors the entire race, and they had to try to figure that out, and I'm pretty sure they got it fixed.
Yeah, Rich said there was some it was turbos and temperature that they're still kind of because the engines, you'll hear us talk a few times about Guardian mode, and Guardian is something that Mercury builds into the engine so that if they get too hot or they don't have enough oil pressure, they go to reduced RPM to save the motor from completely blowing up.
Yeah, tons of things that can go in Guardian. I was talking to Irvin this morning on the Gladiator boat, 450. He said they went to Guardian 37 times on Friday.
Well, that Hugh Fuller is a very good driver. I will say he's been around a long time, and he races cars besides, and he runs fearless.
Yeah,
he does.
Here comes 222 Offshore one more time. Darren Nicholson from Australia and Giovanni Carpatello from Italy. Continuing to average right in there at about 102 miles an hour, and now DF Young. In second, we just watched the Hancock Plains team pass by here at our vantage point in first in VX.
And they are stretching it out in VX.
Yeah,
that looks good.
Monster Energy
still holding third.
Let's see how far back Pothole Heroes is just chasing.
I'll tell you what, that Tyler and Mark have done a great job in that Monster Energy MCOM boat this year. It's their first year in this Class 1 racing.
Yep.
I mean, they dominated in the Supercat class, but they had a tough start this year with the MCOM boat, and then they just kept pushing and pushing.
Race-winning Brands running back in second.
They got a pretty incredible team at that MCON camp over there, and they get that thing in and out of the water. That's a big job to run 2 big boats like that, you know.
Yep.
And to be winning on the podium with both boats. That's great.
Look at JBS.
And to be protecting your sponsor, Monster Energy. They're trying to do a good job with that, and doing a good job all the way around.
Look at that fountain, Peter. That thing is ripping, man.
He's hooked up. There is no doubt about that.
That's those McComas Scorpion engines in there this year.
Yep.
Does Frank do those motors?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Frank did my motors. Did great motors.
Yeah.
No doubt. DF Young.
Is Ed still running Scorpions in the Knucklehead boat now, your old boat?
No, I think he went to the other guy up there.
I'm not sure. Cassie, maybe? Or
No. Been around forever. That's Billy's Motors.
Sterling?
Oh, Sterling Motors. That's right. He did go to Sterling. Yes, sir.
Oh,
and it's still a rocket.
Mike D'Annabelle. He's a gem. Built some great engines, Sterling.
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah, Team 25 rolling back through. They continue to hold in at the third. Thanks for coming over from all the way across the pond.
Yeah, after they grenaded a motor on Wednesday.
Boy, they were like a train going through here with all the smoke coming out of that starter
They went
motor.
and leased the Freebird backup motors.
Oh, did they?
And they were what they had to do to get those tractor pipes on there to make it work. Connie Hunt was showing me some pictures, and they're just out there in the beaten down sun and like trying to figure this. And they said they were apologizing for putting their dirty parts on that nice new Bruce Baker Express engine.
Watch, we're gonna watch 222 Offshore, I think, come by the Extreme boat here. Got the Extreme JBS on the inside and 222 Offshore. There they go, right by them from Class 1 into the Monster Energy fan zone here in Key West Harbor. See ya.
Yeah, I think the word juggernaut applies in this case pretty well for 222 Offshore.
Joey, I can't remember in all the years of calling Key West Racing, Peter, you too. I mean, you followed the Class 1 series this year. Monster Energy running in third in Class 1 behind DF Young, who just came through on lap number 6. What a run these guys had. They didn't have to come to Key West. They won their points championship, and they come here and they've led every lap. Pretty impressive.
Well, it is impressive, but there's nothing like going to the World Championship here in Key West and say, hey, I won the Worlds, you know, and that's that. National doesn't really mean a lot to a lot of guys anymore. It's like you got to be the world champion. Yeah. You know, they don't ask you how many times you were national champion. They tell you how many times you were world champion.
It's a pretty big deal when the trophy says Key West on it.
Yes.
Yeah, and to win 3 races in 5 days is a huge accomplishment. Yes. It's a tremendous amount of work. Joey.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's by far the boat of the class, the talk of the Keys this week, and all the locals. You got to go see this Navy boat. The nice blue Navy boat out there has been definitely the talk around the community.
Well, Peter, what did Stan Lane always say? To be the best,
yes,
you must win Key West.
Yes.
As we watch, Mike.
There's a guy we miss, you know.
Yeah, he was a great guy. He became a great announcer. Sure miss him.
Yeah.
Mike Falco and Billy Moore.
Yep.
The Outer Limits Class 1 boat with a beautiful New York Skyline livery. And they're running in 5th. There's the Monster Energy 438 Skater built by Peter Ledden of Douglas Marine with the Mercury QC4V engines.
Based out of Performance Boat Center in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the APBA National Series and your Race World Offshore World Championship races here in Key West.
Both those guys going Super Cat racing a little bit. Billy Moore's going Super Cat racing.
Yeah, and
double duty here.
But it's nice to see Bill McComb come back out with his boat there. And, you know, they've been sitting in the garage for 10 years, too. And I was over there, stopped and saw him, and he was asking, you know, he blew a water hose the other day, and I was showing him what on his pickups, what he should really do. And I said, go out, you know, raise them up just a little bit and go out and test it. You know, you need so many pounds of water pressure, no more. And the problem is, faster you go, the more water pressure.
That's right.
So we were talking for quite a while, and hopefully he's still running, so I guess he's doing better than the other day.
Yeah, I don't care how many hose clamps you put on sometimes, Peter, that water pressure, it gets high when you're running 100+ miles an hour out there.
And it's a matter of testing to get the right thing.
DF Young on the inside. Remember, these two boats aren't in the same class. Boy, he's got traffic to deal with here. He's going to lose some time on 222. He's got the Team 25
look
boat
at Pothole.
Pothole is right there.
Everybody's going to get held up here, and don't be mistaken. Johnny Tomlinson is looking at that, and he's going to try and position himself out of that turn. This is happening off camera right now. It's happening right in Key West Harbor. There's traffic in front of DF Young, 2 boats, a VX boat and the Extreme hull, and we'll see how they shake out of the turn.
Just want to get everyone through clean. But,
looks like MCon coming on the outside there of DF Young, isn't it?
It does.
Yep.
Yep. This would be who?
No, that's JBS. That's JBS.
Oh, JBS. I'm sorry. JBS. MCon just right behind him.
So DF Young should dispose of JBS here.
So he's the second time JBS has been passed by a Class 1 boat. He may be passed by the entire fleet here on this lap. MCon still holds on to 3rd. Pothole Heroes in 4th. No one gained an advantage there. And right at the stern of Pothole Heroes is DeFalco.
And your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. Pothole Heroes is blue on one side and red on the other.
A brilliant livery for Pothole Heroes as you watch Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller. Great season for them in Class 1. They like to cap it with a big podium finish in Key West with a 3-day World Championship.
That JBS boat is super fast with those 16 engines in there, and you know, don't count him out. He's just not racing these Class 1 guys today. He's by himself. So, but
Right.
it will run those speeds with those motors in there. That's a really fast MTI.
It's really hard to gauge how much choppier it might have gotten. These boats span the waves so well, and they have so much power. But you can see here, this is where they're catching a little bit of air, and you can see those. You can see the rudder.
Yep.
And the surface drives very well if they catch one of those little holes and come off of it and get just a little bit out of the water.
Reminiscent of when Miss Geico stood straight up
with the helicopter
a
right
few
above
years
it.
ago.
That was awesome shot.
Yep.
Scary ride, awesome shot.
222 offshore. This is lap number 8 of 14.
Yep.
And there they are.
Yeah, while he's got the podium number 1 locked up, that rest of the race, you know, between DeFalco, Monster, and DF Young is going to be real interesting, because if any of those make a move on each other the rest of the way here, it's really going to jumble it up. They all have a chance to be on the podium in second, third, however it plays out here.
Looks like the Team 25 fountain pulled in the middle of the course. So
Monster Energy, Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle in third behind DF Young. Pothole Heroes in fourth, DeFalco in fifth. 6 laps to go. JBS running unopposed.
We can go ahead and call that one the world champion right now.
That's right.
I'll go out on a limb right now and do that.
He's going to go ahead and finish his laps and be the world champion. Michael's got a pretty nasty bruise from that wreck.
Anybody want to take that bet against me?
No, I'm good. The odds are in your favor.
Want to remind everyone out there, race control is having trouble with people cutting in with chatter on race control channels. So please, if you have a voice-activated mic, please cut your mics. If you're going to listen, that's one thing, but you're causing problems here with safety and monitoring what's happening on the race. Please cut your mics. No chatter on race control channels, please. All right, there's Team 25 down in the center of the course.
They're under tow. They have a rope on them.
Cheers to
James Lockyer.
Yep.
For making the trip.
That's right, from Southampton, UK. Team Farnsworth.
Now that they know that other boat's down and they know where the Waste Running Brands is, they're just going to make some laps and make sure their spotters keep them in the front of the race here.
At this point, with Team 25 going down, Farnsworth cannot finish off the top of the podium. They are going to pretty much be there.
He's just going to make the rest of these laps.
The world champion.
They're going to be the world champs. With one of the 2 teams going down in that VX or XV class, that pretty much opens the door for Farnsworth after 2 first-place finishes.
Talk about someone jumping into racing.
Wynn Farnsworth.
Wynn and Sarah have jumped into it feet first.
Yep.
Hancock Claims have jumped into it feet first, running the V Extreme. They have the Class 549 boat out there. They have the, it's not here, but they have it. Then I know they have the Super Cat. They bought the Broadco boat there. You're going to see some big things come out of that camp, too. Wynn and Sarah are amazing people, and they're doing a really good job. And their sponsor is full force behind them. And so we're super happy to have them here as well.
Race fans,
speaking of an amazing year.
Enjoy this for 5 more times. It'll be the last time you'll see him here in Key West. 222 offshore.
Did you hear that pop?
I did.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's probably running right on the rev limiter there. So.
Yeah.
So DF Young.
But it looks to me like Myrick and Tyler are trying to make a run here at second place in the Monster Energy boat.
Yeah,
they are not giving up.
Yeah, Monster Energy is bringing it from behind in third. Pothole Heroes continues to chase in the same position, bringing it to Monster Energy.
The Falco's right on them now, too.
Yeah, all 5 of your Class 1 boats.
The backside of that podium is going to be fun here. There's
traffic,
the battle.
Yeah, that traffic in those turns will change it up pretty quickly.
Can we get a look? And again, a little bit more of a swell there as the tide continues to run out pretty strong until about 2:30 here today. Doesn't appear that wind has materialized as forecast yet, but it is still expected to be at 15 to 17 at some point today.
Now let's see what
Look at this
Pothole
Harper
Heroes
run.
does with
Falco's right on the inside of Pothole Heroes
right
there.
outside of Pothole Heroes. So
It's
let's
almost
see how
one
these.
rooster tail.
We got a nice drag race shaping up here.
Yeah, Carlos de Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson in Pothole Heroes. They have been snake bit most of the year.
Monster's rooster is already laid down. You don't even see it in front of Potholes. So
That's the
let's see.
boat, Pothole Heroes, that won the Class 1 race here in Key West last year. 222 Offshore. Big tip of the cap going to the entire crew. You get down there and meet the entire crew at 222 Offshore, and gives you some indication of how they did it. They're a close-knit group, and everybody on board, the team players all the way. You can't underestimate the influence of Peter Muddy McGrath, who is part of the technical team there, and his input with Giovanni Carpatella, both world-class racers, making this team the best in the world.
I take it back, Peter. I don't think they've let off at all in that boat.
No, not at all.
Hancock.
You know what? They bought it this past year. They're having a good old time. Well, what can I tell you?
Hancock claims.
They got nothing to lose at this point.
Nope.
What's that?
They got nothing to lose there in that Hancock.
Yeah,
No.
leading all the way as we look
But
back.
Monster is around DF Young for second
They got
place.
It does appear, but they are on the outside.
Right.
Let's see how that
Let's-
shapes up as they head into turn number
And
2.
look at Pothole
Myrick's-
Heroes just came around. DF.
Myrick on that wheel, he'll cut that turn and solidify that spot.
We'll look back after 222 comes through. They're averaging a little under 100 miles an hour. They've pulled off a little bit, and now the fight
Now
for
let's
second.
see the battle here, yeah.
Monster Energy, 438 skater, Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle, battling side by side with DF Young. It appears they've edged forward into second. DF Young.
Oh, they're on the outside. Pothole's got around them too.
Hey, DF Young's got a problem, ladies and
without
gentlemen.
doubt he's got a
Yeah,
problem.
because Pothole Heroes is now up to third and DeFalco's fourth.
Monster Energy now in second.
If I'm going to guess on the DeFalco, they're pulling in right now, and I would
DF
guess that
Young.
water pressure got them again. They've been blowing a hose off all year long in that boat, trying to fight that water pressure issue in there.
Yep.
DeFalco
You know.
moves to the center of
That's
the
DF
field.
Young.
I'm sorry, DF Young moves to the center of the field.
Yeah,
And
he's jumping out. I bet he's going to make sure they're not dumping water in that boat right now.
Yep.
Or if it's still on, they'll come out and jump back in the race and start making some more laps.
It changes a lot there, though.
Yeah.
Or on fire. You never know when you lose a hose or something like that. You know, the thing overheats.
Rich Wyatt taking a look inside.
Now there's no concern with him having his helmet off.
You know you're supposed to keep it on.
Well, sometimes, you know, it's attached and
Yeah, all
Yeah,
that. It depends on what he's got in there. Yeah. I had to jump out in the spectator fleet one year, Chad and I on the Levy craft. The steering belt came off, and we lost steering coming out of the harbor turn, and we ended up just floating out in there because it wouldn't turn at all. And Chad jumped out and said, yeah, the belt's off. So I grabbed the tools. I had them with us in the boat because we'd had the problem in the practice day, and I put the belt back on, and we jumped back in the race and ended up getting second place that year.
Now make this interesting here. If Pothole Heroes can overcome Monster there and move into second, they'll find their way onto the podium with this DF Young breakdown right all of a sudden.
Yeah, a tough break for Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller. A fantastic season on the second half of it. A dominant win in the Midwest Challenge.
Well, let's see if they
to
get
end
back
the
going
season
again.
before heading to the season ender for the Class 1 World Championship. And they're not out, and see if Rich was able to get anything accomplished there. But still, they were running well in second up until coming in here to the harbor.
And here's Pothole Heroes on camera, but right in their rooster tail, you just don't see them. DeFalco was right there.
Oh, they've been
Let's
stalking
see.
them all morning long.
That side exhaust, Peter Meyer, just like that Instigator boat.
yeah, mine was a little different, up a little further, so it was a little louder.
Yeah.
Continuing to average 98 miles per lap now. 222 Offshore as they coast in first. Watch that sweet lady go by one more time. 222 Offshore.
Ed and Anthony don't lay off of that boat. They still run it just like you guys did. It's still the
here's-
baddest V in the sea as far as I'm
No
concerned.
doubt, no doubt about
Monster
it.
in second.
Monster in second.
Pothole
Potholes
is up to third.
in third still.
Yep. And here's DeFalco in fourth. Will come right into your screen. There we.
It appears DF Young's under power, but it looks like that engine hatch is still popped. I don't think they're going to make it
not
back
going
into the
anywhere.
race. Yeah. I was hoping they'd get back in.
Good look at the JBS team, excuse me, that's out as they head out onto the chop towards turn number 2.
That signature MTI deck line.
Again.
And here's the victory.
She sails in the lead. The sweet lady of 222 Offshore, Australian Navy.
What a boat.
And if you look at Darren, speaking of sailing, you look at Darren Nicholson's bio, and there's a photo of him growing up sailing.
Right.
He used to be a competitive sailboat racer, so.
How many laps we got left? 2.5?
They're out on,
They're on
2.5
right
correct.
now, yeah.
Yeah, 2.5.
Well, sailboat races aren't going to go over well down here.
No, but
Not
you learn strategy, you learn aerodynamics, you learn.
You do, and you learn how to really cut the other guy off at the right time.
Well, when Mike Fiore bought Outer Limits,
Right.
it was an old sailboat manufacturing company, and they said, "Oh, the sailboat racers are just as cheat. They cheat just as much as the powerboat guys."
I think they cheat more.
Well, that's why you need strong governance. APBA UIM, we welcome them. I mean, set up a structured racing environment, and everybody is
Hopefully doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
222 still.
DF Young taking on water. We're getting that report from
okay.
Race Control, and you
Who
could.
is?
Yep.
DF Young just got back up on plane, probably
Yeah,
just
they were
to
gonna
try to
pull.
get in.
They're going to try and get in and.
I bet if they're taking water, they're going to cross and get to the crane and get that thing out of the water as fast as possible to keep that salt water from getting too deep in there and messing it up, you know.
I want to remind everyone, Race Control has told us they've been hearing a lot of chatter on comms, Race Control comms, so please do not have your automatic mics on. Do not talk on Race Control channels, please. 222 Offshore, Australian Navy, just 2 laps left to go. To cap off a remarkable season. The MCon team, their Monster Energy Class 1.
Debut has gone
438
amazingly
skater.
well.
Wow,
Yeah, great job,
they
guys.
talk about having a great second half to the season. The Monster Energy Class 1 team in second. And Pothole Heroes in third.
When you're getting around boats and changing position in competition like this, that's impressive.
And DeFalco in fourth.
Currently, DeFalco's a huge fan of MCon because right now he's on the podium as long as MCon can keep Pothole Heroes in front, behind him.
Keep them at bay.
Yep, so DeFalco's kind of rooted on MCon right now.
And it'll be curious to see if Johnny's got another ace up his sleeve to get around Monster.
There goes DF Young getting it over to the crane so they can get that thing to safety.
You don't want that thing sinking.
No, all that salt water just eats everything up. Get it out as fast as you can.
It would give Herbie something to do.
And here's race-winning brands.
So the real race here, ladies and
skater.
gentlemen, is in Class 2, second place, Monster Energy and Pothole Heroes. Carlos De Quesada, Johnny Tomlinson, 9 seconds behind the Monster Energy 438 skater with Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller.
That's not a very far gap between Pothole Heroes and DeFalco right now.
No,
it's about the
No.
same by the looks of it.
Pothole Heroes look like they dropped back a little bit, though.
Yep. Well, Skater's turning a 438. Pothole Heroes is turning a 49 in the harbor.
Oh, are they?
Well, no, I mean, it's the length of the boat.
Oh, yeah, the big boat, yeah.
So if it's not that rough,
No.
Johnny's not going to have the advantage he was hoping for.
we'll have intermission here in between this
Here's
race.
JBS.
Harbor's closed from 11:30 to 12:30, and we'll come back with racing immediately after with the stock 450R class.
I'm hoping we see that new JBS skater next year if they get it done and get it put together in time.
Just 2 more passes in front of the fans of the Monster Energy fan zone here at the Outer Mulder Truman Annex in front of the Harbor Hotels. This is 222 Offshore. They are prepared to cap a UIM Class 1 Points World Championship this season with another World Championship here at the Race World Offshore 3-day World Championship races in Key West, Florida. It's the first time Giovanni Carpatella and Darren Nicholson have raced here in Key West, and all they've done is lead every lap.
That's astounding.
They sound smooth.
Every lap, all
yeah.
3 days, correct?
Well, the very first start, MCon took out, and then they had the red flag on the X insurance slip, and then after that, he's led every other bit of the way.
Yeah,
They were 8 seconds behind MCon's Monster Energy team just through, down a second to Pothole Heroes. They've moved up 1 second here with 1 lap to go.
They're not going to do it.
DeFalco rooting on Monster Energy's Class 1 team. And what a story that would be for Mike Falco and Billy Moore, who got their first podium in Class 1 here in Key West, to end up on the podium for the biggest race in the world, the Key West World Championships here in Class 1.
They're in position right now.
Peter, I mean, talk about how hard it is to win this thing. 3 days.
It is hard, and you know, you're always worrying about what the other guy is doing, and somebody's in the background counting points. It's like, forget about the points. You know, we need just to finish, and you would know better than anybody to watch it every year.
Yeah, if the points don't, if you don't finish a race, the points don't really matter, do they, Peter?
No, they don't.
What an amazing year for 222 Offshore in the UIM Class 1 World Series. Race-winning brands continuing to run well, but not as well as Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims in the VX Extreme V-Bottom class. Great season for them as well.
It is good to know Sunday going in what position you're in, you know, because it's kind of the day.
That's when you're sitting there figuring it out, but I mean...
Seeing DF Young heading to the rain to get out after taking on water and exiting the race after lap number 8, running second all day long. We'll be looking for 222 Offshore to head back into the Monster Energy fan zone for the final time to take the checkered flag for their Class 1 World Championship here in Key West.
Peter, when did you first race here?
83 or 80. I started in 82, but I think I came down to 83, 84.
And here they come, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Class 1 World Champion, and now your Key West Class 1 World Champion. 222 Offshore, Australian Navy. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella cap an amazing season. And finishing in second will be the Monster Energy 438 skater. Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller will take second to the podium in the World Championships.
Very nicely done.
Yep, absolutely. What a day for those guys.
Pothole Heroes
will take third, and finishing fourth today and onto the podium for the World Championships in Class 1, Mike Falco.
Billy Moore.
Billy Moore in the outer limits. DeFalco. Salute.
So, Joey, do we have MCon on the podium?
MCon is
second?
number 2 on the podium, yep.
Okay.
And then third is actually DeFalco, slides in there. 14 points above DF Young, and 17 points ahead of Pothole Heroes there.
So we're just going to keep the V-bottoms running to complete their laps.
We may. I mean,
I might be off a lap for them.
Yeah, I have one more lap for the Vs.
They're holding the flag because the harbor under contract has to be closed at 11:30. I think now that the Class 1 boats come, when each one of the other boats come around, it's going to be an official finish.
But if you want to talk about dedication to the sport, how long has the guy throttling JBS been doing this?
Mike Stancombe.
Holy cow. He's
How
been
many
doing this
different-
since he was a kid, and
Yeah.
then, different teams. He ran our boats for 2 years, you know, in our Class 5 boat, him and JJ
Absolutely.
Turk. Great guy to have on our team.
Now that, and here comes the Hancock Claims
Race
boat.
with the Historic Peppers team and Super
Yep.
Cat Light. Here comes your winner in the VX class, your V-Bottom Extreme. It's Hancock Claims Team Farnsworth. They'll win the World Championship here in Key West for 2024. Finishing in second. Nice run this year. I think we're going to see a lot more out of this boat next season. Race-winning brands.
Looks like that water's pretty much the same as whole race out there. It's a little bumpy, but I didn't see it change much out there. It looks like it's a little rougher coming into turn 2, coming down towards the harbor.
Not going to feel
Well,
it.
right there, that JBS boat's bouncing around a little bit. That's that hole out there. It's always there in the
Not
water.
going to feel any need to cinch up that back brace when you go out in your little 29-footer.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I was sitting over the whole time thinking, do we want Jesse and Brad to race, or me and Chad to get in there? We all did our physicals this morning, so we can rock, scissors, paper who's going to race.
Race-winning brand, second today in the World Championship.
Good return to the sport for Bill McComb. Good to see him back out.
And JBS will wrap up their win today in Extreme unopposed in the Unlimited class.
Looks like Hancock's going to make their last lap.
Yeah.
JBS pulled in.
They had the checker flag up. I'm pretty sure race control is going to ask them to.
Well, and here's why, too. If they pulled in right now and Waste-Winning Brands finished their laps, then they would actually pass them. They'd be a lap down. So unless race control officially makes the call to finish the race on that pass there. So,
I mean, they did have the checkered flag up as they went across.
But when you're in a racer in that boat,
Oh,
you want to make sure that you finish.
You're not listening and looking at anything.
Yeah. I got tape on my dash. I still got laps left.
One name for you, Peter, Kurt Russell.
But he brought a lot of fame, without Copeland and stuff like that.
He also missed a lap count and cost them one race, I think, right?
Yes, he did.
You're listening to live coverage here in Key West on the home of powerboat racing year-round. We follow it for you right here on the Zone each week. 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance broadcast booth. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit control hydraulic transom lift system in the world at Porte Performance. We build performance into everything. Getting ready for 222 Offshore to take their checkered flag for the final time. Here, you're listening to.
And as a journalist, you love going up to talk to Giovanni because you never know what you're going to get.
You got to remember, Kurt Russell was hoping to get off the boat and hit the Goldie Horn.
Well, Don had Melanie at the time, too.
Well,
Yeah, I was around for some of that. It was pretty cool stuff. Kurt Russell was the coolest celebrity you could ever imagine.
He didn't bother anybody.
Or he'd come up to you and ask you, did you see the score of the Lakers game? And you turn around, it's Kurt Russell. Yeah. He talked to anybody down on the docks, and it made you feel good as if you were as a staff member out there when he ran there in 91. Hancock claims, well, they took a victory lap, I think, for all intents and purposes.
Yep.
I say it's okay. Winner and world champion in the VX Extreme team.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, Kurt Russell and all this other stuff. I'm a little bit too young for that.
Yeah, I know.
You said you started racing in 84. We started racing here 34 years after that in 2018.
82 was the first one.
Yeah, 82. Nice.
Our live stream brought to you by Maximum Inflation, the presenting live stream sponsor. Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Since 1965, Leland Gas Technologies has made CO cartridges that inflate the life jackets used daily by fighter pilots, NASA astronauts, naval seamen, the U.S. Coast Guard, and offshore powerboat racers worldwide. They all rely on Maximum Inflation. Its reliability is there when it's needed the most. Recreational boaters go to West Marine, Cabela's, and Bass Pro stores to rearm their life jackets with Maximum Inflation brand rearming kits designed for your model life jacket and approved by Underwriters Laboratories, U.S. Coast Guard.
And there's the presentation of the checkered flag to 222 Offshore, Australia.
Hey, Todd, I'm going to get out of here for the day and let you guys have this. And I want to thank my wife for letting me sit here and do this with you guys for the
Billy,
day.
we thank you so much for coming. And as always, you do a fantastic job, provide tremendous insight. We'll be rooting for you later on today in the Levy Craft Team Woody in the bracket classes.
Sounds good. Y'all have a great day. Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your stay here in Key West.
Keep it upright.
I'm going to be heading out, too. I want to thank everybody from APBA. I want to thank all you other announcers, and I want to thank Larry and everybody from Key West. You guys all do a great job.
Peter Meyer, a legend from the Instigator team, many others.
Fever.
Yep, no doubt. Peter Meyer, thank you very much, sir. Good to see
Thank you.
And there is your world champions, 222 Offshore, just going off camera as we look in to the X Insurance Helicam. And that's everybody wave. That's the X Insurance VIP hospitality area. And we just got sprayed by the chopper. Yeah.
the
Very
wettest
good.
I've got all week.
All this electrical equipment. No worries.
It's okay. Yes, thank you. Very nice. Coming up, race 3 after the intermission. Harbor's closed from 11:30 to 12:30. And then immediately following, we're going to have shotgun starts beginning at 12:30. The Factory 450R boats, followed by Super Cat, then a break, then Super Stock and the bracketed boats immediately following. So we got a lot more action coming your way the rest of the afternoon. Rad Beats Race Village. Stop by and see what's happening in the Rad Beats Race Village after the races before the award ceremony at 6 o'clock tonight at the Truman Annex Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Race World Offshore would like to express our sincere gratitude to Rad Beats for joining us as a sponsor in Key West. Your steadfast support elevates our events to new heights, making them truly exceptional. Thank you for your invaluable contribution, Rad Beats. Hey, if you're out here on the outer mall, walk through the mall and check out the Monster Energy Fan Zone. Get a refreshing Monster Energy and check out the interactive fan zone and watch cool Monster Energy motorsports right on the big screen.
DF Young is safely on the crane.
Yep. Just passing in front of us, we were giving a wave to Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella, winners today in 222 Offshore. And also, special thanks to Tuna Skin. Tuna Skin, the official apparel sponsor of the Race World Offshore Key West World Championship. See them here also on the mall at the Truman Annex Outer Mall area. All right, we're going to take a break from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Come back with more. Powerboat Racing will be in our halftime report on the way, brought to you by Lichty Marine. Here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. And again, thanks for joining us on the Race World Offshore Facebook page for our live stream presented by Maximum Inflation.
Take a walk down Duval Street. Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans House right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event. Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back, everybody, here to the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, presented by Race World Offshore. We are live at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, We build performance into everything. Time for our first Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report for the day. Lichty Marine of Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Well, it's still morning. Good morning, everybody, and already a lot of action here on race day number 3, the final race day for this 42nd Annual World Championships. And we got a big halftime report coming up for you. Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to chat with Mark Waddington, one of the owners of Performance Boat Center, one of the huge sponsors of this race. And then a little bit later on, Larry Blyle, president of Race World Offshore, will get us caught up on how everything is going this week and what's left for today. I am Rick Lopez, along with my broadcast partner, Joey Cook from the Keys Citizen. And Joey, wow, already a lot of action and still so much more to come here on this Sunday.
Yeah, we've already got some of the bigger, races to go. I mean, gone. Class 1 is already done. If you have not missed your chance, you were not down here this morning in time, and you missed that 222 Offshore Australian, the Navy boat, you missed a classic right there. It's a beautiful, beautiful boat right there, and
well,
again, I can't say enough about that vessel.
What about the run for that Australian team? They've conquered the seas all over the world now. They had never come here before. This was their first trip here to Key West. And Joey, first place finishes all 3 days. That boat ran so smooth. And today, wire to wire again and get the World Championship.
Yeah, they're deserving of that title. That is, like I said, it outclassed the rest of that class. It really did. And it was some great boats in there. That M-Con ran really strong for the year and did a great job to fight himself all the way up into that podium position and get second place. The DeFalco, and you feel so horrible for the DF Young because they had some great runs, but, attrition is big, and they couldn't make it through those 2 races there, just dropping them all the way back to just off the podium there. Mm-hmm. So, you look at the end, there was some good racing, but Pothole Heroes, to see them come back the way they did after that incident in the first lap on the very first day.
And they were in a
had
flip.
To pull off.
Yeah,
they weren't flipped, but they were they were right next to the X Insurance. I don't know if they took some damage off that or what.
Yeah,
but
right.
Then to see them come back and to kick third today. So there was a lot of great racing and a lot of great boats in that class hitting triple-digit speeds. But on top of that is that Navy boat, that Aussie Offshore, that 222, made them look like they were almost going in reverse that time. That boat was just so keyed in and so hauled up, propped right, call it what you want. I don't think you can set that boat up incorrectly. It just runs so beautifully, and it was something to watch out there. It was a spectacle all week.
Yeah, and then the Monster Energy team, it just kept hanging in there, finished in second place. And Pothole Heroes, as Joey mentioned, moved up onto the podium at third place.
For today. They moved on the podium for today, but in the World Championships, they've just missed out of that right there. Had they gotten past Monster, they would have jumped themselves into the podium for the week. They got in the third place for the World Championship, but they couldn't get around Monster there.
And DeFalco.
Holds on with that fourth place finish today. They sat right in the middle of the fleet all week and ended up with third place on the World Championship podium.
All right, that was one of the highlights of the second race start. We had the Extremes just finish here in front of us. Joey, an interesting class there. 4 boats were racing out there, one by itself. The JBS Racing made it all the way through. They win the world title there. But what I'm fascinated by Extreme is on Wednesday, everybody broke down.
Yeah, and everybody broke down. It was good to see them all fight back the last 2 days. They really did complete their laps, and it made it very interesting. But that Farnsworth was well in control most of the week. Even when they broke down that very first day, they were able to get their boat going back up and move into position to take the checkered flag all 3 days. They didn't do the lead all 3 days, but they are one of the few teams that can say that they won all 3 races to clearly go ahead and take this title as world champion in the VX class.
Yeah, one of the things that's happening here today, Joey, is we're mixing up the start times. It's completely different than the way when we started on Wednesday. Remember, we shook it up again on Friday, and now shaking it up again here today. And then the day got started right at 10 a.m. where you had the Mod Vs taking the course out there.
Yeah, we did. The Mod Vs started us today. Yeah, they were the very first ones. And like we said, the Sun Prince, man, they knew where they were You know, the Hurricane of Awesomeness, the LSB had the trouble on the very first day, and because of that, he was, he had to fight back from being lapped down.
He
didn't
finish on day one.
On Wednesday,
right.
He did not finish. He was sitting in second place position and had engine trouble, did not be able to complete it, and fell all the way back to this. It's a big class with 8 boats in it that very first day, 7 ran today. So you fall back to 7th place on that first day. It makes it tough to come back. But with 2 checkered flags, now mind you, the LSB, that number 66, the Hurricane of Awesomeness, won Friday and won Sunday. So they have more checkered flags than the Sunprint. The Sunprint took first place and then second place. So in the end, LSB has more checkered flags, but that first day falling all the way 7th place, while Sunprint went first, second. Sunprint knew what they had to do. They did not try to run down LSB. They sat comfortably in second place the whole way. Heck, they could have even taken third and still been your world champions. So nice run for them to pull that off, and congrats to that Sunprint team.
Yeah, and in this classification, the Mod V, really, Joey, it goes back to day one. Here today,
it really does. It does. It's with
LSB, breaking down.
And they're still good. They're on the podium
laps.
still. They're still the number 2 team in the World Championship race right there. They get 2 podiums at the top, and the one they're left off altogether makes the difference. They end up second on the World Championship podium for the week. But still, that's a good congratulations to them. In third place in that class, boat floaters again. Fast Boys made the run to third place today, but Fast Boys needed to do more than that. They needed to get all the way around, and boat floaters knew in order to get anything higher than third on the podium, they would have had to go chase down the LSB and have the boat float and Sunprint fall at boat 2. So at that point, boat floaters knew that it was going to be tough. So why go try to break the boat? Run the boat smart. Run to a 4th place today and get on the podium, World Championship number 3 in the title hunt.
Right. So, boy, some exciting stuff right off the bat here. Another nice day. Actually, a really nice day to be out here as we got, it's not as hot or sunny. Good breeze out here. Great fan experience. Had a chance to go through the race village, Joey, before the start of race number 1. It is packed out there. By the way, if you're thinking about going out to Fort Zachary Taylor to park, forget about that. That was filled up at about just after 10 o'clock today. The best spot to get out is to come out here to the Outer Mole and join us here and go through the Rap Beats Race Village, go through all this. There's so many goodies out here. I can't even list it. It's Sunday of race day. It is a spectacular day out here. And Joey, we got so many more races to come.
Yeah, it's not over yet. It's still 4 more to go for the rest of the afternoon. And when we come back from this, we got 3 of the most exciting race classes out there. The Stock 450 is going to start us right back up. That's got a great battle right there between TS Motorsports and GC Racing are right neck to neck coming into that one. A lot of good 6 boats in that class, going to be a lot of fun. And then to follow, they're going to go bang, bang, bang right after each other, And right after that's going to be the Super Stock class running. They're up to, I think there's 13 laps in the Super Stock. And 10 in the Super Stock. Super Cat has 13. And Super Cat is really, with 11 boats out there, it's going to be exciting. Anything can happen today. Anything can go crazy, tipsy-turvy. And there's a lot of titles still to be won. And then the brackets will close this off today, and there's a lot of titles to be won. There's 25 boats to finish off the day there. So tons of boats still to race here. Tons of excitement still to come. Like I said, the 75-boat fleet, but we still have 30, almost 40 of them still to go here today.
Yeah, we're worldwide with our broadcast. Want to say hi to our buddy Tony Acosta, who is driving his big tractor trailer through the great state of Utah listening right
now.
That's
awesome, man.
One of the great Conch baseball players. Hey, Tony, yeah, it's me out here, and glad to have you with us. And wherever you're tuned in around the world, online at thezone977.com with your phones and iHeartRadio and TuneIn. Don't forget about the live stream coverage. You can go check that out, which carries our broadcast at Race World Offshore's Facebook page. And if you're driving around in Key West terrestrial, we are at 97.7 on your FM dial. All right, we're just getting going with the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. When we come back, we're going to chat with Mark Waddington. He is one of the owners of Performance Boat Center, a major player here at the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Don't go away. Plenty more to do here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center as we head toward the lunchtime hour. Remember, the harbor is closed from now until 12:30 when our third race will get going at 12:30. Back after this here on your home of the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way, diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters shucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
Powerboating in Paradise returns to the Florida Keys November 7th through the 13th with the Florida Powerboat Club's 31st annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. This week-long event features 250 powerboat teams and 2,000 participants from around the globe, enjoying the beautiful waterways of the Florida Keys and Key West, and the luxurious guest experience from hotel partners including Hyatt Centric Key West, The Marker, Pier House, and Casa Marina. Join the fun at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Thursday through Saturday.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun with its 6-person capacity. This center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
Hey, race enthusiasts and dog lovers, Bubba Todd here. Tell you about the cool stuff you'll find at Coco's Monkey. Proud sponsors of Superstock race team Coco's Monkey. So a little Key West Island clothing store is sponsoring a national offshore race team, and their unique name is born for a love of dogs. Something near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure many of you out there. Love their cool race shirt with 2 inspirational pups that have inspired the Coco's Monkey brand racing atop their race boat. Check them out on the mall at the Outer Mole during the races. You can even book a backcountry sandbar hopping charter with their very own Sea Monkey charters. Visit them at cocosmonkey.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
That's right. We're back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance. We build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. We continue with the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon is a full-service and parts department. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Great to have you along for the ride on this final day of our World Championships here in Key West. Rick Lopez now joined by the voice of Offshore Powerboat Racing, Todd Swafford, and we have a very special guest with us here. It's Mark Waddington, one of the owners of Performance Boat Center, title sponsor of the World Championships with Race World Offshore. Mark, welcome to the Broadcast Center. How you doing, my man?
I'm good, thank you.
How's the week been?
Really busy, as it always is.
And Todd, Performance Boat Center, man, what a job they do, and really a massive part of why we're here this week.
Yeah, they're always supporting powerboat racing. Of course, highly involved in it. Got involved with Super Cat Racing, won back-to-back World Championships in the mid-2010s there with John Tomlinson and Myrick Coyle. And since then, you've gone Superstock Racing, Rusty Williams and Myrick Racing, 2021 World Championship. But you guys are super busy. This is the is the high-performance powerboat capital of the world, Performance Boat Center. And I know, okay, you're probably tired of answering this question, but people from Florida are just like, "Now, come on, Osage Beach." No, it's not. It is. There's more coastline there than California, I'm pretty sure,
It is.
right?
That's correct, yeah. It's a hodgepodge of all kinds of boating, but it's definitely a center for performance boating. Everybody, I mean, years ago, Fountain was a huge hit there. Skaters there, MTI's there now. We're there, Performance Powerboats, Sensation. It's just, I mean, it's a hodge. You have everything. You just do. You have everything.
You're right between St. Louis, Kansas City. A lot of people who come in on the weekend, they have have homes there, and they want to, in the summer, they want to enjoy the weather and get out on the boat.
Yeah, lots of second and third homes there, and we see a lot of performance boaters that come from all over the country. And honestly, during COVID, we had even more come in, and people were buying and staying and figuring out they want to have vacation homes there. So we've actually increased the number of performance boaters in the last few years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mark Waddington of Performance Boat Center joins us, his partner Brett Menier. And you guys also brought in a longtime employee of yours, Myrick Coyle, into the group as well.
Yeah, about 10 years ago. Myrick specialized with, originally with Anheuser-Busch and then Naughty Marine, and was racing. And honestly, our racing actually started because of Myrick. Me and Myrick sitting there, I think like 2012, talking about it, and we said, well, let's go ahead and get a boat. So we bought a skater, and Myrick focused on the build and the construction and the setup of it. And then I think our first championship was like 2015, and then we did back-to-backs in 2016, 2017.
Yeah, and beyond that, I mean, so racing is in your blood there, obviously, and Myrick's such a big part of that. But and it's not just your teams that you support, and all of these other folks that help them with their high performance boats or pleasure boats. But you support so many teams here on the offshore racing circuit.
We do, yeah. We support 2 Super Cat boats that run in that class. We support 1 Class 1 boat, and then we support our Super Stock boat. So, and we've been asked to support other boats, but honestly, we've just had to deny because we just don't have the staff to keep up with our current customers also. So.
Yeah, but last year, I remember on the podium, I think at that time, all 3 of the boats that were on the podium were out of Performance Boat Center.
Correct. We did. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. So we've had really good luck. We got a really good set of staff on the technical side. Myrick does a great job with everybody, and we appreciate and want to support as many boats as possible and see them win. Like I said, we support multiple boats in Super Cats. So at the end of the day, we want any of our boats to win and be competitive in those classes.
Mark, I'm sorry, Todd. You're talking and listening to you and Todd and talking about the history of Performance Boat Center. How does Performance Boat Center come the title sponsor with Race World Offshore? How did that fit in with you guys, and how did that all come about?
Well, we've been talking to Larry about it, and for us, being around performance boaters is key for selling boats and working in our business. So we want to be around them. And as you know, there's so many people that it's a bucket list item to come to Key West and go to the races and be part of this event here this week. And a lot of people return and come back over and over again. And this is probably, other than some of the events we go to at Lake of the Ozarks, this is the biggest event of performance
Super Bowl,
power
right?
boaters.
I mean, this is the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So it's something we want to be part of, and we want to sponsor and support Larry on it. And honestly, I have a lot of respect for Larry, and he does a great job, and it's somebody I'd want to be partnered with.
Yeah, and beyond the powerboat races, the poker run has been here for 3 decades.
Correct.
And Stu Jones doing a great job with the Florida Powerboat Club. And it's so it's rewarding now to see that Larry is running the World Championship races, that there's synergy between those 2 events, because that's the way it should be. The poker run is now becoming part of this huge event. It always was a huge part of this event.
Yeah, it always has been, and you have to. They each have to encompass each other and support each other, and that's what makes both of them successful. One without the other probably wouldn't be nearly as successful. And for us, so for example, we have people that come down here for the races on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they fly back home to Miami to bring boats down on Thursday, for the poker run. So it's a busy week and busy event, but it's definitely worthwhile for all of us.
And you've seen the evolution of that event to what it is now. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, and honestly, both Stu and Larry have logistic nightmares ahead of them, to do these events, and they both do a great job with it. So it's cool to see 2 people that are really good in what they do come together and make something happen for Key West.
And you guys recently launched your performance line, and you were down at the Conch Republic Seafood Company.
Yeah, performance powerboats. We've got a couple models in there, the 360 and the 420, and we've been building the 360 for about 5 years now, but it's definitely a sweet spot for us in the performance side of things. We have 2 really strong other products with MTI and Sensation, and we're really heavily involved in both those companies. And so even when we're sitting here talking about the podiums and everything else, I'm right next to MTI, clapping and making sure that they're on the podium too. Which they've had a great Key West this year, so we've been fun watching Taylor Sism run.
If you would give us just some final comments, an event I've never been to, would certainly love to, is the shootout. And you guys are involved in that as well.
Yeah, we're the title sponsor of the shootout, and it's kind of the fast boat thing of the world, and it's a whole different type of event. But every year we see more performance boats at Lake of the Ozarks just because of that event than we see anywhere else in the world. And it's fun being part of that event. It's fun seeing boats go fast. Like Myrick and Rusty jumped into a boat 3 weeks before shootout and ended up running that boat, 180, 190 miles an hour, something like that, with that Dirty Duck.
The Dirty was like 184, I know.
And they just set it up. They only had a couple weeks to set it up and get it ready, right? But they set it up, got it ready, went out there and ran 180 miles an hour and smiled afterwards, right? So
what about this guy, Myrick Coyle? I mean, what a charmed life he leads, huh?
He does. The poor guy, everybody has his phone number, so everybody, he's the largest free consultant in the world. Everybody calls him and says, hey, what if I do this? What if I do that?
But he's got to run in all of these amazing boats and the American Ethanol boat as well, and every year doing something at the shootout, which is an absolutely amazing event. I was glad to see it on the live stream this year.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a really intriguing and fun event for people to attend.
Mark, it's been a heck of a week, hasn't it?
It's crazy. I told somebody
the other day. Have you slept
Yeah,
yet?
yeah, I have a little bit. But I told everybody, it says, you don't understand, and I'm sure Larry feels the same thing, but it's you get to the last race, and the last race is over, and it feels like this monkey just jumped off your back, right? And you're going, oh my gosh, it's done.
It's done. Mark Waddington, great to see you. Congratulations, Performance Boat Center, everything you guys do, along with being the title sponsor of our race. Thanks so
Thank
much
you
for
so much.
stopping by, and we'll all be cheering on your boat coming up here pretty soon, Superstar class.
2:30, thank you.
Thanks, Bubba. That's Mark Waddington. He is one of the owners of Performance Boat Center and the title sponsor here of the Race World Offshore 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We got plenty more to do. We're in the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. As we approach the 12 o'clock hour, we're back right after this here on your home of the 42nd Annual World Championship Key West Offshore Powerboat Races, The Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food and drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
And now, before we head back to our coverage, here's a very important person to add to the race team inspection team for Race World Offshore, and our official director of medical and safety, also the president of Maximum World Championships. Our live stream
Steiner
sponsor
joins us, the chief of medical and safety. Quite an endeavor that you have here. Probably the top tier, most important thing that goes on associated with any of these APBA UIM races. Medical safety rescue, and you deploy a lot of top-tier professionals, and the assets are here to protect the safety of the racers.
Yeah, we have the standard team that we've been using for multiple seasons now. A lot of experienced guys, qualified guys, and really top tier operators. So we've had a busy 2023 offshore season. Quite a few incidents, and thankfully, all our rescues were effective and efficient. So we're looking to keep that track record going.
Tell us about the number of people that you have on the course and how they're deployed.
Sure. We got a 15-man roster. We'll have 6 medical boats out there. We strategically place those in, the rescue boats in the turns, and then we have 2 other designated boats that we call transport boats, and those are the boats that if we do have to transport somebody injured, to the shore, to the waiting EMS or ambulance, those are designated as transport 1 and 2. And then we fly an Angel helicopter with myself up front and 2 rescue divers that we deploy in the back.
You have assets as well at every race. Dr. Kelly Reed has traveled around with you at many races this year. She's here on site in hometown Key West. You also have Dr. Mike Jansen that's here as well.
Sure, yeah, and having Dr. Reed and Dr. Jansen around is such a valuable asset for us. Because we are paramedic and EMT trained, but having that extra level of, emergency care available, to these racers is invaluable.
It's not just race day, really. It's more that you inspect the boats, and you make sure that they have everything that they need to be as safe as they can out there on the water.
Sure. Yeah, we have a comprehensive and consistent safety and pre-race safety inspection program that, and it's not to find violations, it's to prevent, any type of incidents or mishaps. So, the guys that inspect, J.R. Anderson and Corey Philman and those guys, they're on it, and, they form a really good relationship with the racers by talking to them, about different safety features or suggestions. So that's come a long way, over the years as far as just building that rapport with the racers. As far as, like I said, it's not a looking for violations or anything like that. It's more so, hey, how do we prevent anything from happening?
And these teams, they want to win, no doubt. But you guys are the most important thing to them because they know that you are overseeing their rescue should something go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, without the racers, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. But it's definitely a mutual respect, that we've mutual respect and mutual relationships that we've developed over the years with these racers. So it's kind of a very cool thing. It's like a big family. So we're all in it. We're invested, in every way. So yeah, it's an honor to do what we do.
You mentioned J.R. Anderson, your crew he's put together a really good dunker test. It really simulates an enclosed canopy, and you put this in the water. Guys have to go, it's mandatory, never race. A lot of guys go through it multiple times so that they feel like it's second nature to them to know what happens when you get turned upside down.
Absolutely, and it's I just got a text from one of the guys that's at the dunker right now over at the college pool telling me that they're having teams go through multiple times just to even fine-tune that skill. So I love when that happens. I love when, some racers want to go through it just once and be done with it. They're good for a year. Other racers, they see the value in it and they go through it multiple times, which I appreciate that.
Yeah. Key West can be a challenge too, as in any rough race. Key West, particularly with that tide that's running, can create issues. Obviously, you don't want to be deployed, but if you do, you have to deal with whatever conditions are in front of you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's kind of my job up front of the helicopter, is to position that helicopter in a way that we're taking into account the currents, the wind, oncoming, racing fleet. There's a lot of information and intelligence being taken in a split second. So it's a challenge, but we love it.
Do a great job, Sean Steiner. Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, Tom.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Yeah, it's the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races.
Glad to have you with us here. There we go. From the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report, Lichty Marina Marathon has a full service and parts department, Lichty Marine, where you also find a complete line of new and used boats at 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon. We're live here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We'll be joined shortly by President of Race World Offshore, Larry Blyle. Our coverage on the Zone of this year's World Championship brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marina Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Fast Boats, Boots, and Boats concert they had last night, big success. Florida Powerboat Club, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, We've Got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures, and more. El Maison de Pepe, Beach Weekend Key West, Bourbon Street Pub, and Fair Villa Sexy Things. So we're in the middle of our halftime report. The harbor is closed right now. They closed the Key West Harbor from 11:30 to 12:30. Our next race will come your way at 12:30, and it's a big one, the Stock 450s. We're going to break that down. We're going to chat with Larry Blyle as well, President of Race World Offshore, as we are just past the noontime hour here on the final day of the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone 97.7 WAVK. We're back right after this.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans house right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
And now, before we head back to the pits, a word with Leland Stanford, part of the inspection team for Race World Offshore and our official starter. Also the president of Maximum Inflation, our live stream sponsor. Joined by Leland Stanford, and you know him from the inspection trailer. He's one of the chief scrutinizers doing technical work on all of these races, but he's also the head of Maximum Inflation, our live stream sponsor. Glad to have you on board with us.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I love Key West. I got a house down here, and I wouldn't miss this race for anything.
Tell us about Maximum Inflation.
Yeah, Maximum Inflation was something that came about in the late 1980s when we decided to get into the life jacket industry. And since then, we've been supplying gas cartridges filled with CO2 on those yellow life jackets that you see on airplanes. And then in the 90s, that spread to powerboats. And the Coast Guard finally approved the use of inflatable life jackets for powerboats in 1997. And it's been all uphill since then.
A whole bunch of agencies adopted these.
Yeah, that's correct. We also supply the U.S. military. The military is the largest consumer of gas cartridges for their inflatables, and you would even see that on a fighter pilot. Fighter pilot's always got two of his inflatables on there with gas cartridges, and every Coast Guardman that you see out there has got gas cartridges in his life jacket.
And also has been ultimately important, in the offshore racing industry.
Yeah, it sure has. Back in the days of Superboat, we promoted the use of inflatable life jackets for the racers. One company in particular called Switlick, they produce an inflatable life jacket used on helicopters. And you would see most of the racers wearing that style inflatable.
How is that working today?
Well, so what's happened is APBA at the end of last season put the kibosh on inflatable life jackets. Kibosh is a technical term, by the way. And so what was happening was a couple of the life jacket manufacturers had written a letter to APBA essentially saying, hey, we did not approve our inflatable life jackets for the use on offshore powerboat racing. Okay, fair enough. However, in my opinion, I think APBA jumped the gun a little bit. They went to a buoyant vest known as a lifeline jacket, and that's what the racers are wearing today at this race.
What are you guys doing, trying to open up some lines of communication to get Maximum Inflation's side of the story heard?
So that's a great question. So, I've been in this industry for over 35 years. The marine industry directly supports the boat racing industry. They go hand in hand. And I sit on the Standards Technical Committee for the life jacket manufacturing in North America. I also sit on a U.S. Coast Guard Federal Advisory Group for fishing vessel safety that also focuses on life jackets and other safety gear. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to open the eyes of APBA so that always priority is the racers are safe and that they have the proper inflation when they need it. Our current opinion is that the lifeline life jackets that you'll see the racers wearing at the races here today is that they may have a problem trying to get out of their cockpit if the boat is inverted. In other words, a driver would have to swim out of the vessel if it was submerged. They literally have to swim downwards to get to safety. And that's counterintuitive to all of us up here on land. But when you're upside down in a boat and there's something terrible going on, you want to get out of there quickly. And in our opinion, an inflatable life jacket is much better suited for that because there is no buoyancy associated with an inflatable life jacket before it's activated. However, the lifeline capsule suits that these drivers are being made to wear today do have positive buoyancy, which means that that person has got to swim against that buoyancy to get out of their vessel.
Well, we wish you all the best luck getting that story heard. We know firsthand, Leland, you, Maximum Inflation, have been involved in the forefront of safety. You brought technology to the sport with the safety of the racers in mind, just all of your own efforts.
Yeah, with Maximum Inflation, each year we spend a considerable amount of time and money in research and development, and we do that with other manufacturers in the safety industry so that the very best is available, not only to the racing community, but to recreational boaters in general. So yeah, at Maximum Inflation, we are everything about gas for things that are inflatable.
Well, we appreciate you sponsoring our live stream here for the World Championship.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it. Thank you very much, Todd.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Okay, we're back here, everybody, at the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon. They're online at SuzukiMarathon.com for all your boating needs, with a huge selection of new and used boats and trailers, and the largest Suzuki repower dealer in the Keys. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. We're back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're at Porte Performance We build performance into everything. Well, we've got a full slate still, gang. We've had 2 races that took off at 10 o'clock and 10:45. 4 more race starts that are going to come your way in pretty rapid succession starting at 12:30. So the best racing still to come, as they say. Still time to get on down here and join us as we wrap up one incredible week here at the 42nd Annual World Championships. And here to tell us all about that is the man with the plan. Is the plan still going the way you want it to? Here he is, the president of Race World Offshore, the one and only Larry Blyle. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Rick. Here we go again.
How we doing, buddy? First of all, kudos to you and your team. You couldn't have drawn up better weather for us this whole week. It's a beautiful day. A little overcast, breezy out today. Perfect day for the fans to be out here and see the races.
You know, I was just over at the VIP tent, and it was like, the weather was like you had air conditioning on in there.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. It was really, really nice. No, it's a great day. You know, the weather's good, a little overcast. It cut, my face is burnt, and it's a little better. It's not going to be as burnt as I thought it was going to be today. But, yeah, everything's going real well. You know, it's packed with people, and everybody's having a good time. And I just left the VIP tent area, and, you know, they're all eating shrimp and all kinds of stuff.
All kinds of goodies. Bill Lay and his team doing a great job for you guys over there. But it doesn't matter whether you're in the VIP tent or not. I mean, you come walking out here on the mole area, there is so much for the fans here, from foods to whatever you'd like to drink, to interactive booths, merchandise. I mean, this is a true race village out here at the Rap Beats Race Village. It's pretty amazing how much stuff is out here.
It's just, it's amazing. And, you know, also I want people to come by, you know, when you come out at the beginning of our stretch here in the outer mall. Monster Energy has their big new semi-trailer over there.
They got the video games.
And all that, and just want to put a big thank you to Monster Energy for all that they're doing and helping. And, you know, it's nice getting all these sponsors and companies on board to show off their stuff.
Well, and they've done that, and the teams have done that. What a week this has been, Larry. I look back at the week. Friday was such a special day. We had our first ever flyover by the United States Navy, the Sundowners, out of NAS Key West here during Veterans Day weekend, and just honoring all of our service members past and present, the tremendous racing that we've had for the 2 days. Friday night, the Duval Street Party.
That was...
I mean, Larry, wow. That was something.
We knew that it was going to be busy, you know, and it was busy. I started out at the far end on the new block that we used.
Right.
And went from there the other way. Mm-hmm. And it was the same amount of people all the way.
Everywhere.
You know, it's amazing, the people that come out for this. And what's funny is I was having dinner at 6 o'clock so I could be ready for that. And we were at La Trattoria at Bill Lay's place. And there were some customers in there, and they were talking about boat races, and I didn't say anything, it's really, and then the guy goes, then the boats start coming down. He said, man, I can't believe this. What's going on here? And I go, well, you picked the right week to be here. I don't know what you were planning, but you planned it pretty good. He said, I've never seen anything like this. And so there's a new customer we got forever now.
Yeah, it was so much fun. On Friday, the whole week has been spectacular, Larry. Today, our final day. And when we're all done with racing, the fans don't need to go home, because they can go over to Coffee Butler Amphitheater. We'll have the big awards ceremony. Going to have live music and cocktails and stuff like that. And another thing that you have to get the racers with the fans and see everything, you'll see the World Championships handed out tonight there, and then of course the champagne will be flowing, as they say.
That's right. It's going to be pretty exciting. Every year we've had it over there, and it's you know, everybody shows up. We have some music going ahead of time and all that. And we're in the pits making sure that everything's correct with breakouts or whatever happens in all the classes or any penalties and stuff like that. And once we get that all tabulated and know that we're correct with everything, then we go out and start the show. And it's going to be amazing, you know. And we've also got the Cates Cup, you know, that we're going to be giving away again this year, and we're going to have to figure out who that's going to be this year.
Right.
So.
Is Craig going to be here to hand that out?
I'm sure he will be.
Yeah, he's around here somewhere.
Yeah.
He's probably got his head into that shrimp bowl over
shrimp
there.
Bowl. He's at the shrimp bowl.
The VIP 10. We're chatting with Larry Blau, president of Race World Offshore here. And so you don't need to go home after the races go. Join us over in the Coffee Butler Amphitheater as the party will continue there.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't fight the traffic getting out. Just let everybody mosey on out.
Here's the best part as we sit and we're getting ready to open the harbor at 12:30. Man, do we got some racing coming everybody's way. It's the first race coming out of the chute at 12:30. We'll see the stock 450s, and then right after them, we'll see the super stocks, and we'll just keep going.
That's right. You know, it's this 450 class is really competitive. You know, got a lot of, you know, it's a new class. You know, new boats, new everything, and they're really technical equipment now. So they can change things and dial them in for the conditions. And then, you know, super stock, you know, that's wild and crazy guys. You know, there's like 11 boats in that class. And then the super cats.
And the super cats.
You know, we got like 10 boats of those.
11?
11.
Yep.
We haven't had that many super cats for years. You know, it's always been like 4 or 5 boats.
We will have 10 in that class today.
I think one broke last.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you got all the bracket boats.
Yeah, then we're going to final it up with the bracket boats. And then we're going to...
If you can't get your fill of racing, there's something wrong with you. I mean, we have got action galore coming everybody's way here.
And everybody this morning, you know, behaved themselves and everything was good.
Yeah. Hey, Larry, before we let you go, you're a busy guy. The whole week, how's it been for you, your team, and all that, and seeing all this come to fruition, all the hard work?
Well, it's really, you know, I'm very excited and happy, you know, with all the people that show up and for all of the race teams, you know, all the effort and time and energy and money that they spend to put this sport on. And I'm just proud of my whole team, you know, between the divers to the city workers to everyone involved with putting this event. You know, it takes a whole lot of people.
It's an army. It really
it's an
is.
army.
Yeah, to make
we
this
got the Army and the Navy here, you know, and the Coast Guard.
You know, by the way, how about those Australians, that Australian Navy team? They've conquered like every body of water now in the world.
Yeah,
wow.
that boat, they've got it dialed in, that's for sure.
They really did, yeah. Larry, kudos to you, my friend. You know, like we've talked about throughout the week, I've been with you through the entire process and your career in this sport, and to see how this has grown and what has taken place is truly amazing, and you have to be very proud. You know, I'm going to pat you on your back and your whole team and all that for providing something as spectacular as what we have here with these World Championships. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all of your team and all that you do.
Okay, yeah, Todd's going to want the mic back here pretty soon. Yeah,
I'm out of here. Well, what does the coach say? I'm out of here?
Oh, Judd Wise, yeah. The coach is out.
The coach is out.
He'll love that. Thank you, Larry. Larry Blau, president of Race World Offshore. What a job Larry and his team have done, and the party continues here. And all kinds of racing coming your way. Our next race scheduled to come your way just after 12:30. The Stock 450s will take the field. This has been the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report, brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon. They're the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. More from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center when we return to the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here in Key West on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way, diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters chucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
If you love powerboats, Key West is the place to be all this week as the Florida Powerboat Club returns with the 31st annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. See the latest powerboats from the leading performance manufacturers on display at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Poker Run Village and at FPC Marina Partners, including A&B Marina and Key West Bight Marina in the historic Seaport, plus the Perry Marina and Ocean's Edge Resort on Stock Island. Help us celebrate 50 years of wide open with Mercury Racing.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back here to the Outer Mole, Truman Annex, as we continue broadcasting live on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Also, Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Todd Swafford back with Joey Cook from the Key Citizen and Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. Eric, the Factory 450R boats get ready to come out. The Poker Heart will be open here in 5 minutes. The boats are on the wall right now and already motoring out to the milling area. And then right after, the Super Cat boats will go out in a shotgun start. We'll have a bit of an intermission, and I expect that the super stock boats will be right out soon afterwards, after the helicopters fuel. And then the last race of the day coming up are the bracketed boats. They moved all the bracketed boats to run at the very end of the day. We've already had a couple of exciting races and crowned world champions unofficially. LSB, Revex Oil Speed Marine, won the day, but it was the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team that took the overall championship in the Worlds with second place finish, Steve Miklos and Stephen Furman. And in Class 1, big day for 222 Offshore. All they did was win, baby. They went out front and never looked back. Every lap of this race officially, they led, and they capped their UIM Class 1 World Championship in the point standings with a Key West World Championship winning all 3 days. In 222 Offshore, Imcon finishes second on the podium, and DeFalco finishes in third. By the way, LSB did take second in the points in Mod V, and BoatFloater.com with a fourth today finished in third in the top three. But congratulations back to Class 1, 222 Offshore. Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella brought their boat all the way from Australia. Giovanni comes all the way from Italy, and they cap a huge season. Imcon's Monster Energy Class 1 team, the 438 skater. Monster Energy finishes in second. And then in third, DeFalco. Big day for Mike Falco from New York. Mike Falco and Billy Moore finishing up in third in the world point standings here in Key West over 3 days in DeFalco. In VX, your champion is the Farnsworth Claims. Farnsworth Claims. Farnsworth Hancock Claims took first. It was race-winning Brands in second, and Team 25 in third. And Extreme running unopposed, finishing up today in first place. Now it's the Factory 450R boats ready to get out and run and start this second half of racing that's going to bring a lot of action here to Key West Harbor.
Well, you know, the thing that that the Mod V race showed is you can't win it on Wednesday, but you can make it harder to win if something goes wrong, and that's exactly what happened at LSB because they ran wire to wire on Friday and Sunday. But if you start out in a hole, it makes it that much harder to pull it off. So.
Yeah, they got knocked out with a mechanical issue on Wednesday, and that ultimately, I mean, the boat ran strong whenever it was up and running, but ultimately that was their undoing. And just as they did in the APBA National Championship, they finished in second. And
that is by no means to take away anything that
no, not at all.
El Bandito accomplished because they ran very well too.
Oh, absolutely. No, they knew where they had to be. And in fact, Steve Miklos is standing by us. So you go ahead and put on a headset, Steve. We're going to get ready to announce these factory 450R boats. And while we're talking about you can't just stand behind us. You're going to have to bring you onto the show. Welcome. Steve Miklos of the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team. Of course, it's unofficial till it's official. But we have you as the world champion in Mod V.
Yes, that's what I understand. We did pass tech, and it was a good day.
So you knew what you had to do.
Yes.
You were sitting back there in second, and you kind of just let Brett go, I take it.
Yeah, Brett really was putting down a pace, and it was quite substantial. So we really were worried about the Killdalls in the boat floater boat, and they had gotten in kind of tied up with the fast boat guys, so we had them as a little bit of a tail gunner. They were our most immediate threat, so we were able to kind of manage that and just get it to the finish line where we needed it to be.
Did you get the boat set up the way you wanted it? Because I mean, it was a big question mark. We knew we had a hard outgoing tide, but the wind hasn't come up the way that we expected it at this point.
Yeah, we made some assumptions early in last night, and we configured the boat. Then this morning we kind of reconfigured it for a little lighter seas, and we were pretty happy with that change at the last moment.
Yeah, it looked like it as well. And Britt looked like he had his setup right as well as the Killdalls in boat floater as they finish up third overall unofficially. Let's get our lineup. We have Orange Smoke for the factory 450R class. They're going to run 10 laps and 44.8 miles here as we get racing back underway for the 42nd annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
6 boats, third day in a row. Hank's Saloon, the inside lane with Key West's own Lee Murray and Edwin Shear on the throttles. Lane 2, Gladiator Canados. Now that could be important because they are in the hunt with Michelle Carcenti on throttles and Irvin Grant driving. Lane 3, Nick Imprescia, Ian Morgan, 151 Express. Lane 4, Doug Wright Powerboats with Logan Adan and Ricky Maldonado on throttles. Lane 5, GC Racing with Willie Cabeza and Sean Torrenti. And drawing the worst card again, Taylor Sism, John Tomlinson in lane 6. But it didn't stop him the other day, and we finally learned what the G in GC Racing is.
All right.
Guillermo. That's Willie's given name. He just goes by Willie now.
He's his parents were from Panama.
Yep.
He's grown up in Miami, and he's on top of the world right now because he's sitting atop the points. Joey Cook joins us now in the stock 450R class.
Yeah, he is. But I tell you, the team TS Motorsports is only 10 points back, so it's a virtual
winner take all.
Yeah, right between those two. But here's the boat that could really sneak up on everybody this year is the 151 Express. If they come out and win, TS goes second, and if GC goes third, your world champs are going to be the 151 Express. So you don't talk about a little bit of dark horse right there. It could easily be that 151 and see what happens today.
And that's what they did last year in Mod V.
I'm telling you, they're right on course for that. They're sitting there right perfect. And again, if TS runs right behind him, which is not unreasonable to say, he goes one,
and
TS2.
Here we go. They're lining
That's all
up.
it takes.
Yep, and Gladiator Canado's sitting about 15 points back. They're also a team to watch here. They had 37 Guardian mode warnings that set them back on Friday. Michel Carcente from France. We're looking for the...
As if there isn't a big enough challenge racing.
Looking for the green flag, and it's up. The race is on. Allez vite. Let's go fast, gentlemen and ladies.
Speaking of 151, look at them get out.
So they're off to a decent start here.
The boys from Long Island transplanted to Fort Myers. They work for Sean Torrente. So they're around this stuff all the time. Nick Impression, Ian Morgan out to an early lead. Let's see how the camera follows him. We have the Speed on the Water photographer, Pete Bowden, is out on the Malia, so he's going to be able to give us weather updates going into each race.
All right, your factory 450R stock boats are out, 151 with the early lead. That's GC Racing on the outside, the red 96 Doug Wright boats in between them. Gladiator Canado's back a bit. He had a pretty good starting position. They're heading out towards...
He was lane 2.
Yeah, he was lane 2. But 151, boy, they hit their setup on the start. They got out to good speed here.
Yeah, that was, I think there was a little bit of luck there with a quick green flag, Steve.
Yeah,
they just happened to have it right.
They got a good start, but don't forget they just ran Mod V too. They know that they know what's out here right now.
Yeah, we're going to get an idea of maybe a little more chop here. Look, Gladiator Canados is moving up on the inside.
Carcenti, the wily veteran, and right outside, I thought I saw the Doug Wright right there on Nick and Ian's hip as well.
And Carcente was hoping for rough water. He's raced to Europe. He's raced XCAT. And he says, I'm ready for some rough stuff. Bring it on. And it looks like they have taken the lead here in the 38 Doug Wright with Irvin Grant at his side. That's 38 Doug Wright. All these boats have the factory, the 450R four-stroke engines, the supercharged engines from Mercury Racing. And that is your leader coming around in front of turn 2, down by Fort Zachary Taylor. Again, that afternoon sun is setting in. We're going to get a ton of glare here the rest of the day.
I think the folks on that sailboat have the best seats for watching that action.
We got a Doug Wright, an MTI,
and I
top
believe another Doug Wright.
Yep,
right
so it is Gladiator Canados in the early lead here.
Yep.
As they head into the Monster Energy fan zone across the start-finish line. Michel Carcente of France with Irvin Grant with the early lead here in Gladiator Canados. 151 in second.
Doug Wright Powerboats in third.
Number 96.
TS coming up to fourth.
TS Motorsports, and then GC Racing in fifth, followed by Hank Saloon. All 6 boats around on the first lap. 10 laps here today.
And here's a look at the boat that used all of the laps in the last turn before they won on Friday. And TS Motorsports is making a move on Doug Wright.
On the inside, my goodness, stride to the pin, and he is pinching them in, and he just got around them.
I think there was a little contact there.
As the MTI boat holds through and passes the 96 Doug Wright.
That was aggressive.
And now moves up into third place.
There's a world title at stake. I guess you have to get aggressive, right, Steve?
Well, yeah, but you also need to finish.
Yep.
Beautiful shot of that 39 Marine Technologies hole. That's Taylor Sism at the wheel, and John Tomlinson, over 24 world championships to his credit in various classes. Now we look on top from the X Insurance Helicam at the boat running in third overall here at the start of the final day of racing in factory 450R stock.
And here GC Racing looks like they're overtaking Doug Wright now. I wonder if the red boat's having a problem, because here comes Hank Saloon. Looks like they're pulling right up alongside as well.
Well, that boat had to get put back together after being turning over on the first lap in Clearwater. It's been a good amount of time upside down. They were unable to rescue it, had to tow it all the way to the pits, and that had to be quite a project. All right, looking at your leader, it appears still to be Gladiator Canados as they run up towards Fort Zachary Taylor. Running pretty well, not getting too much air. I think where we saw in the second race in Class 1 is when they start coming into the harbor.
Yep.
And running into some of the uneven bottom that you get there. The cruise ships come in and out of here 3 times a week, and it definitely shifts sand around.
The X Insurance helicopter giving us a good look there.
As they make the turn.
They seem
at 2.
Yep,
a little bit of air, there you go.
Yep. You called it. You make that turn and you get the wind shift, basically, because it's coming from a different direction. So it still looks like Gladiator, and one of the MTIs is in second.
Yeah, the wind right now to the east here on the island about 10 miles an hour. Offshore it's about 15, but we're just not seeing it affecting it as you might expect with that outgoing tide out by turn number 2, as much as it was on Friday in the earlier races. Here's your leader after 2 laps, Gladiator Canados. Michel Carcente of France in the 38, Doug Wright, 151 Express in second.
Yeah, Pete Bowden just told me the wind is picking up a little bit out there.
And the Marine
TS Motorsports up to 3rd. GC 4th.
Waiting for Hank Saloon. There's the 96 Doug Wright. Now back to 5th. And
Hanks will be bringing up 6th.
All 6 boats through here after lap number 2 of 10. Yeah, the forecast is for the east wind 15 to 18 this afternoon. And you just got to wait for old Mother Nature to try and agree with the meteorologist. And it's a game, Steve, that
yes,
you got to play. I mean, you know what the tide's going to do, but what's the wind going to do? And here on the island, and folks look at the course, are like, man, that entire course is behind the island, but the wind you had on Friday is a wind that is very bothersome. Out of the southeast, it was hitting the boats at the front. You weren't able to run straight into it as Michel Carcente continues to lead in the stock 450R class, and now Marine Technologies behind them has moved into second.
Yep. MTI is up to second.
In front of 151 Express, and 150 run at 1 Express off screen appears to be under power. It looks like GC Racing is going to pass them as well.
Now, we don't know, but that almost has a look of Guardian.
Potentially,
for
yes.
151.
That's a shame there for the Gladiator, because had the 151 been able to run with him in second place the rest of the way, it was Gladiator's World Championship. Instead, with TS and GC making the move here, those two are back in the lead of the World Championship run.
Yeah, because they were 1-2 basically.
Yeah, coming in, and again, with Gladiator taking 151 Express, it was there for them to have the World Championship and 151 run to a 3rd place podium there.
But now Hanks is back up and passing Doug Wright, so.
Key Wester Lee Murray at the wheel, and longtime powerboat racer Edwin Shear is on the throttles of the Key West sponsored Hank Saloon team. So anyway, guessing game, you know, and you guys were right on it because it was right at the beginning of the tide and it was a hard decision to make.
Yeah, lap 4, the course changed. It was getting rougher and rougher. By lap 6, we were ballasting quite a bit. I think we were pumping probably still as we came through here.
Yeah, I remember seeing it coming out the side when you were coming in.
Yeah, we couldn't pump near as soon as you would think by the lap 6 or 7. We were having to hold the ballast almost into the harbor.
And we watched the Hank Saloon team coming across eastbound towards Fort Zachary, turn number 2. And now your leader coming back into the harbor, that's Gladiator Canados, as they turned the lap at just a shade under 84 miles an hour on the last run through. They've got that boat set up just proper.
Yeah, it looks great. Nice attitude.
Into the Monster Energy Drink fan zone here at the start-finish line.
What are you clocking for speed on them?
Continuing to hold at just a shade under 84.
And let's see if this is TS coming in second.
And it is. 39 MTI with Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson.
And now they're being stalked by GC Racing.
That's the battle for the World Championship. They're in second and third.
Right there.
The GC Racing holding third. Hank Saloon and
battle for Doug Wright.
Yep.
For
with the
4 and 5, but we did not see 151 come by.
That means Hank Saloon fourth, the 96 Doug Wright in fifth. Here comes 151. They now move back to sixth.
But they look to be off the pace.
That's a shame, not only for them, but like I said, the Gladiator. It made things real interesting for the Gladiator with 151 running.
And the thing is
whatever issues 151 is having, they're still having it.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot. That boat is set up just perfectly, just making enough contact with the water.
Well, plus they, Troy Hannon at Supreme Marine, who's a veteran racer, rigged this boat, and I'm pretty sure they keep it at his shop, and he is here supporting them. So not bad to have a guy like that helping you with the setup.
Boat chasing them, TS Motorsports.
It'll be interesting to see here if GC can make up time on Johnny and Taylor.
So Gladiator Canados heading out to turn number 1. So as you're approaching, you start getting a little feel for it, I imagine. You start approaching number 1. You're about 3/4 out.
Yeah, it was right at the corner for the first 2 or 3 laps. It moved back right about to the big white. We were using the big white one out there.
The turnboat, Malia.
Yeah.
We would use that as a pickup point for ballasting, and it became sooner and sooner as the race went on for our race.
Looking back at the team that had the early lead, had a good start, and were running second. Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan, they work at Sean Torrente Racing. They have great, background working with these big 450R 4-stroke engines, and had a good start, but having some issues and have fallen back. And the unmistakable 39 MTI of Taylor Sism, and they ran down and got up into second place. They got it into first place, I'm sure. Wasn't it first place on Friday?
They took the win on Friday in the last turn.
GC Racing, right.
Coming across the finish, I think they had him by a nose.
Yep. And I told Johnny, I said, so you reeled him in? He says, it wasn't as easy as it looked.
And
he just got it, he said.
I saw Sean at breakfast yesterday. He said he was going in Guardian mode.
Was he?
He said it was. He started having issues with it, I think, with 2 to go.
Yep, Gladiator crosses. What's the split there, Todd?
I'll get it for you here in a second. Again, running just a shade under 84 miles an hour. GC Racing still on the podium for today in the third.
For right now, it doesn't look like GC's making up anything on TS, though.
That's TS's biggest component right now is just keep your eyes on GC more than anything else.
Right.
You get the podium, second place today in the World Championship. Just keep you in front of GC. That's all you got to do.
I mean, if the opportunity presents itself to get around Gladiator Canados,
Sure.
and have them set a pick, let them fight with each other.
Absolutely, why not?
Then you take that, but you don't push too hard to catch. You just hold enough to maintain your advantage. And we don't have to tell John Tomlinson anything about strategy.
No.
The 96 Doug Wright team of Logan Adon and Ricky Maldonado pull through in 5th place overhead, looking down on Irving Grant and Michel Carcente. Michel from France, he's raced XCAT, he's raced in the Factory 2 here in the United States. He's raced Super V.
Hey, he raced with Mike Siebold.
That's right. There's 151 Express pulling up the back of the pack here.
And my understanding is they do plan to race this boat again next year. And there's GC. Willie made the change to Torrente for this race, and it certainly looks to be paying off so far.
Right now, the TS Motorsports team 8.5 seconds behind the leader, Gladiator Canados. As they make the turn around turn number 1, 3-pin turn there. And then they get a little bit high on the bow there. Settle down the 38 Doug Wright. 3 Doug Wrights, 3 marine technology holes in this class.
And through the season, you can't really say that one brand has had an advantage in the rough or the smooth, or it's just been set up. It's been, any given race kind of thing, really.
And that's what you want in this class. It's a stock class.
Yep.
And you expect it to be one class racing, and it all comes down to setup and how you drive the course.
And parity, basically.
Absolutely. No, it's what you want. And if you're gonna spend this kind of money to come out and race, you want to have an even playing field, so to speak, on the water. And here comes your leader one more time. This will be the end of lap number 5, halfway through this race. And after taking the early lead, this is where they've been all day long. Gladiator Canados as they pull through here into the Monster Energy fan zone. Ticked up their speed just slightly to 84.5 miles an hour. And then Marine Technologies, Sism and Tomlinson continuing to run in second. And I've got Canados about 11 seconds in front now. I think GC Racing might be pulling a little closer to the TS boat. We'll keep an eye on that as well. That might be a developing race story. Who has to finish in front of who between those two MTIs, Joey? The TS Motorsports and GC Racing.
It's a whoever does. It doesn't really matter. Whoever finishes in front is going to finish in front because there's only 10 points separating the two of them. So really, it's pretty much a virtual tie coming into this sucker right now. So whoever finishes in front is going to get that higher spot on the podium.
And Lee Murray of Key West, along with Edwin Shear, Hank Saloon running in fourth at the halfway point of this 44.5 mile race, 44.8 miles per hour actually.
And here's the Doug Wright out of the Manatee Marine Camp, and believe they're building a new one for next year, plus a Class 1 boat. So they're going to be busy.
Watching number 66, 151 Express as they continue to run way off the pack here after that great start. Beautiful shot of a boat with an incredible livery. The GC Racing team.
And GC Racing did finish second overall here last year.
That's right. And you know, I did say it was the first podium for them earlier this week. I went back and checked it, and I was wrong. I'll admit it. And no, not the first podium for them. They had previous with Gary Blue on board. And here comes 151 Express. Gotta love all of this young blood that's coming up in the sport, guys.
These two were in their early 20s. Logan Aiden is either 18 or 19.
Yeah.
Mead, the Mead family racing.
Yep.
He's 16 or 17. And all the young kids that we're going to see later in the bracket classes. Yeah, I'd say the sport's going to have some.
Yeah, and it's what you absolutely need the new generation to come up, and we're seeing it. Julian Maldonado leading alongside Reese Langheim. He's the throttle man of the Jackhammer team, coming into the final race of the Superstock World Championships, 2 races away, and they've won everything here this week. So they're poised to get their first ever World Championship in Jackhammer. And here comes the leader, Gladiator Canados, as Michelle Carcente, owner of the yacht company.
Yep.
Pulls into Key West Harbor on lap number 6.
Outboard powered big day yachts. Beautiful boats that were on display at the Fort Lauderdale show.
Dropped down to about 82.5 miles an hour on that lap.
And here's TS coming by.
See how far back they are. TS Motorsports. Still running about 9 seconds behind, just less than 2 seconds behind of TS Motorsports GC Racing.
Now, Joey, could, God forbid it happens, but if there was some attrition, could Hanks work their way up on?
At this point, again, with 151 Express has to run all the way through. But yeah, if there's some attrition and you lose it, maybe GC and TS, something happens with those two, then yeah, Hanks could come up and find his way into a third place. Yes, you'd have to have TS and GC go bottom 2 at this point.
And Edwin Shear, and I mean, he was in Motion Power Boats. He was in, Team Thoroughbred. Yeah. He's had a long history in the sport. But
yeah, they were all Motion Power Boats. He had the Kamikaze, Mellons.
Yep.
And then the Thoroughbred, which he ran with Johnny Tomlinson when it was the triple engine outboard class in like 1991, I believe, 1990.
But right now, it's Monsieur Carcente.
Yes, sir. The 96 Doug Wrights follows through, holding 5th place here. They're supposed to have a completely new boat next year to run out of Doug Wright power boats. So we we look overhead from the X Insurance Helicam at your overall leader, Michelle Carcente, Irvin Grant, Gladiator Canados.
Let's see if Johnny can make his move, because this is where he started to make his move, yes, on Friday. But like you said before, Michelle likes the rough water too. No, it looks like Carcente's pulling away a little bit here. So yeah, he called the setup for sure so far today, Steve.
Yeah, he really appears to be able to run the boat super
but look
hard.
Look at GC sneaking up there on. Okay, this is I think this is 151, well off the pace coming in, or no? We'll have to wait and see because of the glare. But I think this is 151,
yeah, it is 151.
and Gladiator is coming up on the inside of them, probably to try to put a lap on them.
Yes.
But this is where lap traffic is going to get interesting for the lead boats trying to make time on each other.
So 151 Express will come through, holding 6th position, but he's going to get lapped by the leaders. Here's,
and I'm sure their land-based team is telling him, stay to the outside, you know, don't interfere in the race if you can help it, kind of thing.
yeah, Gladiator Canados to the inside, heading to the pin. Marine Technologies, GC Racing.
GC Racing is making a move.
Yeah, they're going to try and take
to
advantage of this.
Yep.
And let's see if they get blocked by the Marine Technologies boat. They're going to hold the line heading to the pin behind the leader. Try and watch this on the live stream if possible.
We've got, okay, yep, let's see
Yeah,
what
we'll
happens
just
in the
stay
harbor here. We could stay on this shot, that'd be great.
Vicente is clean through the turn.
Yeah.
And
151 was outside there, you could see
Yep.
that. So both GC and MTI got underneath, but it looks like GC is trying really hard to come up the inside, but then
Yeah,
had to switch.
They did, and now they had to dive to the outside. They had to go through the water, longer course around, and
now Johnny
they're
can get
blocking-
on the throttles
Johnny blocked
quicker.
them. Look at how well he blocked them, and now has had to get them to try and get back up to speed.
Right.
And they fell back substantially. They lost substantially from 2 boat lengths to about 8 or 9.
That's tough when you give up all that hard work. You know, you're almost
Yep.
there, and something doesn't work out. You give it all back.
So yeah, they had reeled them in within, like I said, 2 boat lengths, and now they got to gain it all back again. We're down to the last 3 laps of this race.
Yep.
And it's been the day of Gladiator Canados running in first. Second place, there's your team. Taylor Sism and John Tomlinson in the Marine Technologies team.
And we just had Halloween. I wonder if anyone else dressed up as Taylor Sism for Halloween like they did 2 years ago. Here's Ricky Maldonado and Logan Adan and the Doug Wright factory-sponsored boat.
Right, that's happening here for our local fans on the Mole and listening live on 97.7 Sports Radio. That's off the live stream.
Yep, we're still watching Gladiator Canados in first. Impressive run so far today.
He's approaching those of you listening at Fort Zachary Taylor. It's been his day. He wanted the rough water, and not sure he got exactly what he wanted, although he seems to be carrying a little more bow and coming across midway between 1 and 2. Now you'll catch that uneven bottom across the harbor as you come in right near the jetty at Fort Zachary.
Yep, Johnny and Taylor tried to take that tight, but now let's see where they're going to want to go, because I think Michelle's trying to stay to the inside as much as he can here with Irvin Grant. Yep,
holding his line, setting up his line and to get the inside lane to the turn.
And like Joey said before, it's really more for MTI is just to keep, or TS, whatever is to keep GC behind them than to try to catch Gladiator.
Here comes Marine Technologies.
Yep.
They'll go to the outside there. GC Racing made up a couple of boat lengths on the run out there. Just 2 laps left to go here in this stock 450 class. Got Canados averaging just a shade under 85 miles an hour on that last lap. Super Cats run next. Super Cats.
10 of them.
Yep, and 14 laps, just like the Class 1 boats ran, and 62.72 miles an hour. Coming out of the harbor turn off camera, we'll watch, and no change there. Everybody comes through clean. Tough day for young Ian and Nick. Had the good start.
But they're still running.
Oh, absolutely.
And here's Hanks, who probably would have liked to have had more time up front for the hometown crowd, but they still get a lot of support from the locals.
Absolutely, and a lot going on there, a lot of experience in that cockpit. Good. Look forward to seeing them again next year.
Yep.
Hank Saloon out of Key West.
And the class has voted to keep the 450s for another season because Mercury introduced the new 500R. And the 500R, right now, the only race boat that has those is the Stancombs, former Peppers 36 skater. And we'll have to see where that winds up class-wise next season.
We watch Carcente and Grant come across towards Fort Zachary Taylor, now digging in for the 2-pin turn to head northbound into Key West Harbor. With the sun now to their southwest overhead. As we're getting word from the course that the 96 Doug Wright team is beginning to struggle or might be having some gardening issues of their own.
Yeah, they're slowing down, and you can see them crabbing there. Like,
yeah, there's something there. You know, they had that contact on lap 1.
Yep.
With the Taylor
With
Sisson
TS,
team.
yep.
But the Taylor's right sponson in the front where the contact was, it looks good, but maybe they have some damage over on the port side we can't see from here.
Oh,
here they come.
I mean, it's speculation, but it's educated speculation from Steve, so there's a good possibility these things happen. I mean, you don't want contact.
You don't.
Rubbing's not part of offshore racing.
No.
There's too much that can go wrong out on the water.
I got my fair share this weekend here.
All right.
Gladiator Canados.
The white flag lap.
86 miles an hour on that lap. 1 lap to go for them to wrap up a win today. Marine Technologies poised to win their second consecutive World Championship with a second place finish here today. GC Racing will do whatever they can to get around them here, but what they lost on the last turn into the harbor was certainly very hard on them. They went from a 2-boat length deficit to an 8-boat length deficit after having to come off the throttles a little bit in that turn over there, it looked like.
Now, you don't want to have something like this affect an outcome, but was that contact enough to cause any kind of a penalty?
That would be interesting. But if GC does overcome TS right now, it would do enough to take, again, pretty much as TS is going for a world championship, or they'll fall all the way to 3rd place if they can't hold off GC here.
Right.
Because that would allow Gladiator to bump up a spot there as a second on that world championship podium.
But Gladiator is just pulling away, heading out to turn 1. But now TS is pulling away from GC. So.
Yeah, so we can follow our leaders. We're heading out towards turn number 1 right now. We'll see them for the last time as they head around turn 1 for the final left-hand turn here in Key West over 3 days of racing. Michelle Carcente,
Irvin Grant
in Gladiator Canados. They'll find themselves on the podium tonight after this finish.
And they're about to lap their sister ship, the Doug Wright boat.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be interesting where they encounter them.
Yeah.
Michelle has a good enough lead to where I think it should be fine. If the 2 MTIs have to pass them, that could make one of them lose some momentum.
So our lead boats, you can see the chopper following overhead.
Yep. Oh, that's Gladiator on the inside, I think. Coming up on the 96 boat, yep. So they're going past them cleanly. There's a little bit of air.
Might be getting a little more
It's
wind
picking
out
up.
there right now. Still about an hour and a half in this outgoing tide. So it's still probably running pretty good at this moment.
But they are going to try to bring the Super Cats out right after this. So
yep.
Wonder if that'll make any quick setup calls after watching some of that.
Final look for the fans out at Fort Zachary Taylor. They'll win today. They will not win the World Championship, but they will be on the podium.
Did you see that?
Yep.
Just in it looked like one of the MTIs had to slow and the other one was coming around the outside. So let's see if there's an MTI drag race here after getting around the 96 dug right. But Gladiator Canados is going to take the win.
And your race is going to be right behind these guys, Grant and Carcente. The win today here in Key West. To the podium tonight in Gladiator Canados. The race behind them, it will determine who the world champion is. And it looks like GC Racing got around them.
Wow.
And they did. There's your world champion, Willie Cabeza, Sean Torrente.
Wow. It's the inverse of what happened on Friday, too, on the last lap.
It absolutely is. And we could not make out what happened there in the glare behind Canados.
I think, MTI was going to try. I mean, TS looked like they were trying to come inside, and GC went around the outside, keeping the speed up.
And like I said, that took TS from a world championship that last turn and bumped them all the way to third place on the world championship standings. They ended up 2 points behind the Gladiator.
Wow. Sean told me the Guardian mode problem they were having was from exhaust temperature sensors.
Yep.
Maybe Johnny's motor laid down on him. It was quite a bit.
It's definitely something you have to consider for these Mercury Racing engines. The Guardian mode, something that the Super Cat boats save. Liquor Split won't have to negotiate this afternoon. Something you guys don't have to negotiate in the Mod V class. But as wonderful the Mercury Racing products are, for racing, they can be very frustrating. The Guardian mode to protect these engines from fatal or a fatal shutdown. And
this is what they're racing for today for the individual trophies, right? The Conch Republic.
Yeah, the individual is the Conch Republic Championship here in Key West. Here comes Hank Saloon. They'll finish up in 4th overall here today.
Yeah, so they'll give Gladiator the checkered flag for today.
That's right.
They don't give the overall winner anything on the water. They get that tonight at the awards.
Right. So every boat that races here today and wins today, just like we had the podiums here with the Coconut Man on the outer mole.
You'll have to learn his name next year.
No, he will not. He's absolutely told me he's the world famous Coconut Man.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and it's the official coconut of the World Championships.
Don't argue with a man with a machete.
With a 2-foot machete, no.
Thank you,
and
Steve.
And he's barefoot.
Yes, no, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, you notice
You keep your distance while discussing the coconut.
It's not even that. It's just machete and the shrapnel from the coconuts that'll get you. So yeah, the Conch Republic Cup tonight will be handed out to the winners, and then we'll call to the podium.
Well, how
to
many
the stage all of the world champions for the 3 days of points?
Think about this. How many podiums were there on Wednesday and Friday? How many times did he cut up a coconut?
Oh yeah,
I mean, that guy's in shape.
Two, 3, 4. Sometimes 5. He gives them to the kids.
Yep.
No, it's a lot of fun. And I remember the first time I went out there, I was like, wow, this is a little different. Everybody loves it. It's so cool.
Now, how does it taste with the El Bandito added?
It's pretty good.
Tastes
like victory.
There you go. Nicely done.
That's Steve Miklos. He is going to be up on the podium tonight as the world champion in the Sunprint Hooters El Bandito Tequila team. Look at that. Irvin Grant doing the dance. Super happy.
There you go, Irvin. By the way, the only African-American competitor on the course this season, I think.
That's right.
Okay, we'll just keep an eye on Irvin and see if he does any other dancing or falls off. But very proud moment for him.
Absolutely.
Well earned. You know, the boat was flawless. They've had a good season, up and down a little bit here and there, but some of it wasn't their fault. They had some guardian issues. There was some rubbing and racing at different venues. But it's nice to see, you know, an international boat manufacturer sponsoring a boat in the U.S. And a well-known name in racing and performance boating is the dealer for Gladiator Canados, Scott Conrad.
Yeah.
If you remember that name.
Oh, I do. Michelle is just a great guy.
Yeah.
I've been racing with him since 2000 when he had the yachts boat, and super smart and very focused.
Savvy.
Oh, absolutely.
Very savvy. You know, they race a lot of times in rougher conditions in Europe than we do. And he's been racing over there for quite some time.
Yeah, I've seen him in XCAT. I've watched him over there, and he's done well.
And now so there you have your race winner today, and just behind him, this is passing in front of.
Yeah, just passing in front of
our
us
station here.
off camera. I think you'll probably see them here in just a moment heading into the pits. What a day for GC Racing, coming from behind on the last lap to pass TS Motorsports.
Talk about turnabout being fair play.
Yeah, no, it went the other way on Friday, that's for sure. And that'll be a world champ. What a storybook end of the season for Willie Cabeza.
Yeah.
Brings Sean Torrente into the hull, and what do you know?
Second overall last year. There was only one other place to go.
That's right.
Move up to first.
And they did. All right, Supercats will be coming out here in just a moment. We got more racing Supercats, then we'll have a break for the choppers to refuel, and then finish the day with Super Stock and the bracketed boats for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. You're listening to the Maximum Inflation live stream. Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. Rearm your cartridges at West Marine, Cabela's, and Bass Pro stores. Maximum Inflation brand rearming kits designed for your model life jacket and approved by Underwriters Laboratories in the U.S. Coast Guard. We'll be back with more from Key West Harbor right after this.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marina Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun with its 6-person capacity. This center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food, drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla's Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla's Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
Hey, race enthusiasts and dog lovers. Bubba Todd here. Tell you about the cool stuff you'll find at Coco's Monkey. Proud sponsors of Superstock race team, Coco's Monkey. So a little Key West Island clothing store is sponsoring a national offshore race team, and their unique name is born for a love of dogs. Something near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure many of you out there. Love their cool race shirt with 2 inspirational pups that have inspired the Coco's Monkey brand, racing atop their race boat. Check them out on the mall at the Outer Mole during the races. You can even book a backcountry sandbar hopping charter with their very own Sea Monkey charters. Visit them at cocosmonkey.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Welcome. And we're back here to Key West Harbor. Still lots more racing to go. Supercats are coming out for racing here in the World Championships. And unofficially, we just saw quite a race. At the very end, at turn number 3, GC Racing got around their stablemate out of Marine Technologies, TS Motorsports, and that determined the World Championship. It puts GC Racing up to the podium as your world champion, and then Gladiator Canados with their victory today and finishes in second with Michel Carcente, and TS Motorsports back to third.
That's by 2 points. Two-point difference between second and third in the end. Yes, that's it. 356 to 354. Gladiator pulls it over TS Motorsports.
Yeah, we have orange smoke, so the Supercat boats are soon to mill and start here in Key West Harbor in front of the fans here at the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. The lineup, Eric Colby.
Lane 1, Wicked, the Chase sons of Jay Muller, Jackson Chase. Lane 2, Dirty Money, Bill Pyburn, Britt Lilly. Lane 3, MCon Monster Energy, Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller. Lane 4, 08 CR X Insurance, Casey Boaz and Rob Understall. Lane 5, number 25, Hancock Claims with Christian McCauley and Anthony Smith from Was Up Racing, Anthony Smith. Number 6, Gray Dell, Billy Moore and driver Chris Grant. Lane 7, 88, Roland Transport, Vinny Diorio and Matt Jaminski. Lane 8, Liquor Split, Jimmy Mack and Johnny O'Laughlin out of Long Island. Lane 9, NZ11, Valder Yachts Pro Floors with Wayne Valder and Grant Bruggeman. Lane 10, number 5, WHM Motorsports, Billy Moff and Jay Muller. So, Joey, a lot at stake and some interesting lane assignments here.
Yeah, there's with 11 boats right now, this keeps it wide open. There's so many possibilities and probabilities and chances, and this happens and that happens. It's tough to even try to start narrowing down one. You can pick out one boat and be like, all right, you need all this to happen. Or if you're at the top of this class right now and you're sitting pretty like MCon, just come out and do your thing. Do what you've been doing all week.
The other thing, though, is like last year, it was kind of like, okay, MCon, mathematically, you got it, and Pro Floors tried to get them to chase them because that was the only way they had a shot. Gray Dell had a problem the other day, but they still have a decent shot. So they can't just...
They have an outside shot. At this point, though, I'll be honest, looking at the numbers, actually, MCon finishes third. They're still world champions. First, second, or third, it doesn't matter. If MCon podiums today, they're your world champs.
But I can't imagine after the other day that there's any way that Gray Dell aren't set on,
well, of course,
lethal intentions.
Absolutely, I wouldn't blame them.
They had an ignition box, just shut down power to one motor, and I think they taped the box to a pole in the parking lot. I don't know if they beat it with a.
Did the old Office Space to it, huh? Took it out to a field and took a bat to it.
Billy's always going to push hard, Billy Moore.
Oh yeah, but they're lining them up, and. Let's see how this all shapes out. I mean, based on the line assignments I saw, I thought WHM is supposed to be outside of Liquor Split, but whether you're in 10 or 11 at this point, I don't think it really is going to make that much of a difference. Now, Roland Transport did have some carburetor issues and had to replace part of their bottom. So it'll be interesting to see how they do today.
Race official Leland Stanford on the flag, yellow flag up. We're waiting for the green flag, and there it went.
Yep, they are quick today with the greens.
The race is on. Allez vite.
Pro Floors looks like they got a good starter, Valder Yachts, but look at Gray Dell and look at Dirty Money.
Well, you know that Valder Floors, the Valder Yachts Pro Floors team is going to charge hard like they did last year. They just smoked this course, and they're laying it down, coming from the outside.
Yeah, there's Dirty Money is right there. X Insurance, CR Racing, Gray Dell. This ought to be an interesting first turn.
There's been a couple of wins for the MCon Monster Energy team so far this week.
After everyone goes through, I'll reach out to Pete Bowden and see if the weather's any different out at turn 1.
Britt Lilly and Dirty Money ran in Mod B, and he's got a real good lane choice there, basically pole. And the boat looks really good right now.
It sure does.
Yeah, and Bill Pyburn really likes how Britt drives. He's getting comfortable with him real fast.
Yeah.
So
not surprising.
Because Bill's not a slouch on throttles. He just doesn't have a lot of race time.
Right.
So
a lot of seat time, but not in racing.
So his curve is going to come up pretty quick, I think.
Yep.
And that looks like the dirty money there is it's a 388 skater.
Yep. The Hancock Claims is already down in the middle of the course. So I don't know where they're going because they almost look like they're turning around to try to get going again. This is off camera.
Yep.
But we're watching the action out between 1 and 2, and it sure looks like 2 skaters battling it out there.
So
that's just what the glare is, limiting us right now as far as what we can clearly pick. So we'll wait till we get an idea of who's who before we.
Yeah, a couple of skaters. It looks like maybe Gradell on the outside or WHM. And we'll see who our leader is after lap number 1 of 14 here. And it does appear to be dirty money. From this angle, a lot of glare we're going to deal with the rest of the afternoon.
That's number 3.
Yep, so after lap number 1, you got Dirty Money as the early leader. Into the Monster Energy fan zone at the start-finish line.
Dirty Money.
Dirty Money, Imcon second. CR Racing, X Insurance in third. Gradell in fourth. Valder Yachts in fifth. WHM in 6th.
Roland Transport 7th. Wicked was 8th.
So we'll follow these teams as you see them overhead from the X Insurance Helicam.
Yep.
Looks like Imcon is challenging the leader. Gradell is challenging CR Racing.
CR, yep. Let's see who can out-drag who here.
Real battle down the backstretch heading out towards turn number 1. Imcon has the edge on the outside. They're not playing games. They're not laying back and waiting and watching for anything. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle and the 388 skaters with the Sterling 750 Supercat engines have taken the lead over Dirty Money. CR Racing in 3rd and Gradell in 4th.
And they don't need to do this, but if it worked for them on Wednesday and Friday, it's where they like
so deep though, and they do have to get 3rd to be the world champion. So that's a lot of pressure, particularly early in. You're going to go. You're going to get some territory, get some track position.
And well, plus, where's the cleanest water?
Exactly.
Out front.
Yeah.
Very true.
So if it's the least confused, if you can put yourself there and stay there, you're going to give yourself the best chance of getting that title.
At this point, a very bold move, and there they are in the 388 skater with the Sterling Power. Ooh, they get a bit of air there after turning at number 1. Now heading eastbound towards Fort Zachary Taylor. Leading after lap number 1, which is not quite a full lap. You start on the far side, don't have the complete 4.48 miles, but this will be the full lap. And there's the Hancock Claims. This boat will be campaigning next year. It's the old Bronco boat, the 40-foot MTI that won the World Championship in 2014. Going very wide, a 388 skater.
Gradell,
that's giving
probably.
In 388 skater of Imcon has the lead, running with great attitude into Key West Harbor to finish up lap number 2. All skaters, the top 3 boats here.
Now these boats place lead, but they cannot pick up ballast and remove ballast, correct?
I thought they could, they just don't do it.
Imcon.
Oh,
Dirty Money in 2nd. CR Racing X Insurance in 3rd. Gradell in 4th.
Balder Yachts 5th, WHM 6th.
Rolling Transport
7th.
Running in 7th.
Rolling had a bad start too. That's a pretty good position.
Yep. Imcon turned that lap at 96 miles an hour. Here comes Liquor Split and Wicked. 8th and 9th.
Yet just off the camera when they were coming in towards start finish, one of the boats did take a big hop in the inside most lane up here, so that might have been someone that lost some ground.
Beautiful shot of the APBA national champion, the
Wow,
reigning.
are they checking out?
But
Yeah.
they've got that boat set just perfectly. That's the way you want to run a Super Cat.
But
Imcon.
CR racing a little taller boat, maybe a little more taking advantage of that size. They're running a strong third, but they're former world champions as well in the stock class.
Skater Factory liking this top three, all 388 skaters leading the Super Cat fleet here into lap number 3. Imcon.
Myra Coyle on
digging
the wheel.
Getting ready to set into the turn. These naturally aspirated Super Cat engines, you want to keep them up in the RPM band when you head into the turn. Very hard to get them to get back up into the RPM band. They're just not going to spool up. They're naturally aspirated, run on pump gas.
Now, Steve, that's something that you and Tyler have in common. You're owner throttleman.
Yes.
So you break your own equipment, you can't get mad.
No, I still do, though.
He still, I was going to say, he
I
gets
still
mad.
do.
You know he gets mad.
Punch myself.
There's
and
the
here's
Muller
Chase
boys,
and Jax Muller in
Yeah.
the 40 motion, wicked. Still great to see that young generation out here. And Super Cat.
That's right.
They originally had thought about building a super stock boat, but Jay said, well, we have this one. Let's just get it running.
Yep, and here comes our leader. They've been out front the entire series here in Key West, Wednesday and Friday, and that's where they headed early in this race after lap number 1. It's the only time they've been behind. Imcon.
And if you want a little of their backstory, check out the In the Lead video with Tyler Miller at speedonthewater.com.
Imcon. Turns lap number 2, 96.8 miles an hour. Dirty Money. Holding second. Britt Lilly on the wheel for Billy Pyburn on the sticks. HRE engines in the 388 skater. CR Racing in third. Casey Boaz, Rob Understall, fourth. Chris Grant from Canada. On the wheel, the owner with Billy Moore on the throttles in Grey Dell. Then from New Zealand, Wayne Valder. And Valder Yachts Pro Floors with Grant Bruggeman on the throttles. Those are your top boats in class. As we go back around and watch Imcon after sweeping the sharp turn in the harbor, heading back out for their 4th lap of the race.
Your Grey Dell right now is sitting on the podium right now. They hold that 4th place spot. Podium is theirs for the 3rd place overall. Obviously, your top 2 boats there, Dirty Money and MCon, running 1-2, 1-2 in the podium as well.
Looking at CR Racing, listen, Rob and Casey, they're world champions. They were back-to-back world champions, I think 2018, 2019, just missed the one the other year in super stock class. Came up and bought the boat that was a Performance Boat Center world champion in Super Cat in 15-16, and then again in 2021 when Lauren Leibel picked that boat up and won the Super Cat World Championship in Canada Homes. There's the Valder Yachts 42 MTI.
And Lauren is here supporting his nephew, Cole Leibel, this weekend.
Of course.
Saw him in the pits the other day. And I think, Billy Moff and Jay Muller and Billy Moore and Chris Grant, they would have liked it a little bumpier.
Yeah.
I think a good number of people would have at this point. Certainly the Class 1 teams could have handled it.
Now the Hancock Farnsworth Claims boat is back up.
They got back up and now got it running pretty good there.
And the Wicked, the only 40 motion I think ever built.
I believe it is.
And Jay said he just always liked the lines of it. And it has that different sound because it has 2-into-1 tailpipes. Almost sounds like the old Ilmores when they were racing in Super Cat or Open, whichever configuration. Yeah. But here comes what do you say about these guys, honestly?
It's a master class. What you're seeing,
And Dirty Money is chasing closely.
And Tyler's amazingly good, but he got that good in a very short period of time.
Correct. I talked to I talked to him about that and kind of compared it to, well, first of all, the way that boat is dominant, the way the 222 Offshore boat is this year.
I'm curious where C.J. Grant went.
Graydell.
See them.
Yeah, I'm not
Valder
either.
Yachts has moved into 4th, WHM into 5th. We have lost Graydell. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Chris Grant coming south from Canada to race here in U.S. SV Offshore through Rolling Transport, the Rolling Transport team up to 6th here. And there's Graydell on the right side of your screen. And they're definitely not
No,
up to
that's the
power.
Wicked boat.
Is it? Yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
it's
I
Wicked, yeah.
apologize.
Yeah. No, I think
they're out there somewhere.
as long as they're upright, that's the main thing.
We haven't had any
We haven't
news
had
of
any-
anything,
yep.
yeah. So MCon continues to lead. Back to that. I compared their success to 222 Offshore. I mean, Hancock Claims comes through with Wicked. They're a couple
I would
laps off the
hold
pace.
Wicked in 7th and Hancock Claims, and Liquor Split is down in the middle of the course here as well. So their day ended after only two or three laps.
Yeah, we're catching the leader coming across again eastbound on the 6th lap of 14.
And here's quite possibly the last time we see this WHM. Billy is building a new boat, another 40.
Might see this with another livery on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not Billy and Jay in it.
We've heard rumblings, but nothing confirmed.
WHM Motorsports running in 5th.
But good to see these guys back up and running, just getting some more time.
And the Hancock Claims will be campaigning all through the APBA National Series in 2024.
Win Farnsworth will give them the resources they need.
As we check in with MCon again, they're not waiting to see who.
No, they're taking the title.
They are taking the title. They're just not going to sit back and wait. Here we go. Very bold.
Yeah. It's definitely a different approach than I took.
I tell you, the battle for 3rd right now in that World Championship and the podium, you've got CR Racing, the X-Insurance, sitting at 303 points. Pro Floors just at 280, 290, 89. And WHM at 297. Pro Floors at 298. And CR Racing X-Insurance 303. So it's a 5-point gap between all three of those boats right now for the final World Championship podium.
So Valder Yachts.
Fourth, yep. And this looks like Rolling Transport. Yep.
Yeah, it's such a great start the other day. And
yep, dealing with some fuel pressure issues.
Fuel pressure issues.
Benny Diorio, one of the really young, great race boat owners, joined by Matt Jaminski this year.
Well, the interesting thing too is we're not even halfway through this race. So, what if someone set up a little short on prop and they're going to start whapping the limiters?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The guy.
Liquor Split's back up and running.
The tall guys, a little tall on prop, they starts to come to them too.
Right.
Particularly as the fuel's off, if the weather doesn't pick up.
Liquor Split back up and running. Good shot of the oldest boat in the fleet, the 42 MTI, former Reliable Carriers boat, and the Spirit of Qatar with the Casey engine package.
Yeah.
All of these boats running the number 6 stern drives. Another shot overhead from the X-Insurance Helicam.
I don't know if Liquor Split's running 8s.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if are they running 8s or 6s on Liquor Split?
Oh, on the drives?
Yeah.
I think they're 6s, but I'm not sure. They might have changed them when they got that package. I believe it was a number 6 boat before they got that package.
They're the only boat running the Mercury
860s.
860 and have to carry about 800 pounds of weight because of the extra horsepower. And here comes the 388 skater of MCon as they dig in. around turn number 3, back into the harbor as we are still short of the halfway point of this race. Myrick Coyle, the driver, Tyler Miller, the throttle man, and Steve Miklos mentioned it earlier, and it's absolutely very true. In such a short period of time, he has put together an incredibly hard-to-beat team.
Yeah.
And leads them as the throttle man.
Well, and he's throttling it.
Well, that's the other thing that you have in common with Tyler, is you have a very mechanically oriented driver.
Yes.
So how much of a factor is that?
Oh, it's huge. Having Steven in the boat, first of all, he's a really good driver. He knows every inch of the boat. He does 90% of the work on it. So
and that's the same as Myrick.
Yeah.
You know, so having like a second mechanic in the boat with you.
Yeah, you know, it's just, it gives you a lot of knowledge right there, you know, when you're doing things. And, you know, usually when you see an owner come into catamaran racing, they almost come in as a driver. It's very rare that they come in as a throttle man. They usually hire a throttle man.
Graydell.
Yes.
Graydell is idling in, unfortunately.
Man.
Wow, it's unfortunate for Billy.
It sure is.
I just hope
Chris
it seems
Grant.
to be under its own power, but
Those guys were on the moon the other day. As we watch the rolling transport SVR Shore Cruise through in 5th, followed by WHM.
That gap's been shrinking and growing between WHM and rolling transport.
yeah, that could be because, I mean, Billy and Jay have to almost go taller having the bigger boat, so it could be coming to them late in the race, especially if it really hasn't picked up. We're not feeling much breeze in here.
No, great. Well, every once in a while you get a feel for it, but you know, the CR Racing having a great day out there right now. We watch the Hancock Claims team coming back into Key West Harbor. Live coverage of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by
Liquor Split's going in.
Performance Boat Center. Yes, Liquor Split heading into pits. So offshore at Sand Key 7 miles, it's east at 16. Just that east wind is just not making enough of an impact on that leg at Fort Zachary at this point. And has not really substantially. I think Steve Miklos, you saw it the most early this morning.
Yeah, we felt the tide kick around lap 4, and it was pretty pronounced when it did. But now it looks almost, I don't know, when is slack tide due?
Another 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just pretty much run its course. And the wind's about all you're going to be facing as we continue on this afternoon. Here comes MCON, and we'll reach the halfway point of this Super Cat World Championship final. Averaging 96 miles an hour on that lap. Dirty Money now having to face a challenge from CR Racing up from 3rd.
Yeah.
That's the race of the day right there right now. As both of them into the frame and into the Monster Energy fan zone.
They've definitely closed that gap some.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
There's the element of familiarity with each other in the boat that might be coming to an advantage for CR because they have so much more time together.
Well, Bill Plyburn has a ton of time running boats, but usually as a pleasure boater, you don't run them this long, that hard.
Right.
You got to keep your motivation up when you're racing a boat, and sometimes it's hard.
Valder Yachts Pro Floor is holding 4th and trying to capture a second consecutive podium finish for the World Championship for the 3-day event.
He'll need to make a move if he wants that. He's got to make a move on the CR Racing, the X-Insurance, to get into the podium.
All right, Rolling Transport running in 5th, off camera. And there's Dirty Money. I would imagine Dirty Money holds here. They're in excellent position, Joey.
Yeah, second place.
Second place
They've got
overall.
the second place podium, World Championship.
Valder's got to get by CR Racing.
And they pulled ahead a little there on this leg. And I think CR makes it up from 1 to 2. Don't you?
You know, I'll have to watch out there.
If we could keep up with this race going into the next turns.
Watch this group right here between Dirty Money and CR, between 2 and 3.
Yeah, we could follow this.
Yeah, we could follow these guys around. Again, we've reached the halfway point. MCon caught us by surprise and jumped to the lead. Thought they'd sit back and wait, but nope, they've been bold and went to the front. We're going to watch the race right now between Dirty Money and CR Racing on the outside leg on the live stream.
Yeah, Bill Pyburn's doing a good job flying that boat level, keeping it under control. CR is, it doesn't look like at the game, there's not much difference in that gap right now.
No.
If anything, Dirty Money might be pulling ahead a little. Well, let's see what they do with the turn here.
And maybe where CR was making their time up is here. Oh, there they've turned at the 2-pin number
3. Now let's see what the interval looks like as they come into the harbor.
Yeah, so MCon turned that lap at 95 miles an hour, holding it right in between 94 and 96 unofficially. Dirty Money through, and they ran that lap very well. CR Racing seemed to make it up between Fort Zack and here a little bit.
Yeah. But you think of what Dirty Money's been through in their rookie year. Building the boat, getting it ready, buying another boat, taking the canopy off, putting a new one in.
Testament to the Rim Pros. I mean, kudos to you. I mean, you could have just thrown in the towel after breaking that boat in the Midwest, and no, you doubled down. Had a great start to the season. A penalty in
Marathon.
Cocoa Beach set them back. They would have had a podium finish right out of the gate there if they had kept things together, but no, and here they come to the World Championship with Britt Lilly on the wheel. Billy Pyburn.
I'd say they made a pretty good choice for driver.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that.
Britt was excited. He called me when he got the call. He's like, what do you think? And I'm like, sounds like a top flight ride to me, you know?
Yeah.
WHM Motorsports. He's the winningest Super Cat champion since the rules changed after the 2012 season.
They sound like they're off a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think?
In sixth here today. By the way, the team that won the 2012 World Championship here in Key West under the old rules is they're both back on the island. Peter Muddy McGrath, who is the technical chief for 222 Offshore, is in the pits with that team, and his mate from that championship, Ross Willington from Maritino Marine, is in town. I saw on Facebook, I believe. Yeah, that boat, there's Gradell coming back in. That's already there. Yeah, that boat ran surface drives.
WHM's down in the middle of the ocean. That's there too.
Now in the
he had fallen way off that last time around.
Yeah, on the north side, down by the harbor turn. So anyway, Ross and or Roscoe, as Muddy calls him, in town together. They could hoist a cold one tonight in memory of their 2012 World Championship in Maritimo.
And what do you think Tyler and Myrick will be hoisting?
Monster Energy drink. Lap number 9 of 14. Coming back off the throttles a little bit there, down from 94 to 93 miles an hour. Dirty Money holding on to second. CR Racing third.
Not much of a change in that interval.
Yeah, none at all, hardly. And I think Valder might actually
if Valder
be closing in a little bit.
If Valder lets them fight and just kind of slowly sneaks up on them.
He needs to get by CR Racing to get on the podium in the World Championships.
That interval opened back up from third to fourth, I think.
World Championship award ceremony. tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. You don't have to leave the property here at the Truman Annex. Stay for the party and the show at 6 o'clock. And if you're watching the live stream, tune in. We'll air it for you live. The World Championship podium. The Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Live coverage of the Key West World Championships on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. And, of course, on the Race World Offshore Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. We'd also like to thank Keys Collection as the host hotel of the Race World Offshore World Championship event. A remarkable, comfortable home away from home, Keys Collection. Sunoco, the official fuel for the Race World Offshore Championships. High-quality fuel services to our participants and attendees, and we value their participation and partnership. Tourist Development Council. Tourist Development Council bringing great events up and down the Florida Keys and supporting this event, the oldest event in Key West, a thrilling spectacle. The Monroe County Tourist Development Council. So still 4.5 laps to go here in Super Cat class. This is the longest race of the day, along with Class 1, which was won earlier by 222 Offshore. Big crowd contingent out here watching the races. Watch Hancock Flames go by. And your overall leader back into the harbor. These are the boats we're trying to watch. The top 4 here. It'll determine the finish of the podium. MCon back around. Back up to about 93.5 miles an hour. Dirty Money. Another 388 skater. Followed by CR Racing, the same. Dirty Money, the Clovar boat. At the same time that they broke the original Dirty Money boat,
Clovar had a shipping accident, basically.
Right, I mean, they fell right on the road, threw the boat to the side of the road. They ended up buying that boat, completely changed the cockpit, has a different look from it's the old dependable boat.
Yep.
Here's Valder Yachts holding on to 4th place with 4 laps to go in Super Cat class.
Well, if Wayne Valder doesn't get the title this year, the good news is since it's on his bucket list, he'll probably be back.
Well, we certainly
we would love to see him back.
We would miss Wayne in Key West. He fits right in, throws the sandals on as soon as he gets off the plane, and sets up shop in Key West race apparel. He really fits in very well as the Kiwis representative of the southernmost city.
Well, look at this battle.
Now it's even closer,
now
guys.
X-Insurance looks like they're reeling in, or it's just the angle. But this is a great angle from the X-Insurance helicopter.
Well, this race
sure looks like it's getting closer. If we could stay on this.
They rolled to the inside, leaving the harbor, and got a good run in the CR boat on Dirty Money.
Last time we followed around turn 1 to 2, Dirty Money made up some ground there.
But now they're inside, and let's see if they can do anything with that.
Now, I mean, that would tell you, like, if CR made up time coming in from Fort Zach, and it might be making it up coming out of the turn. I mean, Dirty Money better set up for the rough water here. Let's see how it goes, because they definitely chased them down heading out to 1 in CR Racing.
Now,
they're staying close this time.
If our visibility looks like this, Steve, what's it like in the boat?
We tested around this time yesterday, and when the sun, when you're running into the sun, you really don't get a lot of visibility to read the water with.
Yeah, CR Racing went way outside there.
So it's by feel as much as anything else. You're reacting.
Yeah, it's reactive.
Here comes MCon once again into the Monster Energy fan zone. Hancock Flames coming by first. MCon will get by them and head to the turn. Once again, Dirty Money through. And CR Racing in second. Can't seem to really shake that.
No.
No, and we
shake
also
that grip that Dirty Money has on second place.
We should also give credit to the guy who put together the Dirty Money team, and that's Bo Renfro.
No doubt. The commitment
Yeah,
I mentioned earlier. I
yeah.
mean, you could have just thrown in the towel and say, well, we gave it our best shot. No, let's go buy another boat and race it in Key West. Kudos to you.
Yeah, because I don't think there were any insurance payments coming or anything like that.
There's Wicked passing us off camera as we follow the second and third boats. And again, this time CR Racing came out of the turn and gave up ground.
Yeah, Dirty Money is.
He's struggling to get going. He got a bad exit out of the corner.
He sure
he's
did.
going now.
That's off camera right now as you watch Imcon check out. Yeah, you can see there. CR Racing now finally getting back up to speed as we chase down Dirty Money. Wind does seem to be increasing here a little bit at the Truman Annex. We're on the other side of the island, which is protecting us a little bit from this east wind. See what the wind at Fort Zachary is. Yeah, now Fort Zachary wind is 15, just like Sankey is. So that may play a little bit of a role in Superstock, although the tide will be slack for that start. The wind has definitely come up about 7 miles an hour from this morning. But a little bit more of a lean from the northeast. It's still out of the east, but a little bit to the north. And you like that a lot better than the south. As our leader rounds the south turn there on the east side, turn number 2. Imcon, they're not having any trouble negotiating it. With the Sterling Power from Mike DeAnnabelle, 388 skater, brand new one, built a couple of years ago by Peter Ledden at Douglas Marine. And the bold move by Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle to say, hey, let's just get this, get away from the traffic. We'll just jump to the front. And supremely confident. Imcon, sister ship to the Monster Energy Class 1 team. And now Dirty Money through. As they've gained some distance on CR Racing.
Yep. Yeah, that gap grew.
The CR Racing through.
Now, I can't recall, was there any slow traffic in the harbor turn, last turn, when they went through that maybe gave
I don't believe so.
Dirty Money an advantage?
I don't believe so.
I think they got out wide somehow.
Yeah.
At the exit, lost a lot of momentum.
Bowder Yachts pulls through in fourth. But correct me if I'm wrong, Joey, if this finish stays the way it is now, 1, 2, 3, is that our podium?
That's our podium, undoubtedly, no doubt.
So Wicked continues to race. Kudos to the Muller boys for coming back to race here in Key West.
Up to 6th place today.
How about that, huh?
On the day that counts the most.
Right? That's what it matters. As a matter of fact, they went out past the Rolling Transport. They're up to 5th place.
The Rolling Transport through now, up top from the X Insurance Health Camp with Imcon. Now watching them turn at number 1. Special shout out to the Malia out there. Have been participating in these races for decades. Turn number 1. Pete Bowden's out there, right?
Yes, Pete Bowden is out on the Malia.
Photographer.
As he said, enjoying the food and the air conditioning during their lunch break.
Thanks, Pete. How do you get those jobs, bro? No. We love seeing Pete's work on Speed on the Water.
Wouldn't be a story without it.
No, absolutely. So we watch Imcon again approaching now into what will be the second second to last pass in front of the fans of Ford Zachary Taylor and down into the Monster Energy fan zone here in Key West Harbor, next to the X Insurance Hospitality area. What a great time all the fans have had down here today at the 42nd Annual Key West World Championship races, presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore. Here is MCon for the final lap of the day. Turn that one at 96 miles an hour. MCon.
And Myrick's got to get out of that boat and go right into Superstock.
Dirty Money and CR Racing. Dirty Money. CR Racing made a little bit of distance up there.
Give a shout out to the HP Mafia guys for freshening the Sterlings in CR Racing. They did the maintenance on those motors.
Faced some adversity earlier in the week. They're getting pushed back after a penalty. Here comes the NC11 Pro Floors, Wayne Valder. Supercat class representative, the owner driver, Grant Bruggeman from Bradenton, Florida. Grant's Custom Racing and Rigging.
I still wonder if it's the only Aussie Kiwi combination in a boat.
Yeah.
Grant's originally from Australia,
of course. And by the way, his wife Kelly at that fundraiser race that they did in the water, she was the best swimmer.
The cardboard boats.
The cardboard boat contest. Yeah, Coco's Monkey Island Apparel in Key West, dog-friendly island apparel. They won the thing. Billy Allen's Team Allen Lawn Care took the sportsmanship award because they apparently were running around helping everybody.
Well, then my question is, did Scott Porte actually engineer the cardboard boat?
I don't know about that. I'm not really sure.
Was it a strakeless cardboard boat?
Did he work on the bottom,
yes,
though?
That was
the only question. Yeah, that's the only question we want to know.
And did he use duct tape?
Yes, everyone used duct tape. There was a lot of duct tape used. Yeah, the Coco's Monkey boat was actually not first, but it was the only one that was still floating. That's what I heard.
They were building the GC racing boat, and they said, "Where should we put the GC sticker?" I said, "Put it on the bottom. That's where it's going to go."
Nice.
They laughed. It was all right.
All right, here they come. They will be your world champions today. This is unofficial, but my goodness.
And
what could they have done except
you can't think of a
run out front. That's all they did.
A better ambassador for the sport. Tyler's always happy. He's always willing to talk to you.
There's your Super Cat world champion, MCon. Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller. Out of Wathena, Kansas, Tyler is. Out of Osage Beach,
Myrick.
And Myrick at Performance Boat Center.
And Performance Power Boats.
That's right.
Dirty Money.
Dirty Money will take second. Your Super Cat class.
Strong finish for a new team.
Britt Lilly on the wheel. Lily Pyburn, the throttle man. Third place goes to CR Racing. Casey Boaz and Rob Undersall in their 388 skater. All 388 skaters in the top three here.
So that gives Britt Lilly 2 podiums.
2 seconds.
For world titles.
Yes.
Fourth place will go to the Pro Floors team. Wayne Valder and Valder Yachts. Takes fourth here in Key West on the final day. They'll just miss the podium.
By 5 points, they missed the podium.
Well, like I said, then the good news is we get them back next year.
So MCon readily turned laps at 93 up to 96 miles an hour here today. And they were in cruise control all day long, Steve. Really tremendous, outstanding effort by them. Did you find it to be a bold move to not sit back and wait and pull to the front?
So I've been thinking about that a lot, and of course Myrick working on the boat. But if I recall, didn't they do some 100-mile-an-hour laps the other day?
They did.
Yeah, so, you know, we see him get out front, and he's pushing it. But in these conditions, he did do a 100-mile-an-hour lap. So I think he got himself in good, clean water and just managed the race perfectly. I mean, I don't know how you could fault it. And if Myrick put the boat together and he's like, you can run it hard, why not?
And they didn't run it as hard as they could have, or
right.
Might have had to. We saw a rolling transport SV Offshore roll through in 5th. Great year for Vinny Diorio and Matt Jaminski racing in that outer limits with the Scorpion engines. And finishing behind them will be the Muller sons of Jay Muller and the team Wicked here today.
Now, where does Wicked
Jackson Chase?
Where does Wicked finish in the overall compared to WHM for the family battle?
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Wicked did not qualify for the World Championship chase,
right.
so they're not actually going to be counted in the points there. But Dad finished 5th overall.
Oh, wait a minute. Wicked made it to 2 races this year, didn't they?
They weren't on the APBA series, so they
oh,
had to be APBA,
they did a couple of other sanctions. Yeah.
Right. So, but great effort for them. Pop should be awful proud of them.
And Jax throttles the Batman boat in bracket 200, so he might have another chance at a
victory is sweet. Tyler Miller says.
Conch Republic World Championship.
That's what it was. He wanted to hold the checkered flag as he rode in as the world champs. That's what he wanted. That's why he went out for it today and won first place.
They're going crazy at the Monster Energy fan zone right now, looking at the Monster team's sister ship, the MCon and Supercat class.
So this is a world title and a runner-up for MCon and Monster Energy.
That's right. Monster Energy's got podium. They got the top of the podium.
And for the Class 1 race, they were number 2 in the world. And for the Supercats, they are the world champions, correct?
Making the Monster Energy Motorsports world very happy with victory here in Key West at the World Championships.
Just a little bit better than Britt out there. Britt's got to be feeling kind of tough right now. He's taking 2 second place. You know, I mean, the Dirty Money, 2nd overall in the world. His LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, the Rev X was 2nd in the world. So a pair of 2nd place silvers there for Britt, the Dirty Money.
I always tell Britt, 2nd's the first loser.
Yeah, that's why I figured a lot of people, he's going to probably feeling like that right now. I know I'd be feeling that way a little bit, like, dang, I'm that close.
Thanks, Stevie Bobby.
Yeah.
I think it's good that he likes you and your friends, that you could be so
I was
mean-hearted.
2nd today,
yeah,
so I was the first loser.
You were.
You won 1 checkered flag all week and are the world champion. Despite Britt beating you twice, you won 1 checkered flag, and that was enough to get you that title because of what happened to him on day 1.
Exactly.
And that's how
you knew it all along, though. Don't lie. We know you knew it.
And you know, you're sitting there smiling ear to ear, but you know that his misfortune was your benefit.
Yes,
on Wednesday.
It's happened to me here.
Absolutely.
It
happened. The APBA National Championship, he had a mechanical issue in St. Pete and really set things up to help you. You obviously finished well and had to finish well here, but that's the way the game is played. Unfortunately, you've been bit by that snake many times.
We traded wins all year.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we first talked earlier this year. You're like, boy, that boy is hard to get around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if he's on the inside line, it's trouble chasing him off.
But last year was the weird year for you with weird mechanical stuff.
Yeah, you
broke a steering column.
Yeah, we had the steering column break off in the lead in Michigan City in the middle of a corner at 80 miles an hour. We had a lot of bad luck last year.
But it was almost quirky stuff that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah.
It wasn't even maintenance items. It was like, how'd that happen?
Well, that was a problem engineered by us because for some reason we felt we had to make that piece out of titanium, even though the boat's several hundred pounds underweight. And so, I own that one.
You live and you learn.
Yeah.
There's Steve Miklos. He's your world champion over 3 days of racing and the Sunprint El Bandito Tequila team.
I'm almost surprised that Tyler isn't saying, or Myrick's not saying to Tyler, hey, let's go. I got another race.
Yeah, well, they do have to go.
They have to go fuel the helicopters,
and
so they got time.
We'll have a little brief intermission here. And Steve Miklos, congratulations to you and Stephen Furman. Hard work pays off. Special thanks to El Bandito Tequila for coming on as a sponsor this year. They're your Key West sponsor here, and what better place to hoist a nice margarita tonight with some El Bandito Tequila. So Smooth, it's criminal.
Yep. I actually, I had a bet. I have to drink El Bandito tequila from my shoe now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
Be careful what you tell people you'll do.
You going to buy some new shoes?
Yeah.
Steve Miklos, we appreciate you
Here's
joining
what you
us.
do. You just get a little low-profile plastic cup and slip it in your shoe.
Just look, just go get a pair of Birkenstocks and use it just as a slide and run it
There
right
you go,
down the
yeah.
slide like into your mouth. There you go. That's a shoe as far as I'm concerned. In Key West, that is absolutely
that
a shoe.
is a shoe.
It counts for school.
That's an old rugby thing, shoot the boot, right?
Exactly, just right down.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you, my friend. We'll see you on the podium tonight for the awards, which are at 6 o'clock tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Join us for the entire show. It's quite a hoot. We'll give away the Conch Republic Cups to today's winners and then crown the champions in all various classes for the 3-day World Championship. It will also be streamed tonight live at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. We're back with more here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center in Key West on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Thank you, guys.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Time for our second Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon carries boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon. You can also check them out online at SuzukiMarathon.com. Welcome back, everybody. I am Rick Lopez, once again joined by my broadcast partner, Joey Cook from the Keys Citizen. And, boy, the excitement continues here. And, Joey, excellence is something to marvel at, isn't it? And we've just seen it in a couple of races here today, and what just finished as we just got done with the Super Cat class. And how about that NCOM monster team? What a performance, and dominating performance this week in Key West.
Yeah, they did themselves just like they did the 222 Aussie Offshore there. You know,
yeah,
they
the
said,
Australian
you know what,
team,
we're
right?
going to go out and we're going to not even wait around. We're going to go win this one. We're going to take care of business and do what we need to do, and they are. You know, it's nice for them to run in with the checkered flag. They've won all 3 races this week and are the dominant world champions in the Super Cat class, in a class that's supposed to be so intriguing because all the different, there's specs. Everything has to be the same. And they just, those two have just made themselves, a level of their own. There's something else. Myrick and Tyler, I don't know what you say about them. They just, again, this is supposed to be something that should be tight, nose-to-nose racing, and they just continued all week just to have the right dial-up, the right setup, everything about them, and impressive.
That's the kind of like the dream week, right? I mean,
that is.
When you're here and you got 3 days of racing to get through the MCon Monster team. Look, everybody's gunning for them, right? I mean, this is the defending world champs, and to come out and put on a performance like that is just you marvel at it because it's outstanding.
It is, and I remember a couple of years back, Tyler was so close. He had the world championship. What was it? The year, I would say 2019. He had the World Championship all but wrapped up, and then last day he lost. And he broke down, so he fell all the way off the podium or tumbled down to third place on the podium or something like that. And it happened a couple of times. He just continued to strive. Last year finally broke through. Was not as clean as this, but broke through. This year, it's in dominating fashion. I mean, there is not nearly a boat out there that was able to keep up with him. And Dirty Money looked good at times. Graydell looked very good at times. And I take that back. Graydell did win the first day, didn't they?
They finished second on the first day. MCon was wire to wire.
You're right, wire to wire. You're right. So
Graydell had that great run. Remember, they were in front on Friday.
Yeah, they were on Friday. That's what it was. They were in front there for a bit, but then, they slowly. Again, even today, Dirty Money had the early lead on MCon, but, there's something special about going on with that boat, that duo right there. They really are.
Dirty Money took second on the podium today, and they
second overall in your world championship.
And then CR Racing X Insurance third today, and also they'll be on the podium. Joey.
Yes, they will.
With third place
and
finish.
Crawling out of a big hole there to start the day. You look at them; they were 25 points off the podium as it stood, so they had a hole to climb out of. And to start the race, they got in a great spot. They were one of the first to the pins out there, and then just used that the rest of the way and ran strong right behind Dirty Money the rest of the way, and that was huge overtake to WHM. And then the big thing that happened for the X Insurance out there, the CR Racing, was that the Graydell, when it broke down again, because I was running fourth right behind them, and that could have easily challenged and put the Graydell into podium position. As a matter of fact, it would have put the Graydell into podium position by 2 points.
Right.
That's how close we were talking about. But in the end, Graydell breaks down, opens the door for X Insurance. Pro Floors, unfortunately, had their misfortune on Wednesday there.
On Wednesday, right.
Raced great on Friday, almost came all the way back, missed the podium by a mere 5 points. They finished fourth overall in the World Championship point hunt there. But really, that third place spot on the podium was really exciting there and made it for a fun hunt down. In the end, it is the X Insurance coming all the way from starting in sixth place today, fight their way all the way back to the podium.
Yeah, and Joey, that's a big class too. You got 11 teams racing all at the same time here. Today we started with 10 teams, and you could see the attrition and 4 boats had issues out there. 3 had to pull off. 1 had pulled off was Hancock Claims in the beginning. They were able to fix it and get it going again, and they finished the race. But it just shows you the attrition and what you got to do to get through 3 days of racing, especially in a tough class like this.
Well, and that was why for MCon to do what they did, they didn't have to win today. They didn't have to finish second. They could have finished in third place, and the championship would have still been theirs. So they did not have to come out and gun it like that. It was a risk. Granted, they got to the clean water and had little turbulence in front of them, but it was a risk for them to do that and really lay it down there, because one part breaks, one thing goes wrong, and you're following all the way deep, tumbling down the podium for the World Championship.
Right.
So it was a very big, strategic. I don't know about that. Maybe it was a little bit, hey, we're feeling good. Maybe the first lap, they look at it. They started second that first lap. Maybe they were gearing up, making sure that everything was in the right steps, everything was going right before they did put the hammer down and run it the way they did for the rest of the day there and win that world title.
All right, let's take a look at Stock 450. That was the first race coming out of the harbor closure. Got that going just at 12:30. An exciting race out there as well, Joey. And in the end, it was GC Racing that holds on.
Yeah, Friday, GC Racing had the great race. They were in the lead. They were doing their thing. They were running so well. And then all of a sudden on the final lap there, they were passed up.
On the last turn.
You're right, the final turn, they were passed up by the TS Motorsports, which shot them up the board and made it pretty much a virtual race for the championship. The winner of that was going to win the world title here. And today, TS Motorsports was sitting second the whole way. The Gladiator Canedos took off and did its thing.
Right.
And that bumped them. Congratulations to them. It actually ends up putting
Moved
them
them
in
up,
second.
yeah.
But they were on the podium at that point. So the Gladiator was running strong. And the TS, a move. They were in first place for the World Championship. The World Championship was theirs to lose at that point. And the minute that last turn, this time, flip it around, GC got the inside there. I think
inside position.
I think the TS got bumped out. There was and I forget the boat that was going slower than them at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe it was the Doug Wright that was there in the mix, and he had to go. The TS went a little wide to get around the Doug Wright, and GC came up behind them. Did not have to go wide. Were able to get the pin really tight. Gave them the inside line, and they were able, because of that, did not have to run as much distance on that final turn and overtake TS Motorsports on that final turn, just as it had happened the opposite way on Friday. Well, that not only gave them the checkered, not the checkered flag, but the second place finish today for GC, but it gave them the World Championship, bumped TS Motorsports by 2 points all the way down to third place. For that one turn right there, took TS Motorsports from first place to third place.
So in that stock 450 class in the last 2 days, it was turn 2 coming down the final stretch.
It was.
That really decided everything.
Everything.
Yeah,
It
wow.
did. It sure did. And in this one, it's congratulations to the GC Racing. They get your World Championship. Gladiator, the Canedos, comes in, and finishes in second. Third place, TS Motorsports in your World Championship running here this week.
Wow. We still got so much more racing, and when we come back, we'll take a look at. We got the Super Stocks coming up next, right?
The Super Stocks is a wide open one there.
We're going to give you a preview of that class coming up. Great to have you with us here. We're in the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon carries boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. We're live at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, where Porte Performance builds performance into everything. Back after this here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Take a walk down Duval Street. Hey, 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 yeah. Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans House right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event. Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Great to have you with us here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races in Key West. We're back at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance's legacy of innovation and excellence continues to inspire and shape the future of the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. We continue with our second Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Lichty Marine also carries great boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Check them out. Lichty Marine in Marathon at 9200 on the Overseas Highway and online at SuzukiMarathon.com. Great to have you with us, folks. Rick Lopez, along with my broadcast partner, Joey Cook, and also now jumping in with us here as we're going to give you a preview of our next race at the Superstock. Eric Colby doing a great job as our color analyst here with Todd Swafford. Now the helicopters are getting refueled, so we had to get you two refueled as well, Eric.
just grabbed a little Powerade and just got an update from the Speed on the Water photographer, Pete Bowden, who was out on the Malia in turn 1.
Yeah.
Winds are blowing 16 out of the east.
Ooh. Okay, so that's something. So the wind is definitely picking up here as we head in, guys. Joey?
For the lightest boats of the professional classes.
Yeah, we got the Superstocks about to take the field here coming up at the bottom of the hour. At the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, jackhammers to lose right now. You know, truthfully, it really is. They can go 1-2 and they still have the World Championship, and they can even finish third and have Northwing not win it, and they're still the World Champion. So jackhammers to lose, but when you have 11 boats out there, this can still be so topsy-turvy, and there's some really good professionals at the bottom of this list. You look down at the bottom of this list, the LPC.
Lauren Peters.
Yeah, exactly.
Big East Construction in the middle of the pack.
Performance Boat Center. You know, Myrick was just out there. You know, he's a true vet out there. So you've got a lot of guys out here. Coco's Monkeys.
I think I said yesterday for today's article, the last article that I wrote for after the Friday race. I think there were like 7 boats within 30 points of each other or something. In Superstock, it was
there is from 2nd to 7th is separated by 50 points.
Yeah.
So then again, so you're talking anything can happen in there. First place has got a good solid. Jackhammer's got a good solid lead.
Yep.
But yes, 2nd, all the way down to even drop it even more to Coco's Monkey. Coco's Monkey, which is sitting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th right now coming into this sucker is at 129. Northwing is at 188. So that's a 60-point separation.
Scott Porte said to me on Friday afternoon, I'm getting a feel for throttling these 300 Rs now. He'd never done it before.
Right.
So,
huge.
and if you remember on Friday, he was picking off people, and they ended up, I think, 4th or 5th.
Coco's Monkey did finish 5th, right, Joey?
Yes,
fifth on Friday.
And what you're looking
so they moved up each day.
Right, and if they do make another move, if they make a move to 2nd or something like this, look, they could be right in there, and you have a team like Jackhammer and Northwing fall off of it. They're easily on the podium here if Jackhammer, something happens, finishes 8th, Northwing, something 6th. Coco's Money's right back up in it all of a sudden, and is right there in the competition.
And in the perfect spot to play spoiler, Sean Torrente and Sean Connor both said they finally feel comfortable turning that boat now, and it has shown straightaway speed in Allied.
I have 3 really guys down at the bottom can throw some major monkey wrenches in it down there. You know, the Allied, the LPC, and the Performance Boat Center. Mathematically, you're not probably going to get a world championship. You'll be lucky to try to fight your way onto the podium, but you could really throw some wrenches into some people's dreams here and really mess some points up here if things play out the way they can. So it'll be real interesting to see how this works out.
Oh, it really will. And Eric, I mean, it's a full field out there. 11 teams getting the start out here.
11 teams getting the start. We haven't really seen it bump up too bad, but remember, these are the lighter boats. They're the smaller boats, and they, even 16-mile-an-hour winds that Pete told us about, that'll have a difference on that leg from 1 to 2 for sure.
Right. And then once we're done with the Superstocks, we're not done, Eric, as then all the bracketed classes are going to come out. So we still got a lot of racing to do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got, 4 or 5 classes in brackets alone, and those little 700 boats. If it picks up out between 1 and 2, that's going to get sporty, as the guys like to say. So,
4 different classifications will be running when we come after we get done here with the Superstocks that are next. They're getting ready to take the field. Are you guys ready to bring it down the stretch? I think you are.
Yeah, and credit to Race World Offshore for keeping everything on schedule. This is a big fleet to manage, and they're doing a great job.
It's been pretty amazing, and the weather has been really great, Eric. This whole week, and to come in here today, as I'm looking out right now out at the water right in front of us, seems fairly calm in front of us at this point.
Yeah,
but we'll see what happens.
All the yachts are swung in the same direction on anchor, so you can tell that gives the guys an idea of which way the tide's working. But we were slack tide at 2:30, I'm pretty sure. So I don't think it shouldn't have. There's nothing like, oh my gosh, it's going to do this weather-wise.
Right.
It's Chamber of Commerce, really.
Joey, what are you looking for here coming up in Super Stocks?
I'm looking for the dark horses, the bottom guys. I'm having a feeling that this is going to get crazy here today with the points and how this is going to swing out. I have a feeling a couple of these boats, again, Myrick's just coming off of a second and a first his last 2 times going out there. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes out there and tries to push a little bit harder than typical. What's he have to lose at this point? Nothing.
And Performance Boat Center
is a great boat. It's won championships before.
Its standards right now.
Right.
It has been for Wednesday and Friday, but I'm looking at the screen and I'm looking at another boat that started well on Friday and just had some type of issue is Celsius.
Yeah, they came in third that first day,
Jay
too.
Muller basically helped design and build that boat for Kyler Talbot, and that was a World Championship winning boat.
Here's another team that's not too far off a World Championship, if you remember. Team Allen Lawn Care. Hey, a pretty special year last year, you know.
They won it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Kind of hitting at that, but yeah, you know. So in that sense, you know, I mean, they could easily be someone, and they're sitting down, in 5th place coming in today. They could easily throw some things in this and see what happens here. So I'm thinking that this could be a topsy-turvy race, and you can see again. You've got nothing to lose today. You've got time to go fix these boats, and these guys that are sitting off the podium in an 11-boat class, why not? And I have a feeling that's what we're going to see.
This is going to be fun, guys. The Super Stocks are getting ready to take the field out here in Key West. This has been the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon has a full service and parts department. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. When we return to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, Todd Swafford is back and with the call for the Super Stocks next here at the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters chucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
It's time for some high-performance fun as the Florida Powerboat Club returns to Key West for the 31st Annual Key West Poker Run, presented by Mercury Racing. See the amazing powerboats on display at the Conch Republic Seafood Company Poker Run Village, 631 Green Street in the Key West Historic Seaport. The party starts Thursday, November 9th and continues through Saturday with live entertainment featuring the Andy Westcott Band on Friday at 4 p.m. It's free to the public, so come celebrate 50 years of wide open with Mercury Racing and the Florida Powerboat Club.
Hey Keys family, Lichty Marine Marathon is proud to be the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Suzuki engines deliver unmatched reliability and performance. This week's boat of the week is the super sweet Pioneer 180 Islander. The 180 Islander is the perfect boat for family fun with its 6-person capacity. This center console is the perfect boat to pull up to the sandbars and enjoy the outdoors with friends and family. Come see us at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon or check us out online at marathonsuzuki.com.
Hey, race enthusiasts and dog lovers. Bubba Todd here. Tell you about the cool stuff you'll find at Coco's Monkey. Proud sponsors of Superstock race team, Coco's Monkey. So a little Key West Island clothing store is sponsoring a national offshore race team, and their unique name is born for a love of dogs. Something near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure many of you out there. Love their cool race shirt with 2 inspirational pups that have inspired the Coco's Monkey brand racing atop their race boat. Check them out on the mall at the Outer Mole during the races. You can even book a backcountry sandbar hopping charter with their very own Sea Monkey charters. Visit them at cocosmonkey.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back here to Key West, Florida. We're racing for the Conch Republic Offshore Championship here today for the teams that finish on the podium, but it's combined for the 3-day World Championship for the teams that are qualified to race for the World Championships here today. And those podium finishes will end up at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater tonight for Key West amazing World Championship awards that'll be broadcast also globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and on YouTube. By the way, today's race not only at Race World Offshore's Facebook page presented by Maximum Inflation, but also on YouTube. You can follow it there live right now. Todd Swaver joined back by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water and Joey Cook of the Keys Citizen as the Superstock teams are heading out to the milling area as we speak. And we'll be racing 11 laps, 49.28 miles today with it all on the line for the World Championship in Key West. Jackhammer's been the dominant boat, Joey Cook, this week. And they're poised just like 222 Offshore earlier in Class 1, IMCON in Supercat. Their fate is in their own hands.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, the first place or a second place finish for Jackhammer here today, they are your world champions. Heck, they can go third place and have Northwing not finish first, and they've still got they still got a North out title. So Jackhammer's well in control of this class. But as we were talking earlier, Northwing all the way down to Coco's Monkey, which sits in 7th place right now, you have a 60-point, not even a full 60-point difference in between those boats. And with double the points here today, that's easily made up by any one of those teams, 1 through 7. Easily. And if anything happens to any of those boats in the lead, we're going to have a real interesting battle here about who gets this World Championship, especially with as tight of racing as we have seen. Granted, Jackhammer's won. It's not been without a fight from the rest of the pack all week.
And Eric, we've been talking to Pete Bowden, the photographer of Speed on the Water, who's on the Malia out at turn number 1, and we're getting that increasing wind out there that we've been talking about all day, expecting to come out of the east at about 15 to 18. And Fort Zach is even reporting it at 15 miles an hour, so he's seeing it out there right now. But the tide, good news for Superstock race teams, the tide is getting ready to go slack, and it's still going out, though, right now.
He's saying 1 to 2 with white caps between 1 and 2. So
okay.
1 to 2 feet with white caps. So that'll be enough to upend these guys if they're coming in hot. And it is blowing about 16 right now.
Yeah, these boats are the most reactive of the major catamaran national classes. So, I mean, when they catch a wave, their boats are light, 4,900 pounds with weight, and they do react. They're more prone to get airborne.
And a lot of it's going to depend on where that weight has been placed and who guessed right when placing it.
That's right. Let's get today's slots and lineups for Superstock Racing for the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
And listen close to where some of these teams are, because it's going to, like lane 1 is Coco's Monkey with Scott Porte and A.J. Bogino. Lane 2, Performance Boat Center. Talk about a dark horse candidate with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams. Lane 3 is Jackhammer. So if they can get out early and get away from everyone, look out. Lane 4 is Northwing, Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz. Casey Boaz just had a great run. Lane 5, Team Allen Lawn Care, another always potential sleeper with John Strama on the wheel and owner Billy Allen on the throttles. Lane 5, Team Bermuda, with David Sully and Stephen Bridges having a very consistent week. Lane 6, LPC, Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters is on the throttles, and they can always be a threat. Lane 8, Celsius is Chris Hopgood, and then Jay Muller is on the throttles of this boat. Lane 9, Curry, Atlas, and that's Ryan Beckley and Eric Breckenfelder on the wheel. Lane 10, Big East Construction with Gary Ballou on throttles and Cole Leibel from Canada on the wheel. And this is an interesting one because lane 11, the outermost lane, is Allied Construction, the brand new low-profile 32-foot catamaran with Sean Torrente on the throttles and Sean Connor driving, and they say they can now turn this boat.
That's been the holdup for them.
Yep.
Straight on the straight line, super quick. Couldn't turn the thing.
It went 100 and something miles an hour with electric outboards on it out in Lake of the Ozarks. So if they can turn it, they could be a dark horse to kind of spoil everyone else's plans.
Well, Joey, you got to like Jackhammer's drawing the slots in the top 3. Also, North Wing, they're right there by them.
Right there next to them. So.
Because the teams on the top of the points of the podium, those are 2 right there that obviously are going to benefit from an early lead.
And this is another start where it would be great if they could get them lined up early and let them go early, so there's not a bunch of crowding going into the first turn.
Racing for the Key West World Championships here today, the final day of 3 days of racing.
No smoke yet.
So as we wait for the boats, they've headed out. Don't see.
I see them.
Okay, they're deep back there. Can't see them on the live screen.
Yeah.
On the live stream.
I can pick out Big East Construction with that chartreuse livery. But I don't see orange smoke yet. I'm trying to find the pace boat. But yeah, they're waiting on the turtle helicopter, or turtle clearance rather. Yeah, they have a helicopter that flies the course with the sole mission of making sure there are no marine animals in danger on the course. That would be a manatee, that would be a turtle. So if there are, they're not racing. So once we get that clearance, we should be good to go. And the turtle helicopter is out between 1 and 2 right now. And hopefully we'll see it come back this way and give the thumbs up.
Yeah, Richie Moretti's Turtle Hospital, a huge part of this event, supporting it to preserve the safety of marine life here in the Lower Keys, manatees, turtles, dolphin, that may be out on the course.
Yeah, it would be not surprising to see Myrick Coyle continue his run at all, because I think everyone's kind of been waiting. Where's Performance Boat Center?
Oh yeah.
You know, that's just one of those teams you expect. They've set a level of performance for themselves, and in fact, it was weird seeing them kind of mid-pack on Wednesday and Friday.
There's a lot of teams here that, again, Team Allen Lawn Care, like you said, coming off that championship.
They were 4th on Friday, and that's because it got bumpier.
Right.
So you could feel them saying, okay, now we're sneaking up.
Well, they're going to be, I mean, should it be bumpy, they're definitely going to be a force. He's got John Strama in there.
Yep.
They're slightly bigger guys, and they carry the weight a lot better in that boat. John Strama from Marathon, he runs a big MTI out of there, a poker run boat, and he's an experienced driver, experienced technical guy too, as he maintains the fleet of 2 Conch sports fishing, has his own fleet of charter boats as well. So yeah, they could easily be a dark horse. They're the reigning super stock world champion. You know, they were the true, come from behind surprise win victory last year when they pulled through here with those 300 XS engines and beat the 4-strokes here in Key West for the World Championship. So, yeah, that was the ultimate story. So always keep your eye out for Team Allen Lawn Care.
And Wednesday was Scott Porte's first time ever throttling the 300Rs.
That's right.
And then they started picking people off midway and to the end on Friday.
Yeah, Scott likes to say that, that the Shadow Pirate was the fastest of the Doug Wrights, fastest of the super stocks. He raced with Nick Scafidi in the Shadow Pirate. Now the Coco's Monkey Island apparel here. Cool that a national boat is sponsored by a local apparel company here in Key West, Coco's Monkey. And if you haven't heard me talking about it, they have the really cool Coco's Monkey shirts available at their trailer here on the mall, on the outer mole, with the 2 dogs atop the Coco's Monkey boat. But right now, this race is Jackhammers. And this is the race that has eluded Jackhammer throughout their run over the last 3 years.
Yep.
And we're getting ready to go to Orange Smoke and go super stock racing here. Yeah, Jackhammer had a run up until Clearwater, double-digit consecutive podium finishes for that boat. And just the only thing stopping them in Clearwater was nicking a buoy, getting a penalty, and it dropped them back to 6th, I believe. And Key West has been, they've been snake bit here. They completely went up in the air and over. They've had a couple of wrecks in total. And right now, the World Championship is within their grasp.
And you talk to Reese. He's a little bit of a joker at times, but Julian just seems so unflappable.
Yeah,
you talk to him, he's like this always calm, almost flatline kind of composure. And I would imagine that he's that way in the boat. You can't rattle him. He knows what he needs to do when he does it. And we should be, once we see the yellow flag, they're going to get him rolling pretty quick.
I was talking to his dad about that, and he was talking about how experienced he is. Yeah, there's the orange smoke as we look to the stern of the Celsius 32 Doug Wright with Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller. Yeah, he was talking about Julian's experience. You think that Ricky's overseeing everything out of Manatee Marine, but he says that boy he's got all the knowledge. Julian worked at Victory Team for a couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
He worked inside their huge boat building operation there in the heyday of XCAT. He's got a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, I met him a couple of years ago at Fort Lauderdale when he had that 32 Pleasure Victory on display.
And
he knows his history because he knew what Powerboat magazine was, and that magazine was around long before he was.
That's right. All right, these boats are getting up on play. Here comes the Cigarette Hawk Pace boat. This is our last national class to race here, and then on to the bracketed boats immediately after. We've got a yellow flag. He's going to line up those boats. Coco's Monkey will have lane number 1, and Performance Boat Center second, Jackhammer third, North Wing fourth, Team Allen fifth, Team Bermuda sixth.
Okay, we're lining them up. I do not think this is going to take long based on what we've seen earlier today.
Leland Stanford, the official starter here for Race World Offshore, as they've got the...
It'd be nice if we could pan out and see how they're lined up.
So the boats are really far back right now. We're waiting for them to get a good angle on them. You see Big East coming into view.
Yep. There's Allied all the way to the outside, that low profile.
And we've got a green flag.
Flag, and North Wing got that jump.
The race is on. Ale Vite. So did Team Bermuda.
And LPC.
Off to an early, fast start.
Let's see how this shakes out going to turn 1. And there's Jackhammer in lane 3, pulling alongside of
Coco's Monkey on the inside, now starting to zip forward.
Oh, that was
show some of that speed.
Okay,
there's Coco's Monkey.
Yep.
Performance
I'm trying
Boat
to figure
Center.
out who's in the lead, though.
That's Team Bermuda.
Oh, that's Bermuda out front.
It is. Team Bermuda, David Sully.
Yep. Jackhammer's in third, and second and third with LPC. Big East is just to the app, Oh, now here comes LPC and Jackhammer sandwiching Bermuda going into the first turn.
David Sully and Stephen Bridges, one of our 8 international teams from Bermuda, racing in super stock class.
And here's the glare.
We'll be dealing with this the rest of the afternoon.
Let's just see
into
how
the turn.
Let's just watch the profiles of the boat to see who flies and who stays level.
So
that'll give us an indicator. It doesn't look like anything's getting too flighty yet, but there's a little bit.
A little bit of a bow rise. So we'll continue to follow the boats. This is where this first couple of laps, we're likely, especially when these boats take the turn at number 2, the 2-pin turn, start heading back into the harbor where they will get some bounce.
Yeah, that's where they'll stick the bows skyward, and we'll see.
Another Doug Wright now moving to the outside there. No, that's Jackhammer. Yep. Jackhammer getting outside of Coco's Monkey.
Yep.
As they make the turn, yes, that is Jackhammer. Jackhammer trying to get the edge, goes wide. Coco's Monkey on the inside line as we head back into Key West Harbor for the first lap of 11.
That little bit taller profile of Jackhammer seems to handle the rough water very well.
Jackhammer moves ahead. That's Coco's Monkey on the inside. Jackhammer looking to make this 3 in a row and wrap up the World Championship here in Key West. Still a lot of racing to go. They'll come into the Monster Energy fan zone here at the Truman Annex Outer Mole in front of the fans. And this is Jackhammer, your leader at the end of lap number 1.
Out of 11. Coco's second. Team Allen third.
Performance Boat Center fourth. LPC fifth. North Wing in 6th. Celsius in 7th. Team Bermuda in 8th. Big East Construction in 9th. And Curry Refrigeration and Allied round out the top 10.
And there's Performance Boat Center. as we were waiting to see them, and they're up in the top 5. So let's see how things shake out in the harbor turn. Everyone gets through clean, hopefully, and because LPC and Celsius are side by side there, North Wing and Bermuda are side by side. Let's see who has the setup to accelerate and get away from people coming out of this leg. This is where we saw a lot of boats make moves in the earlier races. I can't imagine it's going to be much different now.
See Team Allen and Coco's Monkey. Yeah, there's
look
Performance
at the drag
Boat
race
Center.
with these 2 Lake of the Ozarks, Doug Wright's performance, but just off camera, Coco's Monkey and Jackhammer. If we could get a camera on them, there we go. Jackhammer's in the lead, but Coco's Monkey is coming up on the inside.
As crazy as we said points would be, Coco's Monkey is sitting in second place right now, and the way Performance Boat Center LPC jumped out, Coco's Monkey is number 2 on the podium in the World Championship hump right now.
So Jackhammer heading out to turn 1, came from back in the pack to get around Coco's Monkey, coming into Key West Harbor.
Yeah, they didn't have a bad slot. They were lane 3.
They were lane 3.
And Coco's was lane 1, so.
Coco's Monkey did get to the pin first and did have the lead, but I think you're going to see the Jackhammer boat, if there is a little bit of a bump, it's going to benefit from that on the 1 to 2.
They seem to really like that out there.
Yeah, it's just a stronger built boat. A little bit of air there for them as they head into the turn.
But here comes Coco's.
Coco's, definitely making they had a nice turn there, and they kept the acceleration. When when Jackhammer came out of the water, they lost some speed.
You notice that Coco's isn't popping the bow up. When they come out of the water, they're still going forward, whereas Jackhammer is popping the bow. You see what I mean?
Yep. And now they've got the lead on that backstretch. Not what exactly we expected, but now pulling forward is Jackhammer. They've got the longer way around turn 2. So it's going to be a battle into the harbor once again from atop the X Insurance Helicam.
We've also got a long way to go, so
you
don't want to get too out of shape just trying to beat the other guy on the first lap.
Now Jackhammer dives in.
They go wide up. Someone just went wrong side of the buoy there almost. I think that was Team Allen maybe. But whoever was running 4th place there had to make a correction, and they just cost themselves some time. But if we could stay with this lead duo here coming into the harbor.
It's a battle between Jackhammer and
Coco's Monkey is on the right if you're watching on the screen. Jackhammer on the left. And they're coming right past our vantage point any minute now.
And they remain in the same position as they come across here at the start-finish line.
Jackhammer is pulling him as they come into the harbor.
Turn that lap at 82.5 miles an hour. Coco's Monkey in second.
Is this Big East?
Celsius in 3rd.
Celsius now in 3rd.
Okay, yep.
Oh, Performance. Oh, no.
Slowing down in front of us.
Someone's upside down. Someone's upside down. We got a boat over.
All right.
We got a red flag.
We got a red flag.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get yelly. Red
Team
flag.
Bermuda,
Team Bermuda is over.
Out towards turn number 2.
Yep. That might have been the one that I thought I saw have to make the course correction.
I
but
never
let's
seen
wait and
Team
see.
Allen Lawn Care come back through either, guys.
Yeah.
That's the team that he said you thought they might have made that move, had to move back inside. If
So
they had to move back inside, maybe there was some kind of...
Could have been a chain reaction kind of thing.
Right, exactly. But I never saw a Team Allen Lawn Care come back in either myself.
Okay, let's just see how, because they're going to get them back down to the milling area and the harbor turn and restart them after a lap and a half.
So Team Bermuda goes over near turn number 2, near Fort Zachary Taylor. And so our first incident of the day would have been going so smoothly. And Team Bermuda early had run very well, but fell back to about 5th after the first lap. It was actually 8th by the time they came around to the start-finish line.
Oh, there's so much glare.
Allen Lawn Care, I'm hearing Allen Lawn Care as well. And everybody's okay.
Yeah. You're saying you're hearing Allen Lawn Care is over?
It was,
Okay, let's just hold off then.
Yeah.
It's Allen Lawn Care that actually was not Bermuda.
It was not Bermuda.
It's Allen Lawn Care and everybody's
We
okay.
had an initial report looking in the glare that it was Team Bermuda. It's not. It's Team Allen Lawn Care.
Oh, yeah. I can see there. This is a 17 on the monitor.
So, folks, our apologies. That was not Team Bermuda. Team Allen Lawn Care. This is the 3rd incident for Billy Allen here in Key West at the World Championships. He was involved in the
side-by-side.
The side-by-side blowover
The
with
LPC,
LPC, where the two hulls came together and became one. And Team Allen started going back when they got into a gust of wind that it came between the mole and the Margaritaville building and pulled out both those boats over. Dramatic video of that on Lauren Peters' YouTube page that you could see from inside his cockpit. There's also views of that from Race World Offshore's live stream that day. And also, he got caught up in that accident, the train wreck in 2021 at turn number 1.
Well, did anybody else see, we talked about Bermuda, I did not see Bermuda come back through, or I never did see Big East come back through as well.
Yes, that's true.
I didn't see that neon. I mean, that neon boat's kind of hard to miss.
Yeah, I'm looking down in the harbor where they should be milling.
I don't know what happened maybe out there somewhere along the way out there as well, but Bermuda and neon, and that neon.
It's possible they got past us, all kind of looking down the into the glare here in Key West Harbor, which we deal with this every year. As we move closer to winter here in Key West, the sun moves further to the south, and it sits right over the southwest horizon here in Key West and shines right into our view as the boats head to turn number 1 and then come over to Fort Zachary Taylor. You deal with it all the way up until they get up onto the mole.
I'm just looking at the boats on the monitor, and the bright green would jump out. There's the Bermuda boat right there. So
okay,
is that the North Wing or is that the Bermuda?
No, that's that GL on the back. That's Bermuda, because you can see the number 25. And there's Celsius, and there's Performance Boat Center, and there's Allied. Well, we're still looking for some other boats. Oh, there's LPC, Jackhammer. That's North Wing there, 77 to the left.
Right. Yeah.
Coco's Monkey is an all-white boat right in front of us with the hatch partially up right near the buoy.
So the second boat that may or may have not, we're not sure about, is that
let's just
Big East.
Yeah, so over and everybody out of the boat is Team Allen Lawn Care. And tough luck for Billy Allen. Couldn't be a worse follow-up to his World Championship last year. He's good. There's Big East right there.
No, Big East is in the harbor.
There they are in the harbor.
Getting ready for the restart.
Thank you very much to the production team for finding Big East. And again, big sigh of relief for the big contingent that are here to watch these races and back watching in Bermuda as everything is thumbs up. They're back in the milling area, and they were mistaken initially by a spotter for the Team Allen Lawn Care boat. They're the ones that went over. Wonder if they made a last-minute adjustment to try and get that in outside that buoy and just hooked it and went over. It's all speculation at this point, but you did say you thought that they might be going inside that
I thought I saw, it looked like someone had to make a harsh correction, let's put it that way, to try to make the buoy legally.
All right, so we're in a red flag situation, waiting to see for the boats to restart. I would imagine we'll just get a restart minus the first lap. Maybe this will be 10 laps to go.
Well, we had 2 completed there. They had gone around twice on us there.
You're right. You're correct. I was late counting my.
Right. That was, like I said, it happened as the leads were coming in there. Jackhammer and Coco's Monkey were coming in. Just behind him was Team Allen Lawn Care. I mean, that first lap, Team Allen was running in 3rd place. Maybe 3rd, 4th place coming around that second pin on the second lap there when the incident happened. So we're just barely 2 laps into this sucker.
Yeah,
so
I got Celsius coming by too before.
I did, yes.
Something.
Exactly.
But I mean, if they do the restart, they're going to give those positions up and just go back to their original slots.
I would imagine. Maybe run the last 9 laps from there.
Yeah, exactly. Start from 1 to 9 now instead, since 3 laps are gone. Too bad for Celsius, who just moved up into
Coco's Monkey was having a great run at that point. You know what I mean? That's a tough shot for them. And then there's a team like on the other side, Performance Boat Center, which was having a great run, but that last time through, they were limping through as they came across the finish line there. So maybe this gives them a chance to reset, figure out what's wrong and get themselves going back up. So
I just saw the Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems boat in the milling area.
It was, but remember, if he came through that last lap, as Alan was out there wrecking, he was definitely not up on his full.
And they might have been running. They might need. They might have been having some guardian issues. Maybe they got that cleared out.
And who knows? This might be the opportunity for PBC to get back in this stuff and have a chance to look at it and not lose any laps or time right now.
Yeah,
so keeps it wide open.
We're getting word from Race Control now. They're going to have to reload the divers on Angel 1 before we can proceed. So I think it's going to be just a little bit before we gather ourselves back up and get started here. We'll keep you updated. Team Allen Lawn Care has flipped over, and right now we're.
To reset Guardian, you just turn off the engines and start them.
Right.
Restart them. So
that's right.
That won't give them. That's not a big problem for Performance Boat Center if that's what happens.
The only problem is when you have 37 Guardian alerts. So like Michelle Carcente,
then you're just
and
running it and hoping it clears itself.
Exactly.
You're not going to turn it off and turn it on.
Yeah, but they lost a lot of distance messing around with it until they finally got frustrated and moved on. And had to fight back to get on the podium on Friday. It all worked out for them today in factory 450R stock as they won, and then ended up back on the podium for the World Championship. All right, we're going to take a timeout. We had an incident out there. It's Team Allen Lawn Care that has flipped over. We got to wait to get the Angels back on the helicopter for the safety cruise, and we'll continue with Super Stock Racing after this red flag and restart. Back after this on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and from the Race World Offshore Facebook page. We'll be right back.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends Patio. I love live music all day, every day. And that's exactly what we have. Breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and dinner just seem better. An Eggs Benedict or Key West shrimp is more pimp. Beer tastes more cheery. You ameliorate a steak. And you're eating that food and drinking that drink, enjoying the music, and you're sitting in Old Town Key West, the best damn place in the world. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
After the roar of your boat motor has subsided, but you want to keep your engine running, stop by Fairvilla Sexy Things Key West, 524 Front Street. Why not keep that excitement in your day? Fairvilla Sexy Things is your intimacy and wellness resource. Plus, they have the sexiest lingerie, the best party supplies, and all your bedroom necessities, sure to keep you revved up and ready for action. For store locations and online shopping, Fairvilla.com. In Key West, every day can be a winner for you at Fairvilla Sexy Things.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at PorteProducts.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
The 42nd Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. Also special thanks to Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Class 1 APBA National Series and the RWO World Championships. X Insurance, we can't thank Rick Lindsay and Parker Lindsay enough for the use of the X Insurance Helicam, and also for sponsoring and presenting our hospitality viewing area, the VIP area here at the Outer Mole, and putting on that great Boots and Boats concert last night. It was a cool show. To Rab Beats for sponsoring our race village, as Rab Beats joins us this year as a sponsor for Key West. as they elevate our events to new heights, making them truly exceptional. Rab Beats Race Village. And by Tuna Skin, the official apparel sponsor of Race World Offshore. Well, we are in a red flag as you've watched the boats mill around. And it looks like Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems
they're missing a cowling or something.
Are they? Were they?
I didn't see red on top of one of their motors.
Oh dear!
It looks like the cowling's off. We'll see when they come by, but
yeah.
Let's see if they come back into the picture here.
They were having they had
That's over to the right. If we could go back to the right, find the boat with the red outboards on the back.
Yeah.
Keep coming right. Keep coming right.
And,
keep coming. Keep coming.
Where'd they go?
Right there. Stop.
We'll
stop. Yeah, they're missing something because I see black. There's no cover on that motor.
They sure are.
Wow. Are they going to race like that?
Yep.
Oh boy. Man, it's that boat. They've had a lot of trouble this year.
They've been snake bit this year a little bit.
And you're talking about the last 2 years, the most consistent boat next to Jackhammer.
They were kind of like the Rusty Wallace of when he didn't win all those races but won the title before they went to stage racing in NASCAR. Because he won a championship with a bunch of second and thirds. And they did the same thing. They were consistent.
They were really ahead of the curve a lot with the development of the 300R four-stroke engine. There were a lot of problems out of the gate. You know, you'll talk to these teams. They were very much the R&D arm of Mercury. Problems with the cowlings. You know, a lot of issues with figuring out
motor mount bolts,
motor mount
mounts,
bolt. Dealing with the CG that was greatly changed by the extra 5 inches up, going from the 15-inch custom midsection they had run with the 300 XSs to the 20-inch midsection on this boat, putting that 222 pounds of the two extra the engines, the extra weight from the XS to the 300R up higher in the air, and it gave these boats fits which fell right into our dear friend Billy Allen's hands last year because he was still running the 300 XSs in the rough water here in Key West. And if you talk to any of the teams here, the rough, confused water makes these boats really hard to handle with those 20-inch midsections. Which, by the way, talked to several teams, and they're happy to hear that they're very confident that that Mercury Racing is going to have that 15-inch midsection sometime next year. It's going to make these boats a lot safer to run out there in the really rough water. But Team Allen Lawn Care, of course, took advantage of that last year and won a world championship. But they switched, just like all the other teams did going into this year, to the 300R engine. But the Performance Boat Center was at the leading edge of, helping to come up with concepts and ideas how to solve some of these problems. And they've just been snake bit this year, man. They can't catch a break, it seems like.
Yeah, that's really, it's just one of those seasons. I think you do this long enough, everybody has them. Okay, we have a yellow flag up. It looks like they're going to be starting to try to get them reformed for the start, and they're starting them based on the position they finished that last lap on.
Okay.
So Jackhammer is in lane 1 with Julian Maldonado and Reese Langheim. Lane 2 is Coco Monkey with Scott Porte, AJ Bogino. Lane 3 is Celsius with Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller. Performance Boat Center, Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams, lane 4. Lauren Peters and Anthony Smith, LPC, lane 5. North Wing is in lane 6 with Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz. 7 is Team Bermuda with David Sully and Stephen Bridges. Lane 8, Big East Construction, Gary Ballou, Cole Lyle. Lane 9, Allied Construction with Sean Torrente and Sean Connor. And lane 9 is Curry Refrigeration, Ryan Beckley and Eric Breckenfelder.
All right, on the restart, we're going to race 7 laps.
Yep.
We had 3 laps done, and I think they're going to scrub the half lap and 1 lap. So we're going to go 7 laps
here
to
to
finish this race.
Let's see if we can get them going.
Cigarette Hawk Pace Boat comes up.
Start number 105.
Oh, boy, it's one of those weeks. Lines these boats up as we get set to go racing here in Key West for the second time after the red flag, after Team Allen Lawn Care
Still yellow.
Went over. It's turn number 2.
I can't see the pace boat now, so I don't know. Yep, we got a green flag, is what it says.
The race is on. LA Veet, Super Cat Racing here again. LPC looks like it has some speed. Jackhammer on the inside, yes, racing with one cowling. Performance Boat Center fast diesel fuel systems. Jackhammer running fast on the inside. Celsius running fast. I don't see Coco's Monkey.
At the very back, he got a bad jump. Look at him in the very back.
Oh yeah, bad start. Scott Porte and AJ Bogino got to be frustrated after running so well in the top 2. They're going to have to make up some ground.
Hey, but he's already making the move there, coming from the back.
He'll get a chance. They'll be, they'll come together as they head to turn number 1. Everybody's going to stay in their lane and get through this turn. 3-pin turn at turn 1.
Now, if we're seeing this kind of glare, imagine what they're seeing in the cockpit, like Steve Miklos talked about. It's got to be almost blinding.
Jackhammer had the lead when we had the red flag. Running level, good attitude.
Now, there's a boat there next to him that was hopping a little bit. We thought that might be LPC.
This is where we saw a little bit of hop for them as they make the turn, head right into the wind. Got an east wind now at about 15.
Just stood up.
And there's Jackhammer. Wow.
Yep, they're finding some stuff out there now.
Yeah, that wind is starting to roll the sea across.
Now, you guys in bracket 700 who are watching, please make note of this.
Be careful out there.
Get your weight set up in the bow.
So these are the most reactive boats in catamaran canopied racing anywhere in the class. The 700 boats, the V-bottom boats you're talking about, very reactive as well.
Well, they're almost 10 feet shorter, or more than 10 feet shorter in some cases.
Absolutely. Here's Jackhammer coming around, rolled up on the sponson just a tiny bit. As they dig in, now come down the chute. They have a lead, and look at the group of 6 coming in behind them. What a shot coming into Key West Harbor at the end of lap number 1.
But you saw the speed they started to build, and they were carrying after they took that wide turn.
Down into the Monster Energy fan zone, right in front of the start-finish line. Look at your group of super stock teams coming in at the Key West World Championship races, presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore.
Jackhammer building a lead as they pull away.
So Jackhammer comes across, leading after lap number 1 of 7. Let's see who our next group
is. Side by side here, we got Northwing.
Northwing and Celsius. Then Coco's Monkey, LPC, Coco's Monkey, and Performance Boat Center, Big East and Allied. Team Bermuda and Curry Refrigeration rounding out the top 9.
Coco's have made it all the way back up to 5th. That's where they kind of like fighting back for it at least.
Looking at Coco's Monkey, Island Apparel.
Big East Performance Boat Center might be out.
Yeah, fast. They made a go of it, but they're going to have to call it a day. Feel horrible for Myra Coyle and Rusty Williams. Tough finish to a long season. Here comes Jackhammer, 32-foot victory hole built in Dubai with Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado in the cockpit. Julian on the throttles, the son of Ricky Maldonado.
Do you know how old
he is? Out of Manatee Marine, 24, I believe.
Yeah, that's
another up-and-comer, no doubt. There's Northwing running in second.
And let's see if Celsius can get up to here. Now Coco's Monkey off camera just pulled into 4th. So like we said, Scott Porte getting used to those 300s. Here's Celsius with Jay Muller and Chris Hopgood. They made a change for the World Championships. Had a good, strong day on Wednesday. Mechanical issues, I think, moved them to the back on Friday. But
here's Big East Construction trying to chase down Allied. Another victory hole, one of the 2 victory holes in the class. Just in front of them, the new S2 hole from Sean Torrente and Sean Connor.
And Sean Torrente said that they were turning it better and better at the end of Friday's race, and that gave them the confidence to go out and try to compete harder today. So you got to give them credit for trying something new. It's a bold move to step out like that.
So the Allied Construction boat with a nice flat line as they head to turn number 1. Turnings where they had the issue before.
Yep.
Now we're coming back through, looking at our leaders.
Is that Coco's is what I'm wondering. Making a move around somebody. But there's someone right, That does not look like Jackhammer's profile. It looks like a Doug Wright.
It definitely looks like a Doug Wright. So Jackhammer.
Not in our. There's Jackhammer.
No, okay. So Jackhammer is out in front of this group, folks. This is your leader as we get back on the live stream.
Coming around.
So those watching here locally, right by Fort Zachary Taylor, you're watching Jackhammer come through.
Yep.
They continue to lead in super stock. A group of Doug Wrights behind them.
By the profile, looks like North Wing is to the inside behind them there.
So here they come into the Monster Energy fan zone. Jackhammer continuing to lead after lap number 2 of 7. And here they come.
North Wing.
Turn that lap at 83.21 miles an hour. North Wing in second.
Cocos. Are they coming in third? Let's see here.
It is.
Coco's Monkey now up to third.
Celsius fourth.
LPC 5 back there. Allied
LPC
6.
fifth.
Bermuda 7th. Big East 8th.
Big East is 8th.
Curry's 9th.
Who was 7th? Bermuda?
Bermuda was in 7th, yes.
Big East 8th?
Big East 8th.
Curry 9, okay.
Curry 9.
And here's a look at LPC, Lauren Peters, Anthony Smith, Lake of the Ozarks. Always a threat. They're known to be fast. Consistency sometimes bites them a little, but that was a nice turn by Celsius. And there's LPC right behind them. Let's see who we got side-by-side action in the Allied. They just went right around Bermuda there for a second, so they are turning that boat better.
There's your overall leader, yep, Jackhammer, as they check out. But North Wing is within striking distance here.
And Casey Boaz just came off this water before he got into North Wing when he was in XR Insurance CR Racing in the Super Cat. So maybe he found something for them. Here's Celsius again. Chris Hopgood would like to have a good, strong finish to keep Celsius interested for next year. Big East Construction has gotten ahead of Allied Construction. So just good battles all over the course here. That's what this class is about.
Hey, and you're looking at the point totals all of a sudden now. Celsius and Coco's Monkey are tied exactly on the dot right now for third place on the podium.
So that would be time.
They're coming down to time, and that's a 11-second difference between those two boats. So this will be interesting coming down the stretch, see how this plays out.
All right, watching our lead boats on that rougher leg, and not really being affected by the tide anymore. The outgoing tide is slacked off, but the wind has picked up out there, and you're just outside the edge of the island, so you can catch that east wind. Just lucky it's not an east-southeast wind like it was on Friday.
Right.
It would definitely be affecting your attitude a lot worse because it would be troubling you, hitting you on the front sponson. And here they're running more straight into it. Jackhammer gets up a little bit, man. They just are able to keep that boat just enough under control, never any trouble. And they get that bow up a little bit. They turn.
It'll take a flyer, but they don't overreact as far as how they react to it.
Yeah, those boats
they settle it back down.
A little air there for them. They're built super well.
And if you remember the other day when Rich Lures was talking about North Wing versus Jackhammer and how North Wing seemed to be more contacted, and look at the move they're making right now.
Absolutely. So North Wing has bridged the gap. And putting a little bit of gas to it right here as they come across the start-finish line. Jackhammer just ahead, but North Wing trying to get the inside line. They turn that lap at 82 miles an hour. Coco's Monkey is back in third.
Not seeing him. Here's Coco's in third.
There comes Celsius, continuing to run fourth. And now LPC.
But could we follow the lead boats through the harbor turn with Jackhammer and North Wing? Could we get a camera down there?
Yeah,
or no?
We just watched Team Bermuda through in sixth.
Yeah.
Now Big East running in seventh.
Did not see the Allied come back through there.
Yep, we're back to the leaders as they come back out. Jackhammer.
Yep. Okay, North Wing is still
hanging
trying to keep them in striking distance, but I think Jackhammer pulls them on this leg.
Yes,
North Wing has the advantage coming into the harbor.
They had the advantage in the turn, and they took that advantage and got a little further out.
Yep.
There comes Allied Construction. Looks like
Allied is off the pace.
Yeah, they're definitely off the pace. This is a boat that I think is going to impress next year once they get this thing going. North
they're
Wing.
heading right in.
Yeah.
Allied Construction is out. They are headed right for the crane.
Jackhammer is expanding their lead right now. As you can see, North Wing off the shot from the X-Insurance Helicam.
Yep.
As they zoom in on Jackhammer, now to Team Celsius, Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller in the old Talbot excavating boat that Jay won the World Championship.
With Kyler.
Yeah, with Kyler back in 2015, the late Kyler Miller.
Kyler Talbot.
Kyler Talbot.
Used to travel all the way from Seattle to make these races.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well liked.
Yes.
Racer.
And speaking of a guy who travels, here's Cole Leibel coming down from Canada.
Yes, sir.
For all the races with his in-boat partner Gary Ballou. And they're closing in on, I can't tell who that is, but it looks like they're making a run.
Is that
in
Team
their
Bermuda?
victory.
It's Team Bermuda, I believe.
Yeah, because that was their positioning in the last race, in the last lap was 6 and 7. So let's see if they can.
Yeah, they're the other victory hull. Yep. And there's the leader.
Here's your lead interval.
Yep.
Okay, here's Jackhammer.
Again,
getting a little
once
there.
again, get to the stern there, but it settles down nicely. This is a very well-built boat. 6 bulkheads in this 32-foot victory hull.
Well, there's a lot of research went into those boats aerodynamically and hydrodynamically over in Dubai.
And remember, they were the boat from the XCAT series,
Yep.
so they were made for the Mercury
ROS
engine, which
400 horse.
That's right. But if you talk to Gary Ballou, very similar to the 300R in terms of, although they had 15-inch midsections, they're very heavy in the same way. So this boat is really well made to handle that engine.
Now
So
let's see
Jackhammer comes in once again with 3 laps to go, leading in Super Stock class. North Wing in second. There's Coco's Monkey holding 3rd place.
Yeah, they're coming right by our vantage point now on your screen. So
Celsius will hold 4th place. 3 laps to go for your Super Stock World Championship here in Key West, presented by Performance Boat Center. And Team Bermuda looks like they've held
5th
on to 5th. Or actually, they moved past
LPC.
LPC.
Yep.
And that's Big East chasing LPC now.
Okay. And Curry in 8th. Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's like the winners so far today is they've kind of bucked the conventional approach down. Okay, once you have it locked up, you just have to do what you have to do to take the win. They said, nah, we want to dominate.
Jackhammer turned that last lap at just a shade under 84 miles an hour. That's right where they've held this throughout this race here since the restart and the flip of Team Allen Lawn Care. Good look at
Coco's Monkey.
Yeah, that's the Island Apparel store here in Key West, sponsoring a national race team in Coco's Monkey. Now the North Wing, that's the old Hulk boat.
Yep.
Grant Bruggeman completely rebuilt that boat, and I'd say it's probably it's probably about as rock solid as one of those victory hulls after he told me all the work they put into it. For Darren Kittredge, who's on board with Casey Boaz, the former CR Racing guru who won 2 world championships previously in Superstock class. And there's Team Bermuda. Great to see them out there running. David Sully and Stephen Bridges all the way from Bermuda.
They're getting more and more consistent, and they're consistently moving up in the fleet with their finishes.
Yep.
So hope to see them back next year.
Stephen runs a 24 catamaran twin engine in the around the Bermuda race.
Yeah, this battle for 3rd, you're going to start watching it, Todd. Celsius, again, has a 13-second lead on Coco's Monkey. They're going to come in tied for points if it finishes as it is right now. So you're going to have to start counting seconds and see how far Coco's Monkey can pull away from Celsius to see who gets that podium there.
So that's 3rd for the podium.
3rd for the World Championship podium.
Oh, a little flighty there by Jackhammer.
Yeah.
Now they settle it down very well again.
As long as you don't get that kind of pop where the stern goes up, because that's when you land on, when the bow goes up. But look at Northwing again here.
This is where they made up tremendous ground last time, but two laps ago. But they
now
again,
they're flying.
They're flying and they're scrubbing speed, and then they dig back in, and you can see them move forward. So they'll come in very close, once again as they did I think 3 laps ago. But Jackhammer will hold the lead and will try and get to the pin, take the line to his advantage. Again, running at 83.26 miles an hour, right in there. So it's 1-2, Jackhammer and Northwing. Coco's Monkey coming by in third. We've got 2 laps to go for the Super Stock World Championship here in Key West. Celsius will pull in fourth.
But it looks like maybe Coco's pulled out their lead a little bit on Celsius there.
Team Bermuda holding down fifth. Very impressive considering the bad start that Scott Porter and AJ Bogino got, that they pulled all the way up to third.
And the restart, yep.
Yeah, and the restart. LPC holding on to sixth. And Big East Construction wants to start moving up. It's time for them to make their move if they have any chance of making the podium here today. They're in seventh.
Yeah, they make a 2 moves here. They're back on the podium.
Curry Refrigeration, good to see Ryan Beckley back.
In his hometown?
Yeah, with his hometown sponsors, and we appreciate all of you hometown sponsors, Curry Refrigeration, and I know Florida Keys Electric that came on and supported Ryan to race here in Key West again.
I'm curious to watch Coco's to see if they look like they're making more ground on Northwing maybe than Northwing is making on Jackhammer.
Yeah, Jackhammer's, as close as Northwing was heading out here, there's quite a bit of distance. They've gone from 2 boat lengths to probably about 8 boat lengths as they head out to turn number 1 with just about a lap and a half left to go. And coming off screen, we are watching Big East trying to get around LPC over by Sunset Key.
If Big East can make a run to Bermuda, forget Coco's and forget the Celsius, Big East would actually jump on them on the podium if they can get past just Bermuda and get into 5th place.
Cole Leibel and the 18-time world champion Gary Ballou. He is the guru of Superstock racing. He has more Superstock world championships than any other driver or throttle man. And he's got to chase down Team Bermuda right now to get his team on the podium. And he's got all of about 7 miles to do it.
Although that could all change if Coco's overtakes Northwing. Then we're back to the Northwing Coco's on the podium. So this is last lap and a half is going to be very interesting in all assets of this race.
All right, fans at Fort Zachary Taylor, this will be your penultimate look at Jackhammer as they slide a little bit there, but recover quickly. Julia Maldonado, Reese Langheim with the lead in Jackhammer, followed by Northwing. Northwing not quite as close as they were when they came back through. That's Coco's Monkey following up to the left of the screen, now off the screen. So the white flag is up. It should be. It was 7 laps on the restart.
Do they have a white flag on the
I don't see
I don't
one.
think so.
Well, I was just
Yeah,
it was imagery. Jackhammer again, 83.39 miles an hour in the lead. Northwing in second.
I'd say they're still pretty comfortable because here's Coco's.
Yes, Coco's running in third, and Celsius holding on to fourth. Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller, and the 32 Doug Wright. Here comes Team Bermuda. They've held off Big East for the moment. See what the difference is. And Big East Construction, it's a lot of distance out to make up on 1 lap. It's like 10 seconds. LPC chasing Big East in 6th and 7th.
And here comes Atlas Curry. Tanner Lewis actually owns the boat. Ryan Beckley leased it from him. So it'll be interesting to see what they do next year. Will they go to the 300Rs? Will they?
Taking a look at Coco's Monkey, the bottom on that boat designed by Scott Porte, Porte Performance. He's got his own world championships with Papa's Pilar's Rum. Raced with the Shadow Pirate with Nick Scafidi when he redid that bottom. It's been a successful return to the cockpit for him. There's North Wing running in second, Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz. Now, correct me, we are on the 7th lap, Joey, right?
I have the 7th. This is it. I mean, if they're running 7, this should be a checker.
I had to remake my lap sheet, but yeah, this will be the 7th lap. So we should see a checkered flag on the pace boat.
And this is real interesting for that 3rd place. 5 points separate 3 teams battling for 3rd place right now. That's Celsius, Coco's Monkey, Celsius, and Big East Construction, all separated by 5 points. So it'll be real interesting in time. The minute that Coco's finished, they got to have 13 seconds.
Big East is down. Big East is slow.
Oh,
man,
that's tough for them.
Folks, off camera, we're watching Big East now on camera on the live stream pulling into the infield.
They had a good run at that. But, hey, that opens the door back up for Coco's Monkey or Celsius, and it's going to come down to time. If they hold where they're at, can Coco's beat them by 13 seconds or not?
Big East is heading straight for the crane, and if you look at the wrap on the bottom of that sponson, it looked all roughed up. So I don't know if it was just the wrap or...
Well, here comes your leader for the final time, digging in. North Wing trying to make a challenge.
North Wing is making a run here.
Yeah, they would like to get around Jackhammer. Will Jackhammer allow that to happen?
Oh, boy. What do we got here?
We got a battle to the start-finish line for the winner of the Conch Republic Offshore Cup this day. But for the World Championship, Jackhammer will cruise to the World Championship. But can they hold off North Wing for today's win? This is it in super stock class. Jackhammer, North Wing to the line of the Monster Energy fan zone. And the finish goes to Jackhammer, then North Wing. Coco's Monkey will take 3rd. And here comes Celsius. What a successful run to Key West for Chris Hopgood with Jay Muller.
Yep.
In the old Talbot excavating boat.
And Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz.
And another remade boat, the old Hulk. Fantastic pairing for both those groups. So Celsius takes 4th.
I got him more than 20 seconds back of Coco's Monkey, so I got Coco's on the podium there.
And Team Bermuda will take 5th.
Solid run by them, too.
Yep, LPC.
Makes the trip a little more worthwhile.
Well, last year they ended up on the podium in Key West here for the World Championships.
LPC did, yep.
Yep, Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters. Great to see them back on the rock again. Great to see Anthony Smith and his dad back in the HP Mafia Super Cat boat. I'd like to see more of that pairing next year. And here comes... should be Team Bermuda.
No, Team Bermuda came by. This is Curry's right here.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, Curry's. Yeah, Team Bermuda. And again, we'd like to welcome all of the international teams that came to Key West. 8 different countries represented here. Special thanks to a great group of guys. Love David Sully and Stephen Bridges and the Team Bermuda crew. They have a love of powerboat racing there with their Around the Island race. Welcome back to Key West, Team Bermuda. As we look overhead, the X Insurance Helicam down on your super stock world champion, Jackhammer. 32-foot victory hull out of Dubai with the 300R Mercury Racing 4 strokes. There's Julian Maldonado heading to the bow to take the checkered flag. And there they go, whizzing by the cigarette. Nice toss and catch. There you go. Wave that flag, young man. It's a long time coming for Reese Langheim.
Yes, sir.
Tough times here in Key West.
And his wife, Sarah, right?
Yes,
Sarah.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the family.
I mean, she's basically co-owner of that boat. She says owner.
So she decides what's going to happen with the Jackhammer moving forward. That's the way it works in my house.
That is awesome.
And number 1.
There you go.
Yes.
Well done, boys. And like they said the other day, who was in here with us, loved how they left it in gear as they're idling around. Look good for them.
Couldn't be happier for them. They've been through a tremendous amount of adversity here in Key West. And to lose the national championship this year, to lose their consecutive streak of...
Now, does Julian go back out on one of the bracket boats?
Yeah, I believe he does.
Let me see here.
It was like the 746 or the Legend boat, remember?
Yeah, there's lots of Maldonados, so I'm just trying.
So Jackhammer wins the Superstock World Championship. Big day for Darren Kittredge and Northwing, and Coco's Monkey, 1, 2, 3, and that.
I mean, unofficially, I have to call it this again. I was counting it. I hit my stopwatch the minute I saw Coco's go in front of me. I counted out a solid 23 seconds there. He was only 13 seconds in the rear of Celsius to start today. We're kind of coming down to time. It's got to come down to time because every one of those boats ran all the complete distance. They never scrubbed. Every one of them ran every lap possible. And like I said, coming in today, I had Celsius 1:04 behind Jackhammers and Coco's Money 1:17 behind Jackhammers. So that's 13 seconds between the difference. I do believe that Coco's was 13 seconds ahead of Celsius today. So in my book, if that's coming down to time, it's going to be real tight. But I got Coco's sitting on the podium in third place there by seconds.
Now brackets are already on the course.
Yeah, so let's get right to our lineups as we watch Jackhammers sail off into the sunset of victory, into the pits. To get
I wouldn't be
craned up.
surprised if maybe Ricky got in the boat that Julian had run in bracket 700 the other day just because of timing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Key West World Championship races. You're listening to the Maximum Inflation live stream at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and on YouTube. The live broadcast here from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you.
Now coming up in race 6, they're doing a little different start because they're running bracket 200 and bracket 500 in the first start. So in bracket 200, we've got Justice League with Elliot Toth and Jax Muller. We've got Predator with Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt, and Connie Hunt. Batman, we already said. Oh, no, Justice League is Corey Chantry and Richard Davis. My bad there. OC Racing has a substitute throttleman, Tom Madalena. We hope that Chris gets better. And Joey Oliveira is driving. Harpoon Harry's is the 36 Spectre. And I must have lost track of who's in the boat. I apologize. And then we've got Cade Herbot and Keith Herbot in Herbot Racing. In bracket 500, which is also in the same start, we've got TFRX Insurance, JJ Turk and Michael Stancombe. We've got Mean Streak from up in northern upstate New York with Jeremy Helms and Vance Hagen on the throttles. And let's see who else. Sweat Equity is the 28 outboard-powered Manta with Jeremy Bisson, Greg Dorenzo, and Angie Pierce is navigating. And let's see, Bulletproof, the defending national champion. Sorry, guys. Craig Belfato, Elijah Kingery. And then we've got Bronx Phantom, Marker 1 Marine with Vincent Winoski and Robert Winoski. In the second start, okay, we've still got time. We're doing 400, 600, 700. So in bracket 400, we've got the 34-foot Phantom Control Freak, Mark Robbins and Damon Murata. We've got Jim Simmons and Jason Zalecki in Simmons Racing. Let's see, do we have any other 400? I don't see any other 400 boats. Oh no, there's a 30 Phantom in 400. And Team Woody is also was Allied Construction was the 30 Phantom. I just don't have the names right in front of me. I've got Team Woody, Billy Shipley and Chad Woody. Jake Nichols, Mark Fernandez is the Allied Offshore. I don't think we have any 600 boats because the one 600 boat that was left was a scratch.
Yeah, I agree. And the one other one moved to 700 class.
Right.
Yeah.
So then for bracket 700, we've got TXR, F Insurance, Golf and Gator, TFR, X Insurance, Golf and Gator. Cameron Turk driving, Robert Bryant throttles. Statement Marine, bad decision, 759, Dalton Perlestra, Jerry Hartman. Statement Marine, 747, bad decisions, the activator with the father-son team of Nick Buis and Owen Buis. 742, Statement Marine, Safe Cash, Rick Robb, Scott Robin. 744, Jackhammer, Connor Langheim, Reese's son,
yep.
Francisco Duran. And then 746, Legend Marine Group, the 21 Superboat, Greg Butler is the driver. And then we've got the H-Craft, which is Ricardo Maldonado and Matthew Beal. And then
769.
769.
Yep.
Yep. And that should be everyone
in the class. And then you have
the class UIM
Class 3X.
Class 3X, scratch and sniff.
The X69, interesting number.
Michael Chandler.
And Austin Blocker, and then it's 1986 Hustler with
that's the 21 Hustler.
Yeah, it's the 225 Mercury. It's a class that runs overseas.
All right, they've got Class 1, the first start. Sorry.
No worries.
They've got the yellow flag up, and they're getting them going. So.
All right, so our first start in bracketed boats is coming up.
This is 500 and 200. So it's going to be loud.
Now, all of these boats are in a bracketed class. It means they can't exceed their speed limit.
Yeah, the 200 boats can run, I think it's 90. And then the boats in 500 can only run 75.
Yep, and 760.
I just figured we'd get through this start first.
Yeah, no worries. So they have to maintain their speed. They're GPS monitored, and they have to turn those.
They turn in the cards from the GPS
to race officials, and the flag is up. The race is on. Our final races are underway for the Key West World Championships. Ale Vite, have at it. Go fast.
And Corey Chantry is driving Justice League, and he's a youngster as well. So this is his first time going up against Predator and OC Racing. And OC Racing has Tony Madalena, who had been in the Challenger boat in Mod V. So he's a veteran throttleman, so this could get really interesting with some of these boats. But that's the old 36 Spectre that, believe it or not, Nate Hunt used to run that as WADA, and Nate Hunt's throttling Predator right now.
So Class 200 will be going 8 laps, 35 miles.
Yep.
Class 500, 8 laps, 35 miles, as well as Class 400. Class 700 will go 6 laps, and 27 miles, as well as the X69 UIM Class 3X.
Here comes our second start. All your bracket 700 boats, the little outboard boats, are on the outside, with the faster boats and 400 on the inside.
Only the second time we've seen the Active Thunder today with the second start of the day, and they line up the boats to head out for the last time, our last start of the 42nd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
And when these little boats get out to the Malia, it could be interesting.
And here they go.
They're just getting them lined up. They want to get as even a start as they can. You've got the scratch and sniff boat in back off the pace, but Simmons Racing is off the pace in that big 34 Phantom there. Now they're starting to come up.
Yeah, we're really holding them a long time.
We still don't have a green. There's the green flag.
Finally, the race is on. Ale Vite for the last time here in Key West for 2023. Green flag racing, so...
That's butt racks on the inside with Simmons Racing.
Yeah, we should see our leaders coming back into the harbor, and there they are. There's the Pat boat on the inside.
That looks like Turbot on the inside, possibly. No, this is OC. Nice thing for Tommy Madalena. You get in someone else's boat, you're running as hard as you can.
So we see our 2 lead boats coming into the Monster Energy fan zone one more time.
Yeah. So that's no, that's Justice League.
Justice League and Turbot Racing and OC.
Yep. Predator
then the Batman boat.
Predator's in 4th.
5th?
Yep. 4th, I'd say 5th.
5th. Harpoon Harry's, or one of them, either Herbert or Harpoon Harry's was in the backside there.
Yeah, so many boats in the Harpoon Harry's is out. We're just hearing
okay,
from
so yeah, so it's a Herbert with the, you can see the yellow canopy.
Here comes X Insurance Golf and Gator leading.
Bracket 5.
Then Farnsworth in second.
That's Bulletproof. Yep.
Bulletproof and Bronx Phantom. They were neck and neck there.
With Mean Streak. Yeah, it was Mean Streak
and Bronx Phantom. They were neck and neck because we go on top with the X Insurance Helicam, looking at their crew member, X Insurance 501. There goes
Sweat Equity.
Sweat Equity.
And here's a good look overhead. Now we're back with the lead boats in the first start. This is the 200 class boats. And Herbots told us the other day that they had problems breaking out because they could put them in slower classes earlier in the year.
Having a tough time staying in there, he told us. And Keith Herbot and Kate
like
Herbot on board.
Is this the 34-foot Phantoms battling it out in 400 here with Control Freak? Yeah, that's what it looks like because they're one of the few 3-person teams and the only one, I think, in bracket 400. But now we're back to the chase in 500 with Golf and Gator X Insurance and the national champions, Bulletproof Farnsworth, giving chase.
Yeah, we'll track the boats right here as they come across the start-finish line. And that's
Control Freak.
434, Control Freak.
Simmons is in second.
Running in second is Simmons. Control Freak had an awesome APBA national season, went undefeated.
Woody in third.
Ran into trouble once they hit Key West, unfortunately. Team Woody in first and Team Allied.
And Allied in fourth, so.
In second. In fourth, I apologize. Team Allied.
They're all in bracket 400.
Yes.
And here's the first look at your bracket 700 boats coming through.
Some of my favorite boats to watch right here.
And Golf and Gator X Insurance did have a little cosmetic stuff to deal with, but H-Craft, look at this.
So H-Craft
coming through in first.
Yeah, Ricardo Maldo.
Biggest boat in the fleet.
Takes the lead after lap number 1, Team H-Craft.
747 is in second. I didn't see, yeah, Golf and Gator's right up there, probably third.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure which statement
Golf and Gator
was.
is third. Statement 472, or 742 is fourth.
Yeah.
And then there's Legend Marine pulling it all the way in.
And Jackhammer was
sixth.
Was sixth or fifth?
Sixth. I had fifth was statement. The other statement, the 759, was right in front of him.
So H-Craft first, second, 747, Bad Decisions, third, the X Insurance, and Statement Safe Cash in fourth, Statement Bad Decisions in fifth.
Here's the 200 boats already coming by again.
So your 200 boats?
No. That was Herbot that we were just with. This is
there.
Scratch and Sniff right here running unopposed. But here's the bracket 200s.
Herbot in the lead.
Herbot in the lead over OC. Justice League is third. Predator fourth. Batman fifth. So that's a change in almost all positions.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Poor Joey's gotten a racer. He's going crazy here.
I guess Keith Herbot was trying to get some attention for himself by jumping out front, and hopefully he's able to stay inside of his bracket. You know, Herbot is a very popular man in the pits. Worked on the DF Young engines last year program. He's worked on so many different engine programs.
Look at this battle of 30-foot Phantoms we just had on the camera. But here's the boats in Class 200.
There we see Herbot racing
in the harbor turn.
Coming out towards
Making
Sunset
a nice
Key.
turn in that fountain.
They're going to run into traffic. Those 700 boats are right in front of them.
And here's your bracket 500 leaders coming in, the 30-foot Phantoms. Will it be Golf and Gator and X Insurance? Yes. They're still holding first. Bronx Phantom Marker 1 Marine in second. So they got around Bulletproof, but I don't see Bulletproof. Here's Mean Streak up to third. The DCB out of upstate New York.
Big air there,
Control
into
Freak
Key West
just took
Harbor.
a nice little leap there. This looks like the 434. Yeah, that's the Control Freak boat. No, let's see now. No, this is Sweat Equity.
Sweat Equity,
the outboard boat.
Which means they've moved up a spot as well. It means Bulletproof obviously broke down somewhere on the course or is not at full speed.
Right. Here's Control Freak. Still holding first. Simmons is in second, but Simmons won the other day. Simmons won the first 2 days, so
That's right.
They should be in control.
Yeah, because Control Freak didn't come in second both days.
And Team Woody holding on to third for the second lap of 8 here.
Yep. Here they come by in that Levy craft. Another California-built boat. The only canopied 29 Levy ever built. And here's Allied Construction, the 30-foot Phantom that used to be Shocker.
David Fernandez, who worked with Charlie McCarthy on that boat. Running in fourth. Back overhead of the X-Insurance
Helicam.
500, from the Helicam.
And we have, this looks like is this the Herb? No, this is a boat. Yeah, Herbot has tractor pipes. Who is this? This might be OC.
221 it is. Man, the glare is
brutal.
Intense. Can't even look.
OC Racing.
Now in the lead.
Up to the lead. Predator up to second. Batman third, so we've had some attrition. Oh, there's Justice League. Oh, Herbot has fallen back to fifth, so they've got to be down. Yeah.
Tough luck for them here. Had to move out of their normal class. Very difficult to do that.
And look at this battle in 700. And that X-Insurance, that little Nitra from Sweden, is a good foot narrower than the other boats. It just carves through it. Joey, what'd you have there in 700?
759. We've got the 747 in first, X-Insurance second, 742 in third, fourth is the 759.
Oh, so what happened to the H-Craft?
Jackhammer coming in.
Oh, here's the H-Craft. Whoa. Yeah, they're
H-Craft
off.
all the way back to sixth.
Wonder if that's a Guardian.
Potential situation, no doubt.
Making us work the hardest with the most boats in the last race.
I know. Yes, I knew that was going to happen.
And here's
the hardest boats to see.
Legend Marine.
With especially looking into the glare, but we'll roll with it.
Yep.
We're in Key West, and we thank you for joining us. The 42nd Annual Key West World Championship. Cool boat to watch.
That's a fan favorite for other people who love the whole themed boats that MTI used to build.
Yes.
And coming by our vantage point, Dolphin Gator still leading X-Insurance Class 1, or Class 5 rather. Bronx Phantom, Marker 1 Marine in second. Herbot's out. That's too bad.
So 3 laps done, Class 500. Just 3 more to go. The Class 200 boats still have 6 laps left.
Mean Streak is going to be coming across in front of us, still in third.
Five for Class 200.
And in 400, it looks like we've still got Control Freak.
Team Mean Streak just came by.
Yep. And there's Simmons. Yep. And here comes in front of us. Looks like Scratch and Sniff.
Yes.
Continuing to run, so get your laps. You can still say you won in Key West. And here's Woody. And
Sweat Equity.
So Sweat Equity could, well, they broke on the first turn of the first lap on Friday, so a lot would have to fall their way.
Running in fourth.
Here's Allied Construction.
Also running in fourth, that's in bracket Class 400.
And here's OC.
At this point, OC Racing didn't turn any points in on Wednesday, so they can't win a national championship.
Predator in second.
Predator and Batman.
Yep, 2 and 3.
But Batman had a penalty the other day. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
There isn't anything we can leave here and say official because they're all bracketed boats anyway.
And Batman's one of those ones that did not qualify the World Championship point chase.
True,
so they're out. So there's only 3 boats in the World Championship chase in that bracket too. It's Predators, Justice League, and OC Racing. At this point, it's Predators to lose. Yeah, it's his world title. Cigarette League is going to come second because OC Racing didn't turn in any points on Wednesday, so that pretty much took them out of the hunt. In bracket 4, Buttrax has already .com has already found their way out of this race, so that leaves them in third of the point title. Control Freak cannot catch Simmons Racing no matter what happens, so it's Simmons' title to win there. The bracket 5, the Golfin' Gator holds their pace here. They've got the championship. Bulletproof can fall to third still, or where they're at, and they're going to get probably, well, it depends on how many boats ahead, and we'll get that one close there for second and third, but they'll both be on the podium. So really the only hunt is for the bracket 7s at this point.
But OC's having one of its better races of the year so far. If it holds together for them. They've had some attrition issues this year. But look at this bracket battle.
Man, these boats are so much fun.
The boat that you see in the third place in your camera, that's the Nitra from Sweden. Look how much narrower it is compared to the other 2.
These are the boats that I don't want to go for a ride in. Okay.
Maybe at the lake race.
Maybe, yes. Not here. I'm sorry. I wouldn't trust one of these young guys. I mean, that are, sure, I'll take you for a ride. You know, back's done.
Yeah, and Owen Buis, the son, is actually the throttleman with his dad in the activator, I think it's the 759.
Battle going there.
But that's the X-Insurance.
Yep.
With Cameron Turk and Robert Bryant. They're your national champions. And look at this battle.
So
if that's the Safe Cash, that's the battle for the title right there. Because Safe Cash won, and that's 742, right, Joey?
I could not get a number on that.
I thought it was 747.
That's 742.
747 was in the lead, but I think that was 742 that came by there.
No, I think it was 747.
747 was in the lead.
Yes, I agree.
In third place. We were talking about the boat in third place there.
I got you.
Dolphin Gator still leading, and here's in bracket 5, here's Brock's Phantom again. H-Craft.
Yeah, it has to be that statement because all the other ones. So the 759, the 742 had to come around in second place there.
All right.
All right. You're going to have to get me caught up on 700.
Yeah, we'll go back to when we get a lull. We'll go back. Joey can catch us up, or we can watch them when they come back. They're kind of far away to see.
But Control Freak is still leading bracket 4.
Right, and we just.
Whoa! Look at this battle in the harbor with the little boats. Dolphin Gators going underneath one of the statement boats to take a position there. Nicely done. Like father, like son from JJ to Cameron there.
Simmons racing through, running in second on lap number 4 of 8. Bracket class 400. OC Racing.
Yeah.
Main Street Team Woody's all come through. Predator. Still running 1, 2, 3. With Batman Racing.
Was OC still leading?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, okay. So Predator second, Batman's third.
Yes.
Justice League 4.
Yep. Here comes Allied.
And, yep.
Fourth place.
And Allied running in fourth. In bracket class 400, halfway through.
And this is Sweat Equity coming through in third, I guess?
Fourth.
Fourth, okay. Did Mean Street come through already?
They did, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Third and fourth. All right, sort us out on that 700, Joey.
700, I got the 747 Statement Bad Decisions in the lead right now. Sitting second is the X-Insurance with Safe Cash. The 742 was right on the far side of him there. So that's the second and third battle. And if that hooks that way, the X-Insurance is your national or world champion here. So that's a battle there for the number 1 spot between the 742 and 720, which are sitting second and third. Fourth is the H-Craft. Fifth is the 759. And sixth is your Legend Marine. I did not see the Jackhammer come back through.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. There we get back to the live stream. And no, that's not your computer monitor. That's the sun.
Here's Farnsworth, Bulletproof under tow.
Yep.
So we hadn't seen them come by for a while.
Heading back into get out of the water.
And there's the Harpoon Harry's that we know was out early as well.
So unusual seeing them in a cat boat, but made provisions to give Team 25 their boat for the Key West World Championship so the British team can compete. Here come our lead boats in, or at least one of the class.
Or is this scratch and sniff?
This might be scratch and sniff. It is.
Because it would be weird to see a bracket 700 boat running that far alone.
Yeah, by itself, or unless it had broken down and was coming through on its own. But yeah, that's the 225 engine.
Yep.
Down to our last couple of laps for the Class 700
This is
teams.
500 here. Looks, it's a Phantom, I know that, unless something catastrophic happened. I would think Golf and Gator would still be out front, but X Insurance, let's see.
Live coverage of the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. You're listening to live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Back to Class 500 here. This is X Insurance, I believe. Yes, it is. From atop the X Insurance. Yep. From atop the X Insurance Helicam.
Mark Bronx Phantom, marker 1 Marine.
Running in second.
And here comes the battle in bracket 700 again. Oh, no, here's OC.
OC Racing.
Batman.
In first, Batman in second now. Predator in third.
There's Control Freak.
Continuing to run in first place after 5 laps of 8. 747. X Insurance and 742. In third, X Insurance, Golf and Gator in 2.
H-Craft up to 4th. Woody.
Simmons coming around as well.
Okay, yep.
Second.
Justice League came by in 4th.
Yep. So Team Woody
759 just came by in 5th for bracket 7.
We'll sort this for you folks listening in just a moment.
There's Jackhammer. I must have missed some lap. I believe he probably still is where he's sitting then.
6th.
I would say 6.
Yeah.
Mean Streak just came by. So they're still holding 3rd.
Here comes Team Allied.
Yep.
Mark Fernandez.
That bracket 7 world title is going to be an interesting shootout to the very end.
Yeah, they're right there next to each other. The 742 and the 720. Those are the 2 boats that are battling for it, and they're right next to each other now.
This is Legend Marine. Just came by.
So all 6 of your 700 boats are still running.
All 7, yeah.
All 7, I apologize. Just wrote 6 twice.
Me too.
Yeah. All right, here comes 524.
Yeah, Sweat Equity. Still 4th.
All right, so unofficially here, we got Control Freak in Class 400, 1, Simmons 2, Team Woody 3, Allied 4. And then in 700, 747, Bad Decisions, 720, X Insurance Golf and Gator, 742, Safe Cash, and then H-Craft,
yep.
4th.
Bad Decisions.
Bad Decisions 5th. Jackhammer 6th, Legend Marine 7th.
But the battle for the title is between X Insurance and Statement Safe Cash. Then they were 1-2 on Wednesday and Friday. They flip-flopped those positions.
Then in bracket class 200, OC Racing and Batman Racing, Predator and Justice League 1, 2, 3, 4. And a team in class 500, X Insurance Golf and Gator 1, Bronx Phantom Marker 1, Marine 2, Team Mean Streak 3, Sweat Equity 4, unofficially in
and
brackets.
OC Racing is on the camera now coming our way. But they're throwing a lot of roosters, so I wonder if they're having an issue. Nope, they're still moving all right, though. But the one that's got should have bracket 200 pretty much tied up if they just finish as Predator.
Correct. Yeah.
So OC Racing will come through. They'll have 1 lap to go to finish up here today. Batman Racing 2.
And here's the X Insurance Golf and Gator in bracket 500.
Still 2 laps to go for them to finish up their race day here today.
But they are wearing the Team Freebird colors in the race today in tribute to Ryan Stallman.
Bronx Phantom.
Marker 1 Marine, yep.
In second.
Now here comes Justice League. Still coming through in 4th on our camera in bracket 200 as they're coming in to your view just now. We picked them up a little earlier than you do, so.
And here's Simmons.
I didn't see Control Freak,
I was just going to say.
No, I did not.
No.
And Team Woody's second then.
Yeah. Simmons is taking the lead. Team Woody in second.
And here come the Killer Bees.
Ooh, this is fun stuff.
As long as I can see them.
I can't
This
even.
is a battle. It looks like the Nitra's trying to come up on the inside. Oh, no.
Yes.
Yes,
nice.
it is. No, that looks like.
Great shot to the production crew there.
That's almost 2 superboats identical to each other because the Nitra's the narrower one in the back. But these are more conventional American 22-foot and 21-foot boats. That is 747.
747 into the lead.
In the lead?
Yep. Still in the lead.
That's scratch and sniff in the middle of this. That's what that was.
X Insurance is in second. H-Craft is coming forward and passing them, though. But officially, X Insurance 2, H-Craft 3 now. Mean Street and Allied have come through. 742 is fourth. They are fourth, but they're not running up to speed.
Okay, let's see who this is, because I noticed when Scratch and Sniffs came through, their little rear hatch was up. That's 759. So they're still 5th. And who do we have here? Jackhammer? Yep.
This is Jackhammer.
And this is Connor Langheim's son. That's Connor Langheim, Reese's son.
That's right.
And here it comes.
Is that Sweat Equity?
Yep, this is Sweat Equity coming. Now, is this their? No, that's not their last, but.
No, there's still 2 laps to go for 500.
So they're still 4th. And when they broke on Friday, it was an $8 plastic throttle cable bracket. Greg showed it to me the other day. It's the stuff you just don't think is going to break. This is Legend Marine.
Yep, so they're running in 7th. Continuing.
Yep.
All 7 boats out there, but one of them is struggling a bit at this point. Here comes OC Racing.
That could be it for them.
Checkered flag for them. Batman Racing finishing in second in Class 200. And here comes
the world champs.
That's right, for the 3 days of racing.
They
Team
are.
Predator. 244.
And Connie Stallman told me the other day that they knew that's all they had to do. They plan it all out. They kind of take the old school approach and know exactly where they need to be, and that's as hard as they're going to run to do it.
Beautifully prepared 41 Apache with the big blower motors.
And Bobby Ciceni came by the pits the other day to give it his blessing, so that was pretty cool.
Hey, listen, all right. Bobby Cicente, who teamed up with Ben Kramer to win the 1984 World Championship in the historic Apache Warpath.
And this is bracket 500. If this is X Insurance Golf and Gator, they should have one more, right?
Yes.
Okay.
700 should be ending here, and I got the 4s and the 5s going the 2 more laps.
All right. Yep, this is X Insurance Golf and Gator. Tough day on Wednesday. Didn't even know if they were going to race Friday, but
Here's
they
your
did.
cigarette league that's going to be the runner-up in the class.
Okay, this is Bronx Phantom Marker 1. Now, you can't call it cigarette anymore, Joey. They replaced the boat with a Phantom, so it's just Justice League.
It's tough. I've been doing it, too. Here comes Simmons.
Here comes Simmons, yep. So does this give them the win?
They got one more lap.
One more lap to go.
And let's see if Woody's going to sneak on through here. Yep, Woody's still running. So you're going to have to tell us the math on that one when they wrap it up, Joey.
Boats Out again. Looks like Bat Boat's still playing.
Oh.
Batman Boat is still running.
Yeah. But yeah, because Woody didn't run all year. So I don't know how that's going to work other than for today's trophy.
Right, today's trophy. At this point, Simmons it's over.
Yeah.
Simmons has the championship in the 400 class. Control Freak and ButtRacks.com, the only the teams that were actually qualified for the World Championship, are both broken down. So that pretty much has just opened the door for Simmons the rest of the way.
Another look at the team Urbot Racing.
And now all of a sudden we get a puff of wind.
Yeah.
Allied Offshore coming through. And they're also racing for the trophy only, right?
Who's that?
Allied Offshore and Bracket
Allied
4.
just for the individual trophy today. Bronx Phantom's one of the ones that are racing for the only the trophy today.
Yep.
And same with the H-Craft. As good as they've looked this week, they're only racing for individual
It's
trophies.
the first time they've splashed that boat in racing. Then to make the prerequisite qualifying.
All right, now we've got 2 Bracket 700 boats and Mean Streak coming into our camera now. So that means Mean Streak is still running in third.
Yeah, just a lap to go for him. X Insurance Golf and Gator out for its last lap with Bronx Phantom, Marker 1 Marine in 500. So let's sort our 700s here, guys.
This
Everybody.
is it,
So this is our leader in 700 coming through behind Mean Streak.
This is it.
All right.
For the checkered flag in Class 700, 747 Statement Marine.
That's the H-Craft in second behind all that mess there.
Okay, but if this is supposed to be the checkered flag, it's not waving.
Excellent. Yeah, they should be raving checkered flag for sure.
Okay, so
720 will take third. Still be good for a podium for them.
All right, Justice League is crossing the course in a hurry with its hatch up. So get out of the way, everybody. They're headed to the crane before they sink.
And here comes your next 700 class boat, 759. 759 Bad Decisions will finish up in fourth today.
Yep.
In terms of the World Championship,
we're going to have to sort that out.
Yeah, give me a second here and I'll have those numbers. But I'm looking at it's X Insurance Golf and Gator is your world champion
Here
in that
comes
class.
Sweat Equity and Angie Pierce having the ride of her life this week. First time in an offshore powerboat at Key West.
In fourth, and here comes our 3X boat, the Scratch and
No,
Snip.
that's Jackhammer.
Oh, apologies. There's Jackhammer.
The 742 never did make it back around again. He was limping coming through last time.
We'll finish up in fifth today in Class 700.
Oh, that's too bad if Safe Cash was battling for the lead.
Yeah, this is the Scratch and Sniff boat here.
Yeah, you can see that
running
action.
unopposed. Yep.
Their rear hatch is up. They might want to look at that before the hinges rip off.
Checking in on more action here in bracket class racing to wrap up wrap up the World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
This
here
is
in
Legend
Key West.
Marine.
Legend Marine will finish up in sixth.
Yep. Here's Golf and Gator. Team Woody's, X Insurance.
That's the title for them. That's the World Championship right there for them.
Congratulations to those guys. What a week for them.
Simmons Marines, they can completing his World Championship as well. Back-to-back World Championship boats there.
Marker Marine, Bronx Phantom in second.
In Class 500. And Team Woody.
Team Woody in second in Class 4.
So Simmons Racing, big week for them here. Team Woody in second.
Yep.
The story really of that class is Mark Robbins and Damon Murata. The success they had during the APBA National Series, they were undefeated.
Yeah.
And they just got snakebit here in Key West. It's a tough week for them. Sad to see.
And I'm pretty sure the throttleman in the Batman boat is Jax Muller.
Yeah, I agree. That's what we heard down in the pits. And the young Jax was running in the Wicked. Yep,
with his
son,
brother.
Yep, son of Jay Muller. What a ride for them here this week in this boat.
Hey, they finished.
Really impressed with the Artisan surface drives this week.
Yeah, the boat's been solid. It's run real well. It's just tough because it's a did not qualify as far as for the overall title.
Right, just came in
because it's running as a single event.
Yeah, it can finish for the Conch Republic Offshore Cup that will be awarded at the beginning of the Key West World Championship podiums tonight.
Okay, so Batman got around.
Yeah, but that race was over, wasn't it, Joey?
That's been a while. That's been over. That's been over for like 2 laps now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Let them get their money's worth.
Here comes Allied Offshore, David Fernandez, who worked with Charlie McCarthy and Shocker. They'll finish up in 3rd here today.
So I've got it all figured out for your 700 class.
All right.
Okay. From what I have on my look, X Insurance is going to be your world champion. Your 2nd place is the 759 statement Bad Decisions. 3rd place is going to be your Safe Cash, the 742 statement. So you'll have a pair of statements on the podium underneath X Insurance. Jackhammer comes in 4th place in that class.
And you know what that means. The pit bull's back on the podium from some Safe Cash. The dog goes everywhere with the guy.
We got to get you a Coco's monkey shirt, man. You are a dog. You're a dog crazy. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Who we got here? This is H-Craft. You can tell by how close the guys sit in the middle of that boat.
This has been a phenomenal boat to watch.
Probably one of the better rides in the class.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ricardo Maldonado. That's rigged out of Manatee Marine. Another impressive.
This is 747
performance out of their shop. And the 747.
Somebody wasn't pulling tapers, throwing checkered flags or something.
Yeah, they just
These
keep
guys
coming.
are just keep running and running today.
You know, it's just gas, you know. Apparently.
And here's Cameron Turk following in Dad's footsteps, winning himself. They won the national championship, I believe, in bracket 700, but he's on the podium at age 14. Get to come to Key West and hang out for a week and race boats. And here's Sweat Equity.
Sweat Equity will be on the podium in 3rd place. They missed 2nd place by 2 points.
So who's on the podium? Oh, Mean Streak got 2nd?
No, Mean Streak was a DNQ as well. They found out last night.
I thought they made it to a couple races.
No, that's not. I got the note this morning, that Mean Streak was a DNQ, does not qualify. So there's 3 boats left in that. You've got, the winner is the 501 X Insurance.
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof comes in the 2nd with 359 points. And 3rd place, Sweat Equity with 357.
And then 200 is Predator is 1.
Predator's the one that won the World Championship.
Yep.
Justice League comes in 2nd. And OC Racing didn't get any points for day 1. So that really put them in a bind that it was almost too much to come back at that point.
But they're 3rd?
They're 3rd still nonetheless.
Good for them.
And then, like I said, we did the 700s already.
And then Simmons is
your 400. Let's see. Simmons is your world champion. Control Freak ends up in 2nd place. And ButtRacks.com is your 3rd place team.
And 500 was Golf and Gator.
Golf and Gator. 2nd is Statement Marine. Oh, no, that was
Bulletproof.
700.
The 500 is Bulletproof is 2nd by 2 points.
And Sweat Equity's 3rd.
Yep.
There you go, folks. Well, if you didn't get all of that, read Eric Colby's story tonight at Speed on the Water.
Tomorrow.
No, tomorrow. Okay, sorry.
It'll be in the Citizen too for everybody too.
There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah,
we're going to recap here after we sort ourselves out here. Joey, great job scoring these boats.
Yes,
that was
thank
about
you very much.
That was about as difficult as it gets.
It was trying to build that thing and build my cheat sheet for all this today was about mind-bending as it got, and I really was delving into the stats, and I'll admit, Brittany and I sat a couple times, called a couple times, like, all right, what is going on? How do you have these points now? It doesn't, and we finally, I think we got it all straightened out by this morning. We were a good spot, and yeah, it was chaotic, it was fun, and it's a wrap, folks.
Above all else, we want to continue to give our support to Ryan Stallman.
Absolutely.
We continue to hear good news, and we want to keep hearing that, so everyone keep pulling for him and send positive thoughts to the Stallman family.
We'll continue to follow that story both on Speed on the Water and Keys News with Joey Cook as we have wrapped up the 2023 Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Thank you for joining us on the global live stream. Don't forget at 6 o'clock the awards here at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. So don't head anywhere. Just come on down, grab yourself something to drink, and get ready to enjoy the awards at 6 o'clock. And if wherever you're sitting around the world, they will be live on the Race World Offshore Facebook page and at YouTube tonight at 6 o'clock. As you can watch them globally this evening, 6 from the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. That's it. We're going to come back and recap quickly from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center right here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
There's a lot of boat rental places in town, but none of them compare to the brand new Beach Weekend. With over 50 brand new boats at the best rate around, Beach Weekend promises to deliver a boating experience like never before. Been thinking about buying a boat? Don't. Just join the Beach Weekend Boat Club. For a small monthly fee, you'll never have to worry about the hassle of owning one. You'll just get to experience all the fun. Membership is limited, so visit beachweekendkeywest.com for more info.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Take a walk down to 724 Duval Street to Bourbon Street Pub, Key West original Nolans-themed video bar featuring the Men of Bourbon Nightly, live VJs, live shows, 5 bars, the world-famous garden bar by the pool. Check out bourbonstpub.com for all the happenings. Also, check out the Nolans House right next door. It's the total entertainment package at Bourbon Street Pub. Play where you stay.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event. Keys Auto Center is your hometown car dealership. Now with 2 locations at 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. Same great staff with over 80 local employees ready to serve you. Keys Auto Center has every brand you can imagine. Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, Corvettes, Nissans, Ford, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Rams, and Toyotas. Go to KeysAutoCenter.com to see all that Keys Auto Center can do for you.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. You're probably wondering what the more is all about. Well, the more now includes boats. Beautiful Bennington 22 Tritoons provided brand new by Polaris, located at Real Impact Marina on Summerland Key. Rent them for as little as a half day or as long as a month. Key West Adventures will even deliver your boat wherever you need it. Go to KeyWestAdventures.com to take a look for yourself and check out the frequently asked questions for more details. Book your next adventure online at KeyWestAdventures.com.
And now we return to the 42nd Annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Yes, it is the 42nd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races in Key West, and they have concluded. Welcome back, everybody, to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. So great to have you all back with us here as we've wrapped up, and what a crazy ending here today as it was a wild finish as all the bracket classes went off at one time to cap off a very, very busy day here at the 42nd Annual World Championships. Rick Lopez back with the voice of offshore powerboat racing, Todd Swafford, Eric Colby from Speed on the Water, Joey Cook from the Keys Citizen. And guys, and I'll start with you, Eric. What a day, huh? I mean, you want to talk about racing. If you like racing and seeing boats go fast around the water, you had plenty to choose from today.
And the great thing was it just kept rapid fire, bam, bam, bam. There was no waiting around. There was no, oh, what do we, let's go, let's go, let's go. And there was a great mix. You know, you had the guys who broke from tradition, who didn't need to win, went out and just smoked everybody. You know, 222 Offshore Australia, M-Con, Jackhammer, and Superstock, they all just went out and said, you know what, we're not even going to leave it up to anybody else.
Exactly, and that was great. And what was your takeaway here today, Joey? I mean, there's so much to
there was
unpack,
a
really.
lot of there was a lot of moving in pieces. My biggest, again, yes, we saw some boats that really did their thing. You know, obviously, the Sunprint knew what they were doing early on. The biggest move of the championship, the biggest move of everything that happened was the touche that CG Racing dropped on TS Motorsports. I mean, that changed everything on Friday and put TS Motorsports right in on it. And in the last lap today, the last turn of the 450 stock class, GC Racing did the, hey, look, you did it to me on Friday. I got you back here on the championship when it matters the most, and it gets them the world title and drops and takes TS Motorsports out of world championship contention, drops them all the way third in that. What a move. What an end to the racing. 450 stock did not disappoint this year at all.
450 stock from where it came.
Oh, yeah, it's from a couple years back.
2 years
absolutely.
ago.
Yeah.
When I think Taylor and Johnny were
about
running
the only
alone.
one, yeah.
And then last year, I think there were enough boats to make it a UIM class. And this year, it's when consistently one of the most competitive.
And that move, let me tell you, that move right there, I almost want to say Doug Wright did a little bit of like, hey, whatever happened to me with you guys early with Taylor, he might have made a little, hey, look, I'll get you back. Little tit for tat there, but hey, it doesn't matter what it is. It's racing. He had to do what he did, and good job to that squad. They earned their world championship. If anybody earned it today, it was no doubt GC Racing.
Well, it's just a immensely busy week, Todd, and a day today. Your takeaway, Todd Swafford, on this amazing day of action. How do you? What can you synopsize it?
Synopsize?
If that's even a word?
No, it's not. That was
You've been hanging out with the El Bandito Tequila bunch?
So.
Exactly.
We were wondering where Rick was this morning. Jeez.
As one Rick Lopez once said, that was tremazing. Yeah, so, well, I mean, I can't argue with that. I mean, that's really, that was the big, swing of the day that you would have expected. The GC wasn't going to be able to get around TS Motorsports, Johnny Tomlinson, and Taylor Sism. To me, the big story of the day is Jackhammer. Jackhammer winning the World Championship after having such a successful national campaign the last 3 years out of Manatee Marine.
Yep.
The most, very dominant in the National Series, but not to get the World Championship. And Performance Boat Center won it 2 years ago, and Team Allen last year. And plus, they crashed here twice. Yeah. Horribly last year that knocked them out of the race, and then the big flip that they had several years ago. So big win for them. Reese Langheim, very super happy for him, and Julian Maldonado.
But will Julian smile?
Yes, he will. He's got a little bit of a smile.
Here's my real true victors of the week, though. We saw a few accidents that were pretty crazy. We saw a couple of flips this year. The safety crews were phenomenal this year. I mean, their responses and their times to the incidents were as fast as I've ever seen, and they were all over it. Not that they're not every year, but this year I just want to give their special shout out to all the safety crews. They did an excellent, superb, what was Rick's word? Amazing job.
Yes, exactly.
You name it. You put the adjective in there. They really did. They came with it all the way across the week this year. I'm very impressed with the safety crews.
Stallman Racing showed me the video, the onboard camera, the GoPro footage.
Right.
And they were there so fast, and they were so attentive and so calming in the situation. Because you're looking at a situation, and I'm not going to get too descriptive, but it's two 23-year-old kids.
One of them's unconscious. Let's say we knew that much.
And so they kept their cool. They got them treated. They got them out of there so fast. So I think a lot of that needs to be recognized.
And that's why I was going to give, like I said, it to anybody. Again, the racing was so great this year. We've had a lot of good moments. But to me, the safety crews, I couldn't. They were on par, above par. They kicked butt and took names this year.
Well, I'll guarantee you, too, that J.J. Turk and Michael Stancomb are probably shedding a few tears right now because they were the other boat involved in that incident. And they got Dean Stallman's blessing to race on Friday. And they won Friday, and then they go out and win today and win another title for that team.
And that's,
So Turk Family Racing.
Right.
National championship in bracket 700 for the 14-year-old.
Yeah.
Another world championship for JJ and Michael. and Cameron's on the podium in second place here.
And guys, a real clean day today too. We had one incident where we had a Team Allen Lawn Care flipped, and again the folks were on them immediately. Everybody fine there, but Eric, that was the only issue we had out on the course today.
Yeah, we didn't really see Key West rear as ugly of a head as we've seen rear in the past in the afternoons between turns 1 and 2. It was manageable, even for the 700 boats, although they're going to probably tell you that might not have been. But, you know, when you watched, say, and Todd kept saying it a few times with Jackhammer would launch, but it wouldn't launch crazy. It would get a little high, settle right down, and you never really saw it get like, oh, my God, the Friday you saw the wall more than you saw it today.
Yes.
And I think people were waiting for it, and it didn't come. Whereas on Friday, maybe they didn't anticipate it soon enough in some cases, like with Laticrete Relentless, when they went for their moon launch.
Right.
And that's why it's called offshore racing. The track is always changing. There is an element of the weather that you have to kind of read into it. You have to make the right weight decisions, the right prop decisions. And even when you do that, you just don't know what the track's going to play to you. It's not a track that you can know exactly, okay, there might be a hole here. Well, guess what? Maybe it's not this time, and maybe it's over here this time.
In the 700 boat, the Turk Family Racing X-Insurance boat, that real narrow one, they have learned, and they swore me to secrecy on the weight of the bag, but they pass a bag of lead shot back and forth between the two of them to keep the boat balanced. They're in the middle of a race doing all this stuff, and they pass the bag back and forth depending on where they need to do to keep the balance.
Well, Joey Cook, we started this week with 75 teams here. Let's give a quick rundown through each classification and the winners. And let's start at the top with the bracket classes and then work from there.
No pressure, though.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, well, the bracket classes, again, we got to wait for breakouts and everything of that effect. But all in all, a lot of these bracket classes, there were only racing. There are a lot of boats out there, but a lot of them did not qualify for the World Championships. Keep that in mind as well. You got to start somewhere.
Yep.
So this is where you start a lot of times in the bracket class, but it still gave us some great racing. In the 200 bracket class, again, Batman, as great of a paint job and as cool as an eye candy as that boat can be, unfortunately was not racing for the World Championship. OC Racing did not get its points on day one, so it really only left two boats in the mix for this World Championship, Predator and Justice League. Predator came out unofficially still. We got to go check everything, but Predator is your world champion in that class. The second place is the Justice League, and OC Racing, again, after that first day, 0, hard to come back, but they are your third place finishers in the 200 class.
Question. Now, maybe you need to get this clarified, but I don't know how Justice League qualifies that boat because it's a new boat here. They raced a cigarette all season.
That I don't know. That I'm just going by what the officials that ROW told me early in the day and everything like that. So in the 400 class, we have Simmons Racing. You know, hey, look, there's one of those teams that
great week for them. 500
class. We've got on to the X Insurance. That's your champions. We talked about them. The Bulletproof comes in second place there. Team Mean Streak was in place to actually get that, but today was declared a DNQ for the week. So that leaves Sweat Equity as the only other boat in that class as well to take the third place spot on the podium there for the week.
Let's move on to the 700.
Woo, the 700s. This was a fun one. Hey, just having the statements in themselves, and that one time they went by, I couldn't even see the dang number to say, hey, what place they were in, and they had 3 statement boats that all looked identical. So, but in the end, it is the X Insurance team that pulls off the World Championship. Second place, out of the back of the pack. You know, there's one of these young kids that are coming along, the statement 759 bad decisions. Unofficially is your runner-up for the World Championship right there. Yep. And in third place, the Statement Safe Cash, which had a great week up until the final final 2 laps, breaks down, drops all the way down. So they end up on the podium, third place in the 700 class.
Exciting stuff there. Scratch and Sniff was running by itself, so they'll get their title. How about let's move on out of the brackets and into Class 1, Joe?
Class 1, well, they brought it this week. Aussie Offshore, by far, you know, hey, look, MCon is a pretty boat. It's a beautiful boat. I'm not talking anything bad about MCon, but my goodness, I that sweet lady. I will remember that boat for years. It's just one of those boats that you just remember. You just see it. It's iconic, and it did its thing this week. It did not disappoint. Coming off its World Championship already in the UIM, they get the RWO, APBA. They are the world champs. They are the best of the best here this week. The Top Guns, by far, take away the Class 1 title. From there, it got real exciting there because we had DF Young, had some great races, could not hold on. Atrocity came into it, and at the end, Monster, the MCon, quietly just kind of did their thing. They end up as the number 2 team on the podium. Del Falco finds their way on the podium at number 3, but it was really tight racing there. DF Young, if they don't, go down with 4 laps to go, it is their podium to have their at least one of those 2 spots outside of the Offshore Aussie.
Todd Swaffer, one of my takeaways, and I believe it'll be yours as well, is that Australia Navy team that Joey was just talking about. Their first trip here, they win all 3 days, win the world title, complete an amazing year for them, going all around the world. It was pretty special to have them here in Key West.
One of the most amazing things I've seen in my lifetime covering these races since 1981. How dominant that boat was all year, and they won their points championship. They won the Sam Griffith Trophy, the Class 1 World Championship during the season. They didn't have to come here. They could have just let everybody race. They spent they put that entire effort together, came here, and didn't miss a beat. Absolutely impressive. Hats off to Giovanni Carpatella from Italy and Darren Nicholson from Australia, the entire crew, and their crew chief, Peter Muddy McGrath, as well.
Joey Cook, let's go to the Mod Vs.
Mod Vs. Oh, one last note on that Navy boat, the 222. I believe they're the only boat in this whole sheets that I've took, all the lap counted, that I did not have them, obviously the 1 start, but other than that, I had a 1-1-1-1-1-1.
Yeah,
Jackhammer was really close to doing that this year, but they were the only ones that able to do that. Jackhammer had a second place at one point, and that was about it, but they were really dominant too. On to the Mod Vs, though. The Sunprint team knew what they were doing today. They ran a great race. They only had 1 checkered flag to show for the week, but in the end, they had the most important trophy, and that's the World Championship, holding off the LSB Rev X Hurricane of Awesomeness. Look, they were there. They had a bad day on Wednesday. You take the bad day out of the LSB, and we might be talking a different story, and we might have seen a different race between the Mod Vs, but instead, LSB runs to the title today, gets 2nd place overall, do pass up Boat Floaters, who takes 3rd by just a few points there over Fast Boys, who had a couple of good races, especially today, coming in 3rd today.
Yeah, and Eric, that's the point. When you get to Key West, the 3 days of racing, and for the Hurricane of Awesomeness, LSB, Wednesday, that breakdown really hurt. Because they go finish 1-1 on Friday and Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it on Wednesday. You can't win it on Wednesday, but you can make it a lot harder to win on Wednesday if you have a mechanical problem. That's the perfect illustration.
Let's move on to the stock 450s, Joe.
That was the move of the day. I mean, that was some good racing in that class. And, we talked about it already Friday, what happened between TS Motorsports and GC Racing, and then on the final turn of Friday races, TS Motorsports made the move to win on and take the checkered flag on Friday and put them right back in. I mean, these two teams came in 10 points separated into today, which is a virtual tie, double points. And today, it did not disappoint. I mean, Gladiator was great.
Doug Wright's out running right now.
He's trying to figure it out.
They're still out there running right now. But I hate to say it, but if there's any class that might have some bad blood,
it could be.
Afterwards,
it's
going to be
this
class.
Because Doug Wright, that move, who knows what happened to that move? Who knows? We heard there was contact between the TS and the Doug Wright at one point.
In the harbor turn, yep.
And then late in the race, that final turn, again, Friday, it was TS that overcooked GC. This time around, GC made the inside move. Doug Wright kind of played a buffer for the 2 Doug Wright boats, maybe. Who knows?
We don't know if they used him as a pick.
TS had to run outside because of that, and at that point, it allowed the GC to hammer down and get to the checkered flag. I mean, seconds in front of the TS boat there, which in turn leaves the GC Racing as your world champions. Gladiator, because they came in 2nd place today, first place today, wasn't close enough to take the 2nd place, and that last move took TS, which was in line. It was going to be TS, GC, and then Gladiator, but because of that last move, it became GC, Gladiator, and TS fell all the way to third place. From first to third on one turn for the TS Motorsports. That's going to be one they look back and go, ouch, that one does not go away after a while.
A lot of drama there in that stock 450 class. How about the extremes, Joey?
Well, Farnsworth, they struggled on day one, but outside of day one, they were the class of that fleet right there, no doubt. Race winning, look, they're coming along. Give them time. You saw them every day get better and better and better. They end up on the podium in second right there. Team 25 is your third place team, but Farnsworth was by far the class of that fleet right there in the V Extremes.
JBS racing by themselves in their own class, and they will be a world title as well for them. All right, the super stock class.
The super stock was
big group of boats.
Yeah, and they were, and Jack Hammer, we've talked about him. Jack Hammer got in front. He did not try to pass behind. He got out in front, ran it all the way. Great on the restart. Coco's Monkey might have been able to pull up a little bit more to second, but the restart, they left him, fighting for third there the rest of the way. Northwing gets into second there, so your 1-2 goes Jack Hammer, Northwing. Then third place, the last spot on the podium. Look, there's two teams tied, both with 299 points. I got Coco's Monkey and Big East. I'm sorry, at Celsius, both sitting at 299. So it's going to come down to time. I do believe it was a 13 seconds difference between Coco's Monkey and Celsius coming in today. I think Coco's got him was down by 13 seconds, but took him by some 20 seconds today. So Coco's is probably going to end up on your podium as the number 3, just ahead of that Celsius team. But what a race that was to find out that podium there.
All right, let's jump to Supercat so we can let the live stream folks go, and then we'll sign things off here locally on the zone. But go ahead.
That's where I was going, Todd. And our last, giving you a recap of all the races. The final one, Joey, let's recap Supercat.
MCon, class of that fleet there again. They did what they needed to do. Graydell, you just wish things were different. They could have really made an impact there in that overall, and it's too bad they end up, falling way off. Your Dirty Money team does come second today, second overall. Great job by them. And then CR Insurance comes from 6th place today, takes third on in the final race here today, jumps all the way to third place and onto the podium, just edging out Pro Floors, which was another one that had to come way deep in the back from the backside and make their way up for the 4th place today, but they end up 4th overall. So your podium is MCon, Dirty Money, and CR, the X Insurance. Lots of podiums for the X Insurance.
Yeah, they did pretty good. It's been quite a week. We had a flyover from the Navy on Friday. This huge fleet, tremendous racing here all week, Todd.
Real
been
quick,
the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, real quick. We'll let the live stream shut down. They're busy. They've got to get to the
amphitheater.
To the amphitheater tonight for the 6 o'clock awards, which will be broadcast here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and at YouTube. I believe the races were on there all day. Hey, listen, just real quick, I would like to say to Extreme Angles crew, what a great job. Emily and the entire crew, Joe and Oslam, fantastic job. J.W. Powell helping out as well as a associate producer, making the whole thing come together. And the folks at Hotwire, Jordan also helping as well. Thank you very much. We'll see you on the live stream, everybody, tonight at 6 o'clock. Now back to wrap things up here with Rick Lopez.
All right, let's get some final thoughts here on the radio. Eric Colby from